Date is July 31st, and welcome everyone. And we are going to have the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you would please silence your cell phones and also please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. May we have roll call, please?
Mayor West.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Turner. Present. Councilmember Durio absent. Councilmember Getz.
Present.
Councilmember Philshaw.
Present.
Councilmember Samuel absent and Councilmember Neal absent.
All right, Mr. City Manager, I believe you have some opening remarks.
Okay, do we have a presentation ready to put up for sure? Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone. Welcome to council. Welcome staff. They're looking all bright and chipper out there this morning. Not really. You're not really looking bright and chipper. I thought I'd say that, but they're here. Thanks for being here. We'll continue with the budget process this morning. We've had a previous budget workshop. Now it's time where we've put staff, Cheryl and her staff, and have put together a lot of the numbers, and we have our first draft of a proposed budget ready to present to you. This has been looked at with zero-based budgeting in mind, where we started from zero and staff members, directors had to justify their expenditures. It was a new process for them. It's taken an adjustment period, but we got through the first year with that. That did give us some additional dollars to work with in this budget, so we're proud of that. What we're doing and what we're looking at with this budget, it has a strategic plan in mind. Departments, as they put things into the budget or identify things, we look at the strategic plan and review that and say, okay, let's build it around that. So what you'll see through this document is a lot of things that were identified in the strategic plan. You'll hear presentations from department heads today. Each one will get up and give it an overview of their department, a short overview of their department based on what they've talked with and put together with finance staff and myself for sure. You also hear about the physical numbers, the dollars out there, revenues versus expenditures, et cetera. I will say that fee analysis, this budget does an extensive look at fees and what we've been charging, which we haven't been adjusting and looking at for 10, 20 year period. Next slide. Bit of a timeline, today's workshop, then we'll come back on August 20th, where I'll make a presentation of the budget. You won't consider approving it on that date. The actual approval of the budget will be September 2024, September 17th. We'll be able to adjust and make changes up to that time. So this is definitely a work in progress. Next slide. I talked about strategic plan already, so I won't mention that. But this, as it's proposed today, is a balanced budget based upon the definition of our finance policy. There might be a slide in here that gives you that definition. I'm not sure for sure. It's based upon the existing tax rate of 0.68148. This doesn't call for a property tax increase, although we haven't gotten our final property tax numbers from the appraisal district. I don't think we've gotten them yet, have we, Cheryl? No, yeah. So we had to base it upon our best estimate and what it is going to be. So we should be getting those any day. So that could adjust revenues up or down either way. One of the things in the strategic plan that we've identified was strengthening our financial situation with the city, a standard. And with this budget, we're proposing at this point to even increase our fund balance. Last year, when we all was said and done, what we presented to you was a 22% fund balance. Our policy is a 20% requirement for fund balance. And as of this point, right now, what we're doing is you have about a 24.54%, which is about possibly 25% fund balance requirement, which is an additional 7.7 million above last year's fund balance. So that's our goals. One of our goals, strategic plan, is to become stronger financially as an organization. And we're going to slowly build that until it's the standard where we can adjust the policy from 20% up to 25%, get council to approve that formally, but we're working toward that informally. I mentioned a little bit about the fees and increasing revenues through fee adjustment. We have looked at that. So a lot of this budget and a lot of what's been balanced is you having to make a decision on some fee increases throughout the city. It's just not water or sewer, et cetera, but it's throughout the city. Our healthcare costs did increase. We're going to talk about that a little bit today. They continue to skyrocket, might be a good term, but really go up. Last year we did a rate study, and that rate study would call for this year's rates on water and sewer to go up 4% in water, 10% proposed on that rate study of last year. Of course, we'll talk about that. And we will say this, the challenge in getting to this point has been working with the general fund. It's been quite the task. It's been strained, to say the least, but we've gotten to a good point to work to the next step. But however, the water funds and these other funds, some of the other funds becoming much more stable and looking better for sure. Next slide. And I guess that's into mine. Now, Mayor, we'll start hearing from the directors from departments, talk about their particular budgets, which I'll be able to give you a short overview and give you an opportunity to ask any questions you might have of them. And I think we're going to start with planning and zoning. Oh, it's you. Okay, well, we'll go to Cheryl. Thanks.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, City Manager. It's a pleasure to stand before you today and present our proposed budget for fiscal year 2025. Before I begin into the slides, I just want to recognize my staff. Amy Schmidt, who's our budget manager, she has done a fabulous job this year. We have new software, which has been a challenge to say the least, but she has worked through diligently to get us to where we are, and she's done a fantastic job. We also have Duncan Brown. He is our new assistant CFO. He's only been here a couple of months, but he has already proven himself to be battle ready. He's a spreadsheet guru, and he's just a great asset to the city. So I just wanted to recognize them first for all their hard work. We spent many, many hours in a war room together to come up with this, and I think you'll be pleased with what we've come up with. So our first slide discusses our fiscal year 2024 budget versus estimate. You can see the different funds there. The general fund, we budgeted $157 million worth of revenue. We estimated the end of year to be about $160 million. So we should be up on revenues. Our expenses, we budgeted $164 million. We expect those to be only $161 million. So a variance there of $2,200,000. So that's very good for the general fund. Water fund, we budgeted $59 million of revenue. We anticipate $62 million worth of revenue. So we've increased revenue there, about $3 million. Our expenses for water, $59 million was budgeted. We expect about $59 million. So, we're pretty flat on expenditures. Solid waste, we budgeted $15.7 million for revenues. We anticipate $16.5. So we should be up a little bit on those revenues. The expenses, we budgeted $14.4, and We should be at 13.7. So again, another savings. And I think this is where the zero-based budgeting, and this is where this year we, required everybody to let us know if they've overspent in an account, then they have to transfer money from someplace else. So I think that has helped tremendously in growing our revenues and shrinking our expenses, which is the way we want to go. Then we have, various other funds. You can see that for the most part, we've done very well on everything except the Employee Benefits Fund, which we'll discuss in more detail later. Next slide, please. This is a discussion of the 24 ending fund balance, and as you saw on the previous slide, for most things, we've increased revenue and decreased expenses. So for most of these funds, we look to be much more over our required fund balance than we have been in previous years. In the general fund, we project an ending fund balance of $46.1 million. Our required fund balance at 20% is only $32 million. So that's not right. It's supposed to be 7.7% or 7.7 million over policy. Water fund, our ending projected fund balance is 8.9 million. So we're over policy, which our policy there is 15%. We'll be over 5.7 million. Solid waste is, flatter. So, we may need to still shore that up a bit. The others don't have a required fund balance, but you can see that we have positive projected fund balance except for the Employee Benefits Fund. Next slide. So for our fiscal 25 ending fund balance, our general fund, there's the $7.8 million that we anticipate being over our policy. Water fund, 12.5 over, and solid waste, 2 million over. And again, the other funds don't have a policy. So we're in good shape. And most of the funds, hotel occupancy has a slight loss. We'll probably transfer some money out to shore that up so that all funds balances are positive. This was not the case last year. We started out with some negative fund balances. So we need to correct those because when we come to audit time, we'll get dinged for any negative fund balances that we have. So we need to make sure that those are shored up. Next slide. Here's an analysis of our revenues by type in the general fund. You can look at the sales tax. We budgeted 52.1 million. We're looking at probably receiving 52.6 million. We budgeted fairly flat for this next year because at the beginning of this year, our revenues were down a lot. But the last couple of months, they've rebounded. So we feel, fairly positive, but still we want to be conservative on what we budget for sales tax. Property tax, we're budgeting 51.785. Last year we budgeted 50.6, and our estimate though is only 49. Our tax revenues were down a little bit this year. So again, we do not have our rates yet. We should get those, I think, today or tomorrow. So we anticipate possibly that number changing. Hopefully it'll go up, but until we get those rates, we don't really know exactly where that's going to head. I used our current rate plus any new properties that we got and added those in. So that should be close. Industrial payments are fairly flat year to year. We budgeted this year exactly the payments that we've received, and we have a schedule of industrial payments that we use. So it should be up just a slight bit. Our utilities in lieu of tax, those are standard payments from solid waste and sanitation, and so those should stay the same. Our gross receipt taxes, those are our franchise taxes. We're budgeting 9.2 million. Last year we budgeted 9.4, but it looks like we're only going to hit about 9. However, I have contracted with a company who's going to look at our franchise tax fees and make sure that we're receiving everything that we need to receive. Charges for services has gone up. We have received 6.7 million to date. That includes ambulance charges and other types of service type charges, but primarily ambulance charges. Our licenses and permits, They're fairly consistent, but we're anticipating a pretty good increase with the rate increases that we're proposing. Funds and forfeitures, we budgeted 1.688. Looks like we're going to hit 1.8, which is good. So we're budgeting kind of in the middle in case, they don't come in as good this next year as they did this past year. Culture and recreation, those are, of course, all of our events and things. So last year we budgeted 1.5. Our estimate for this year is going to be 1.8. And we, again, are going up to 2.5 because of some fee increases on some of our amenities, like the Lakeside Center and things that the fees have been the same for a long time. So we're going to go up on those. And then we just have some miscellaneous revenue, interest, and other financing, which again is some transfers. Next slide, please.
Before you go to the next
Yeah,
slide,
sure.
the property taxes.
Yes, sir.
I've heard from many constituents a lot of grumbling because their property taxes went up. Why is our revenue showing a loss there?
Yeah, I was surprised that we didn't get in more tax revenue this year. I just wonder, the school taxes, most people are paying for this year and next year. I don't know if people thought, well, I just don't have to pay my taxes or what, but the revenues are down. So, and it's strictly what we get from the tax office. We don't really have any control over
Shirley,
that.
based upon collections, was
Yes,
it
sir.
collection rate? It wasn't
Collection rate is
collected for some
down.
reason.
Was the collection rate any significant?
Well, it had been about 98%, but now I think it's probably 94 or so. So it's down fairly significantly for us.
I
So
wish my wife were still there.
I know, we all do. But hopefully, like I said, we'll receive our tax rates probably today or tomorrow because they're due. They're due in. Yes, sir.
Do we want to wait and see if we get through all the slides and answer the questions and just make notes? Or do we want, because some of this, I'm assuming we might get covered later in the slide presentation?
Possibly.
Y'all okay with just making notes and at the end, asking questions? Noticing what slide it's on?
Next slide, please. This is the general fund expenditures by department. It's the fiscal year 24 budget, then our estimate for this year, and then the 25 budget. And so you can see last year's, for instance, animal care was 1.5 million. They're only going to spend about 1.428. We're going to budget 1.597 next year based on, the meetings that we had with them, all the things that we looked at and approved. And I will tell you that particularly in the general fund, people submitted what we called supplementals, which were, additional requests, new requests for either equipment or, could be training classes, could be anything that was over about $800. I will tell you that not very many supplements were approved in the general fund. I think about 1.3 million were approved, and I don't even know what the total, I think the total was about 10 million that was submitted. So we were very careful this year, and unfortunately, some people didn't get some of the things that they requested, but we did try to make sure that everybody had the things that they needed. We did communicate back with the departments. This was a tough year. I'm not gonna lie, it was hard. So we communicated back to the departments, made sure what they could live with, what they could do without, and they were very gracious. But we're still gonna have what we need to operate the city. So I won't go through every single expenditure category.
Joe, could I make a note here? This does, though, that you see at the bottom, it does account for a 2% COLA for civilian employees.
Correct.
And it also accounts for the police department to their contract amount that's there. And while we haven't inputted any dollars to what we're talking to the fire department, we are aware.
Yes, we're working towards that. And of course, once we know what occurs with that, we'll put those expenditures in. You'll see if you look at fire, they're under budget for the year. Again, their expenses probably will increase in the 25 budget, or it may be, depending on when negotiations end, it could be in the, we may have to amend the budget. So we'll see what happens there. But we are aware, we do have enough in fund balance to pay for that, anything that, comes out of that. So we're aware of that. Again, we were very, very careful this year in what we provided, but I think everybody's got absolutely what they need to have. So if you compare 24's budget to 24's estimate, they spent less. It looks like they're going to spend less. And then so 25, of course, there will be an increase because we do have the 2% raise in there. We do have, they were granted some supplemental things that they needed. So it went up just slightly. But I think that, we have to continue to operate the city, but we're trying to do it on a shoestring. All right, next slide.
Pulling your mouth correctly.
Technical difficulties.
You need a sheet, need some paper.
Oh, I've got paper.
Okay. I think.
So this is a pie chart of the revenues by category. And so the green is the sales tax, which is probably the largest part of our revenue. The blue is our property tax, which comes in right after that. Then our industrial payments are the large orange slice. And then our utilities in lieu, or the pale blue of 10.4 million, and our gross receipts of 9.3 million. This is where we get our revenue. And then, of course, we have smaller funding sources, interest, miscellaneous revenue, even our charges for services. So that's just a representation, visual representation of what our revenues look like. Next slide. Here's our general fund expenses by category. And of course, the pale blue is police and the dark green is fire. The lime green is public works. And the larger orange slice is, I believe, parks. I'm sorry. That's transfer. Okay. So those are transfers. Again, just a visual representation of the different expenses by category. Next slide. And these are our transfers out, proposed, our base for 24, and then our proposed for 25. We kept them mostly fairly similar, except for employee benefits. We have to transfer an additional $4.65 million to our employee benefits fund to shore it up. That's not all from this year. Some of that, again, was from last year, had a negative fund balance. And we want to make sure that that's not occurring again, so we are having to transfer a little bit more money over to employee benefits. And we did fund a few new positions this year for some of the departments that were really in need. Animal care, got a couple of people, a field supervisor and a kennel and office assistant. The city attorney got a part-time legal clerk. She's doing some restructuring in her department. Event services, they got a couple of event maintenance workers. In finance, we are hiring a grants coordinator, which I'm excited about, and a buyer too, which we desperately needed. Terry's been working with only 3 buyers in there and so many departments, so this will definitely assist him. Information technology received an inventory control coordinator to take care of all of the equipment that is across the city, all of the computers and all of the things that they do. The libraries, they got a program coordinator so they can continue their programming that they're doing across the city for, citizens. They really enjoy those programs. Public Works got some street laborers, and Recreation received a Lakeside Facility Assistant Manager and a program coordinator to assist with all of the recreation programs that are going on. Next slide.
Cheryl,
Yes.
yeah, am I missing something? I thought we had 2 with the police.
We do.
Yeah.
Yes, those came in at the last
For the
minute. We
real-time
added.
crime center?
Yes, sir. The Real-Time Crime Center and what's the other one? The crime analyst.
crime
Thank you.
analyst.
I knew there was another. Yes, sir. So we need to add those to this slide. Appreciate that. All right, water fund. We're doing pretty well in the water fund. If you can see our revenues, we're going to be over our projections. And then next year, we're going to budget $65.5 million for revenues. And our expenditures, again, they stayed fairly flat. They're actually going to be able to go down a little bit on expenditures next year. Next slide. Solid waste also doing well. The revenues are up quite a bit from our 24 budget. We're, though not projecting quite as large a revenues next year, but a little bit more than last year. Our expenditures are coming in good. Looks like they're going to be down about $1 million in their expenditures for 24. And then 25 is fairly similar to 24, not going up hardly anything on their expenditures. So they're doing quite well as well. And then I'll take questions.
Go ahead, Councilman Turner.
I noticed we said the collection rate is down. One thing I'm real big on, if the revenues aren't right, we're saying the collection rate is down. I just want to make sure we're really accurate with that. Who's responsible for that? And who do we hold accountable for that? Because right now, we just stated something that's very alarming to me. I don't know if anybody else may feel that way, but we said we're operating the city on the shoestring budget, and I see expenses going up and revenue isn't going up. So at some point, we're gonna have to make some tough decisions.
Well, we are going up on revenue. We're gonna, the rate increases that we're proposing are definitely gonna help with the budget. Also, as far as the property taxes go, I mean, we're basically at the mercy of the tax office. They are our tax assessor collector. They collect all of our taxes. We pay them a fee to collect those taxes, and they remit them to us. So, I mean, I can contact the tax office and see if there's been some sort of error, but generally, we're just at their mercy.
So we do contract with the tax office to collect taxes, and they contract or subcontract out with Lineberger to go after uncollected taxes. And so it is I guess, extenuating process. They send out the bills, they try to make the efforts, and once it goes into delinquency, then they transfer those accounts over to Lineberger to do the additional collection. I believe that's still who they're working with.
That's right.
To Lineberger to do those additional collections. So to date, we have not received any notices of anyone being delinquent or any civil action being taken to collect, but we can follow up.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's a good point, council member. We need to sit down with them and find out, because a typical collection rate's gonna be around 99, a high 99, or for sure. And if it's 94, something's really out of sort. So we need to have a conversation with them. And Cheryl's saying it's shoestring, but this budget includes everything we need to have. We're still getting things and even able to get some new things in here and build up on fund balance, but we're just being physically conservative.
Yeah, one of my main things is almost every meeting I go in, the communities has been pretty adamant about the property taxes have went up, and everyone's paying them. Even myself with my situation, they have went up. And to know to hear today that we're at 94% and the city, we basically really survive. If you look at our revenue, our property tax and sales taxes, and we are under the projections and at that percentage, we should not be content or okay about that. Yeah.
I totally agree. We'll set up a meeting with them, find out what's going on.
Yes, I couldn't agree more, too. In fact, I had somebody working on walking forward our delinquencies to see what's paid. That person is no longer with the city, so I'm going to have to start back over again on that, but that is something that we definitely intend to do.
Councilman Getz?
You say that all the departments have everything that they need, but the Real-Time Crime Center, which we're all excited about and we're talking about, we only have 3 employees over there, so that's not able to be staffed 24/7. Are there plans to increase that going forward? Because that, to me, is such an important part of what we want to do in the city going forward to help with our crime rate. And we know that it will have an incredible impact,
Right.
but it's not going to do much good if nobody's in there staffing it.
Right. Well, like I said, we gave them a crime analyst, and we did give them 2 personnel for the Real-Time Crime Center. We did make some very hard decisions this year.
And Councilmember, myself and the new chief are going to meet this week to talk about that and the staffing of that. So we're going to look at all alternatives and been able to staff that. So we'll be able to know more after we talk this week.
Okay.
And I agree, yesterday we were going to talk about it this week.
Other questions?
Yeah, Cheryl, I believe you said that on the general fund, the income was 159 million, and then we're projecting 166. Now, that's not a huge number. It's not a huge increase when you
Right.
consider the overall budget, but you do feel like that's a conservative estimate, that we're
Yes.
not reaching to come up with that number.
Oh, no, we're not reaching to come up with those. We were very conservative in our projections. You know, I'm also, and other things that we're trying to do, I've hired people, like I said, to, they're going to check our franchise tax revenues. I'm probably going to have him check some other revenues while he's here. We already have a contract in place where they check our telecom payments out, because we pay a lot in phone bills and such, internet. But we're also going to have some people come back behind them and make sure that we've received, everything that we're supposed to, or not overpaid any of our bills. Also, it's my intent to hire someone to audit our healthcare costs, because that's where, we're really running out of control on the healthcare costs. And again, we'll present in a few minutes some more slides that discuss the Employee Benefits Fund. But, we're doing essentially all that we can to try to make sure that we're not paying out more than we need to, and that we're receiving all the revenues that we can receive.
And then you mentioned and if you alluded to this and I missed it, I apologize,
No,
but
it's fine.
you showed that the fire was in the red by 2.1 million. Have we identified that, and how do we prevent that from happening again?
Yeah, they're not really in the red. They're just down. Let's see. Let me find that slide.
Go back to that slide. You're on fine.
So that year to end versus budget is just, it's projecting the budget of 43 million, and then their estimate of 45 million. Most of that $2 million is overtime that they spent this year.
Okay. And then you may not have this number in front of you, but what are we budgeted for on the number of employees versus how many we have employed?
We do have a vacancy rate in there. You'll know the number of total number of employees, and then a vacancy. Normally, our vacancy is around 90 something a month. So, and we employ close to 1,400 people. So about 100, close to 100 people a month is our vacancy rate. We also did a vacancy rate in this, in our projections to say, if these people actually aren't paid, so we're gonna, take an amount off for the people who are always vacant, for positions that are always vacant.
Thank you, sure.
Yeah. Called it a salary savings, if you will.
Councilman Turner?
My last concern was, I was looking at numbers from last year, and with fire, we were around 26.4% projected, and I see 26.6%, and I see it's coming in at 26.4%. With police, we were at 28.9%, and it's coming in at 29.1%. If you can kind of, I don't know if you can today, maybe prepare something for the council and kind of speak to the numbers based upon what it is last year and what it
Fire
is
and PD.
now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Of course, a lot of that is raises, because they have contractual raises that are above, the percentage that we've been giving civilians. So that's part of the reason why there's this higher. And I can tell you, overtime is a big part of the increases as well.
Yeah, I just think, we need to take our analysts in a deep dive, even with overtime and one being 2 million over. We kind of need to look at that and see if we could come with a strategic plan within staff to
Yes.
address those numbers, especially with our numbers being kind of flatlined. I know we're saying we're slowly increasing, but honestly, in my opinion, it's kind of flatlined.
Yeah.
Yeah, fire is basically, and that's for the existing year 24, and it's basically overtime.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the number that's impacting fire. Next year is fairly flat as of right now because we don't know what we're going to do with contractual things yet. But that number is more than likely will go up based upon those contract discussions. If you look at police, we've increased it over $2 million from 24 to 25. So we are being mindful of these departments for sure, and making sure that they're having the things that they need.
Yeah, we definitely want to support them, make sure we have what they need, but also make sure we can afford it.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, it's a delicate balance, and we've been trying and, to make sure that they have what they absolutely have to have, but not more than that. And that's hard. That's hard for us, it's hard for them. So,
Yeah, those two comprise about 55% of the total general fund budget.
Yeah, so I'm
As of this point, which will probably go up.
right.
Councilman Pelsall?
City Manager, I'm assuming the overtime with the fire department is primarily with the EMS issue. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And then how are we progressing on resolving that issue? Do we feel like we're making headway?
Well, we've had discussions with Chief and what we can do to become more permanent rather than solve things with overtime. And that's one thing we're looking at, and how he can do some staffing things for sure. And also, I've given them a mandate. We've got to reduce overtime. It's your department. Y'all got to figure it out, because that's way too many dollars there. Now we have Chief Singler here, Chief White's out for Chief Shelton's service, but he can address something too if I miss something.
I think that'd be great.
And I would just like to add I know for me, the fire, police, and employee benefits, a much more deep dive breakdown in terms of how, we understand the problems, but what are we doing to solve the problems? Because otherwise, next year, we may be talking about the same problem. So I just want to have some accountability in terms of how we're going to be approaching these and provide the level of service that our residents expect, but also be able to control cost and make sure that we have all the efficiencies in there. And I understand with employee benefits, there are many different changes that have happened across many industries that I'm firsthand familiar with that can save millions of dollars and still provide excellent employee benefits, and making sure that all those are being explored. But I'd like a deep dive on all three of those, not just today, and I'd like something in writing, and I would like all of the slides provided in paper form to us too, for us to be able to review outside of this meeting.
Sure. Yeah, it's a lot to digest in just a few minutes.
So can we get an update on the fire department? Is that possible, just on the EMS issue? Because I get that's been an issue for some time. And I know that the insurance, the benefit package issue, that's a market thing too. I know in my line of work with, but health insurance is an issue across the market. I know with me, in my business, it's a major issue.
Good morning. Yes, I know after we talked budgeting, it came back as far as the number that we want to try to hit. We're definitely knowing being over $2 million, that's, definitely not acceptable. So we have been, there's some things that we can do. And again, number one, right now we're probably at 5 to 6% as far as needing to hire employees. I think we're probably it's around 12 short, which will help. The other thing is we're going to have to look into minimum staffing as far as a day. That's also a big driving factor. Right now we're making about 30,000 calls a year, 20,000 those being medical. So again, we've had to keep 9 ambulances in service to provide, a good service to our citizens to make sure we're there to take care of all the medical issues. So there's definitely some minimum staffing we want. Also, other factors we're looking at as far as how we, vacation and benefits and different things. We'll have to look as far as also just our leave. That's also another factor that also drives up insurance, our overtime. So after getting the number as far as what we need to try to hit next year, Chief White has had us working, and we have been meeting as far as trying to find ways to make sure we stay underneath that budget for next year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Other than getting, that additional information as we're able at this point, I think,
Yeah.
thank you for the presentation.
Absolutely, yeah. And I'll be back in a little bit to talk about the insurance.
Yes, ma'am.
Next, we have the update on the water and wastewater rate fees. We have Mr. Grady Reed from, is it HDR, Grady?
Yes, sir.
HDR. Grady came last year and talked with you. We did one of the recent water and sewer rate studies, and he's back again to talk about it.
So good morning, Mayor and Council. As Mr. Williams said, my name is Grady Reed. I'm a senior project manager with HDR Engineering. I've actually been with the same company for 25 years now, and been in the industry for the same amount of time. So over that time, I've performed water and wastewater rate studies all across Texas and across the country, and get to see a lot of different things. I'm going to kind of echo what you've heard a lot already before. We've talked about in your strategic plan, trying how important financial health is to the city, and obviously that's true with the water and wastewater utility as well. I think last year we took a big step forward with the utilities and trying to achieve better financial health for them. And you've certainly seen that reflected in increased revenues from those utilities, as well as higher fund balances. And your utilities are in a much better financial position this year than they were at this time last year. I think that we need to continue that, hopefully, and just try to move them forward just a little bit more. So if we look at your utility fund as a whole, so water and wastewater, you are meeting your own internal requirements. The fund balance has not really meeting the industry standard requirements, which for a water and wastewater utility is about 25% or 3 months worth of reserves. There are some utilities, just so you know, that they have a fund balance requirement more so on the water side than wastewater, but they'll try to hit a 6-month reserve or a 50% fund balance on water, just because those revenues tend to vary a little bit more year to year based on weather conditions. But really right now, the industry standard is kind of 25% or 3 months. You're not quite there yet, but you are meeting your internal requirements, which I don't think that was the case last year whenever we were here. Total proposed budget expenses for the utility as a whole are $58.5 million. Again, as Cheryl said, that's pretty much flat over the previous year. We do have always significant capital projects that are needed to keep the utility running and to continue to provide a high level of service to your customers. All of those projects in 2025 were being funded through debt that is just recently issued or is in the process of being issued. And then we also have some limited grant funds funding some of those projects as well. So with that, we have no new debt being issued in this upcoming fiscal year for the water and wastewater utility. We do have additional debt issues of around $26 million a year. It varies a little bit, but right around that number in 26, 27, 28, and then another debt issue of about $18.8 million in 2029. Again, the exact timing of those debt issues, you may choose to kind of double up on those, so you're not issuing debt every year and every other year, but just for modeling purpose, we've assumed additional debt issues every year moving forward. Go to the next slide. So if we kind of look at that's looking at your utility as a whole. One of the things that we try to do is we try to split that utility out into water pieces and wastewater pieces. So we're almost doing two kind of mini rate studies, if you will, within the purview of the larger utility as a whole. The reason that we try to do that is because while your utility fund is one and water and wastewater is contained within that, what we really want is for all of the water revenue to fully fund the water operations and expenses of the city, and the same for wastewater. In other words, we don't want cross subsidization between the two utilities. Again, that's just the industry norm. That's the recommended practices. So we take your utility budget and including your revenues and all of your expenses, and we try as best we can to split those into water expenses and wastewater expenses. On the water side, those total proposed expenses are about $30.4 million of that $58.5 million this upcoming year. That's to serve about 48,000 connections. And we're planning on a total billed water use of about 5 billion gallons this upcoming year. I will say planning, and I'll talk a little bit more about this as we move forward. Planning revenue on the water side is sometimes tricky because it's driven so much by weather. 2023 was dry. This year has not been dry. And so that has a pretty big fluctuation on that revenue. When we move forward, we try to plan as best we can for an average year, or what that average consumption is per connection over a longer term period, knowing that our actual revenues are probably going to bounce around a little bit around that average depending on how much rainfall we're getting and what the temperature is. Also moving forward, we do have pretty limited growth in the number of connections. We do not have any growth in connections for 2025 for this upcoming year. After that, we're assuming 0.5% per year growth for the next 2 years. And then after that, we're assuming 1% growth in the number of connections. So we do have growth coming, but for right now, that growth is pretty limited. And that's important as well, just because we are, for planning purposes and forecasting purposes, we are assuming that your cost, your O&M cost, basically increase about 3% a year. Now, that's not always the case. As Cheryl said, your expenses this year were relatively flat. But most times that's kind of what we use moving forward. So if you have limited growth, and what that produces is a scenario in which your costs are increasing at a faster rate than your revenues are just due to growth. So you typically have to try to make up that difference through some rate increases. And we do have those, so you can see our expenses there increasing to about $38.3 million in fiscal year 2029. Most of that, there is some inflationary factors in there, but most of that is due to increasing debt service payments. You can go to the next slide. So this is the water CIP. As you can see for 2025, those projects that are highlighted in different color there, those are the ones that we are included in the bond that is being issued now. We have accounted for those costs by putting that debt service projection into our rate model. So those projects are all in here. Future years of those projects, if it's a year that's being funded over multiple years. So for example, the Pine Street Treated Water Resiliency Line, we've assumed that the project funding for that in 2025 is from the bond that's being issued now. The remaining funding for that project would come at a later bond issue in 2026. Again, you can just kind of see those projects. There are some grant funded projects as well. Over the total 5-year period on the water side, we're looking at almost $130 million worth of CIP projects. You can go to the next slide. On the wastewater utility, wastewater as a whole is historically just not performed as well financially as the water utility. Just revenues are not covering current expenses. Even with the rate increase last year, we've moved significantly forward, but we're not quite there yet. Basically assuming almost the same amount of wastewater connections and a total billed use of around 3.7 billion gallons on the wastewater side. Same growth rate on wastewater as for water, so no growth this upcoming year and then limited growth after that. Out of that $58.5 million, the total proposed water expenses in this upcoming year are $28.1 million. And again, that's making some assumptions and splitting some of those costs out between water and wastewater. We would expect that those expenses would increase to about $32.7 million. And again, most of that is really due to increased debt service payments. And we do have chemical costs going up at a higher rate of inflation than all of the other expenses as well. Go to the next slide. These are the wastewater CIP projects. Total over the 5-year period is not near as high as water at about $65.6 million. Again, those projects that are highlighted in 2025 in that different color, we've assumed that those are going to be included in the bond that is being issued now. And there's some grant funding as well for some of these wastewater projects, as well as some future debt that would be issued for those projects moving forward. Go to the next slide. So rate recommendations. I think Mr. Williams kind of stole my thunder in one of his slides for this. That's all right. But
The bad news is back quickly as you can.
So on the water side, this year we would recommend a 4% across the board rate increase, basically a 4% rate increase. So if you're the customer that's using 5,000 gallons of water, residential customer that's using 5,000 gallons of water, that's about $1.53 per month. That is right in line with where we were last year when I was standing before you. I said I think you're going to be looking at about a 4% rate increase for this upcoming fiscal year, and that's kind of right where we landed. On the wastewater side, we would recommend a 10% increase on wastewater. That's about a $3.21 per month. Last year, we had projected that rate increase would be 12%. So we're actually a little bit lower on that rate increase than where we thought we would be. And again, I've talked a little bit about why we split these expenses into water and wastewater. And this is why we do this, so we can do these differential rate increases between the utilities, so that we're trying to get the wastewater utility caught up, if you will, so that it's doing a better job of supporting itself and not using water revenues to pay for wastewater expenses. If we look at this total increase, it's $4.74 per month, or about a 6.8% increase when we average the two together. And again, the goal here, as y'all have said and is in your strategic plan, is really just to have a utility that is financially healthy and isn't being operated on a shoestring budget, or that you have reserves should you need those for whatever reasons. And so our goal here with these rate increases is still to slow that revenue loss, certainly on the wastewater side. And then you will be starting to generate this positive revenue, build that fund balance while you're meeting your own targets. I'd personally like to see you a little bit closer to that 25% industry norm, at least for the water and wastewater utility. And with these rate increases, I think you could potentially be there by the end of fiscal year 2025. If not, you should be well on your way to getting there by 2026. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So this just shows what the bills would be and our projections kind of moving forward. I'll talk about those projections here in just a second. But again, you can see for a residential customer that's using 5,000 gallons of water and 5,000 gallons of sewer, which the water use is typically going to be a little bit higher than that during the summer. And quite honestly, 5,000 gallons of sewer may be a little high, but that's what we're using as your typical customer. So their bill would go up to that $4.74, or about 6.8%. Go to the next slide. This just kind of shows our projections for the water utility. The stacked bars are the expenses, and then the dashed line at the top is the projected revenue. The things that I want to point out on this slide is the red at the top. That's the increased debt service. So you can kind of see that coming on as we go forward, and we're assuming these debt increases coming on, or these debt issues starting again in 2026. You do lose some debt in 2029. Some debt is retired, so that helps you a little bit as well. Also want to point out that at the bottom of this, I have projected water rate adjustments. Right now, those are running, I think, around 4 to 5% looking forward. However, I will say your utility has been overperforming a little bit on the revenue side. And so while I certainly think it's prudent to adjust your rates 4% this year, again, and I try to be a little bit conservative in my projections, because I would much rather, if I'm here next year at this time, I would much rather say, well, look, we told you it was going to be 4 and it's 2 or 1, instead of, oh, we told you it was going to be 4 and it's 10. I think those 4 and 5% rate increases moving forward and starting in 2026 are probably a little bit on the high side. I wouldn't be surprised to see those come down. But again, I'm trying to be a little bit conservative in my projections to kind of give you, that's probably an upper end of where I would see those moving forward. And go to the next slide. So same things on wastewater. Again, you can see the debt coming on as we move forward. The takeaway from this slide is that, again, we're really trying to play a little bit of catch up on the wastewater utility. I have 12% shown in there as my projection on what that rate increase would be next year. Again, I wouldn't necessarily think that I think it could be less than 12%. I don't think it's going to be 0. I think you're looking at probably 1, if not 2 more years of a little bit higher wastewater rate increases than you are water rate increases. And so that's kind of the takeaway there. It's not what those actual numbers are. It's just to kind of give you a picture of where we're going, and you're likely going to need a little bit more increase on the wastewater side moving forward. You can go to the next slide. This just shows kind of everything together. And again, we talked a lot about financial health and trying to always make sure that we have the revenue coming in to cover all of our utility expenses, as well as kind of building a little bit of fund balance as we move forward. You can go to the next slide. So this is your kind of where we see your operating reserves. Again, that 2025, this isn't quite showing that you would be at 25%, again, which is not your internal target. That's just the kind of industry standard. But I do think you'll certainly be above 20%. And depending upon how this year goes, the rest of this fiscal year, I would not be surprised if you're not pretty close to that 25% at the end of fiscal year 2025. Certainly if we hope for a hot, dry summer where people have just enough hope that if they keep watering their yards, they won't die. So I think moving forward, you're going to be right around that between that 20 and 25% of operating reserves, which is healthy and riding kind of in line with industry standards. Go to the next slide. So we talk. I think I spent a lot of time on this last time, and this is something that people always want to see is kind of how do we benchmark against other cities. So even with these rate increases, we're trying to keep you kind of right in the middle of the pack as far as your cities that we would compare you against. Waco, Port Arthur, and Orange are higher, with the remaining cities a little bit below you. I will say that these bills for these cities, this is their current rates. A lot of them are going through the same process that y'all are, where they're going to be updating their rates moving forward as well. And so some of them could have significant rate increases themselves, depending on what's going on. But I think the good news is even with these rate increases, you're certainly not the highest compared to your peer cities. You're kind of right in the middle. And this is it's the same on the commercial side if we look at commercial rates and where other people are on their commercial bills.
Can you please go back a slide?
I have a question. The rates here for some of our neighboring cities, like Nederland and Groves, for their water rates, substantially lower than what we're proposing in Beaumont or what we currently have in Beaumont. What do you attribute that to?
So that's why I always hate showing this slide because I always get asked that question. I don't know anything. I'm going to be honest. I don't know anything about Nederland or Groves.
Right.
It could be that they're closer to their source of supply, and so it's cheaper for them to get water to them. It could be that their system is failing around them and they're not maintaining it. I'm not saying that's what they're doing because I have no idea.
Well, and I understand that you're here to make sure that we're within the parameters we need in terms of making sure we have enough revenue to cover our expenses. That's your job. There are geopolitical factors that we as a council have to also consider, and this slide brings that to bear. So I don't know what is going on over there. I don't see Port Neches in here. Does anybody know, do they buy their water from the LMBA and we get ours from the Neches? I don't know if that's a factor. But I'd like to have some answers to some of these questions because, you know, one of the things that we as a city have had to deal with, and I think we've done a good job, is this perception that there's something wrong with our water. We've got brown water, we've got discolored water. Actually, we know that according to TCEQ, we have a superior rated water system in the city of Beaumont. Still, that perception is out there, and we have aggressively gone out to try to take care of some of these problems. And I don't know about the rest of council, but I haven't had a single discolored water comment from any citizen this year. So I think we've, made some progress in that area. Nevertheless, I'd like to see if there's something going on here, if there's somebody in the water department that can help us analyze that and try to get an answer for that, I'd appreciate it.
Councilman Turner?
Just to piggyback on that analysis, one thing I'm concerned about is just the perception of the reality. I think in these kind of situations, it's okay to have some uncomfortable conversations where, whether it be our major employers, whether it be BISD, whether it be ExxonMobil, whether it be the city of Beaumont, we have a lot of people who work within the city of Beaumont, but they travel to these areas where the rates are lower, and the majority of the revenue they make, which is the good paying jobs, they go to these other areas and they contribute to these rates, which put us in a position where we're not getting the property taxes and we're not getting the revenue that these areas are getting to offset this cost right here. So I think that's something else we really need to look into. And if that's something that's happening, we need to speak to it and not talk around, especially if it's affecting us financially like this. Of course, you can't make anybody live here, but we at least need to know if that's a good contributing factor to why they're able to get away with rates. Well, not get away with, why they're able to have rates this low neighboring us. And we're kind of, I know we're saying in the middle, but it's projected that we're going to kind of be higher than all these other cities surrounding us that we're compared to.
And these slides will also be available to us in paper copy as well.
Yeah, we'll get a presentation to you. Mayor, if I may ask Grady a couple of questions. Grady, one of your slides had quite a steep rate increase, and of course the early years or middle years. Could you go back to the one with the charts? Well, yeah, that one will do, like the 10 and 12%, and the other one. Could there be more of a smoothing over the term of the 5 years to why we won't get there as fast, but we can get there?
That would be an option moving forward. as well. So that, we could take that 12%, that 7%, that 2 and that 2, and we could try to average that out a little bit. Every year we do, as we're updating the rates, we do look at your projected fund balances. And so the only thing that we would have to make sure of is if we lowered that 12 down to something where we were trying to smooth that out, that you wouldn't fall below a fund balance requirement due to less revenues coming in.
Yeah, as I know, it's always not so palatable for council elected officials to look at 10 and 12% rate increases, and I can understand that. So if that can be a little bit more deliberate, it's always more attractive. Also, commercial rates. Sometimes it's better to look at the commercial rates a little harder than residential rates because residential people have, a little more hardship. Have we looked at maybe doing a little bit more increase on the commercial side rather than the residential side?
We did not look at that specifically this year. As part of our rate study last year, we did do what is called a cost of service analysis, in which we not only took your expenses as a utility and split those into water and wastewater, but then we even further subdivided those expenses down into, we think these are expenses that are being placed upon the utility by residential customers, commercial customers, industrial customers, and multifamily customers. We then compared that against the revenue being brought in by those customers. I would have to go back and look just to make sure that I don't misspeak. I do think that cost of service study showed that on the residential and commercial side, that the revenues being brought in were relatively close to the expenses that they were placing on the system. With that said, a cost of service study is just, it's a guide to try to make sure that you're not grossly overcharging or undercharging one customer group within the utility. So that is something that we could look at as well, either this year or even just moving forward. We could look at commercial rate increases versus a little bit less on the residential
Okay, if
side.
that's something that makes it more palatable for council.
I just want to echo, I agree with that. I think we really, even this current year, if we could do that, if that's possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilman Felshaw? Oh.
No, go, Councilman.
Well, I had the same question as the city manager, averaging out. So we're all thinking the same thing, because the citizens, that is a sticker shock to them, to get those high bumps like that. But, don't worry about it. When they call me, I'm blaming you.
Well, no, council member, I certainly do understand that. And I know that last year there was a pretty significant rate increase on wastewater as well. Again, what we're facing on the wastewater utility is we're trying to play catch up. We can drag that out over a little bit longer period of time. And I think certainly next year, I think you would probably be in a better position to start trying to do that and maybe slow that down. Last year and this year, we really have been focusing on just trying to have better financial health for the utility. And unfortunately, that means bringing in more money to cover those expenses and to build that fund balance. So, we could look at dropping that this year, but I think this year you would try to want to move something. Now, how we apportion that, again, if we want to look at apportioning that differently between residential and commercial, I think that's fine. But I think for fiscal year 2025, my recommendation would be that we try to hold your total revenues where we have them now. And then let's see where you end 2025 moving forward.
Councilman Turner?
Well, and I understand we're saying wastewater expenses are not covering current expenses, but when we say we're trying to play catch up, it's real important when we have to speak to citizens about some of these increases. We have to say why we're trying to play catch up. Like, we're trying to play catch up, but why? A lot of people want specifically when you're talking about the money and things raising. So I think it's important to speak to why we're having to play catch up this significant over the last 2 years.
Yeah, and again, it's really just because, again, I don't remember exactly what the numbers were. Maybe June can help me. But I think when we started this process last year, the utility was sitting at somewhere around a 10% reserve. It was pretty low. And what that means is just it's like in our own personal lives having kind of an emergency fund, if you will, where we have funds set aside so that should something unexpected occur, that could be a large on the wastewater side. It could be a large interceptor break. It could be you're prone to hurricanes here. It could be a hurricane coming and taking out a wastewater treatment plant or damaging the wastewater treatment plant to the point where it needs significant repairs that the city has to upfront that money before getting reimbursed. So it's really just trying to provide some of that financial stability where if something unexpected were to happen, that the city is able to take care of that in a timely manner. Like I said, the industry norm is 25% of reserves. I'm not a big proponent of trying to carry a lot of cash on hand above that, because I think that does start to raise the question of, well, why are my rates so high when you're sitting on all of this money that's just kind of sitting there? So I think it's just trying to balance those out as best we can, if that makes sense, where you don't want to be operating on a shoestring budget, because if something bad does happen, we want to have that money to fix it. Also, it can impact your ability to go and issue debt for projects that are needed. Those that are giving you money, they also want to see that you're operating a utility in a sound manner financially, so that they are reassured that they're going to get repaid on the debt that they're issuing you.
Councilman Getz?
We're spending a lot of time talking about making sure we have enough revenue coming in to cover our expenses. In our personal life, when we don't have enough revenue coming in, we cut things. We, maybe I don't need that Netflix subscription anymore, things like that. I haven't heard a lot of comments about examination of our expenditures to see if there's any areas that are wants instead of needs. Is there any attempt being made to look through our expenditures to see if everything that is being asked for is something that we really need to do right now? Really?
I can answer that, Mr. Getz. Yes, this year we did zero-based budgeting, which is basically everybody has to prove out every account. They have to list exactly what they want in every account, and we did. We held their feet to the fire completely, and I even went back to several departments and asked them to cut things. So we definitely have tried to minimize expenses as much as possible, and I think the zero-based budgeting has really helped in that regard, because it really just shows this is what I need and itemizes it so that we can analyze it and say, well, why is this going up so much? And you put this in here, do you really need that? So we were very careful this year to try to minimize expenses as much as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, if I make
Yes.
another point. Mr. Reed mentioned about the bond rating. We shared that report with this year we issued that, and one of the things that they did ding us on was that we didn't have a large enough fund balance in our wastewater fund balance. And they said that one of the things that would look at would possibly increase our bond rating was to have a larger reserve in that particular balance. That's one of the things.
Yes, Mr. City Manager, I read that as well, and I think the cost of money, and clearly we are projecting to borrow more money. The cost of that money, interest rates we don't control, but our bond rating we do, and what we're being told is that we are below industry standards currently, and you're encouraging us to get to those industry standards. And although I certainly agree, individually, we can cut out Netflix, we can cut out going out to dinner or Starbucks. Water and sewer, this is what we're limited to. These are important areas, and I know that my phone rings a lot because of water sewer issues, and we have made great improvements, but we have more to make. And I think because we have underfunded this as a city and not charged the rates that we want, I understand it's unpopular. I mean, I get it, but also I understand that our bond rating may be declining, and we still want to provide excellent service to our customers, whether it's water or sewer, and unacceptable service. And that is paid for from these funds. It doesn't come from the general fund. So I think I appreciate it, and I think we do need to continue to analyze it. And I know through artificial intelligence, we are finding efficiencies to be able to make improvements from meetings I've been a part of. And hopefully we'll continue to be able to make greater ones. But my concern in terms of putting off rate increases is it's going to affect the cost of money. And in one way we're saying, hey, we're going to be saving the city money. But in fact, we won't be saving the city money. And 3 years from now, the city will be in worse shape. So I think, sometimes we're just in a position that we have to deal with where we are now, because we're not talking Netflix, we're not talking Starbucks, we're not talking McDonald's, we're talking water and sewer. So that's my thought. Yes, sir.
So how much money out of the water and sewer fund does go back to the general fund?
I can look.
And how is that
Good question.
calculated?
So I kept the same amount that's been going back. They pay $7 million back to the general fund.
But what's that based off of?
That was a historical number. It's
So-
based on, the general fund does a lot, all the overhead that's done, all the accounting, all of the administration, a lot of things that are done, but that is a historical number. I did not change it.
Yeah,
Is that a number we could get firmed up on in terms of cost? Is there a way to project that better?
So
We can.
I can speak a little bit to that as well if you
Yes,
want me to. So that's what that transfer to the general fund is intended for. It's to cover general fund services like city administration, finance, human resources, legal, all of those types of things that they are providing. They're spending time and they're spending things that they have on doing utility functions. It can also include basically a franchise fee, sometimes for the water and wastewater utility, which their lines are located in city right of ways. And so if you're any other utility, you would pay a franchise fee. As far as the second part of that question, it's interesting that I'm dealing with this with another client at the same time. They're kind of looking at their general fund transfer. I would love to tell you that there is a tried and true methodology for determining what that transfer should be, and one does not exist. How we have typically tried to do that in the past is make several assumptions, and in which we just look at these other departments, these general fund departments. We look at what their budgets are, and then sit down with their staff and try to determine how much of their time they're spending on water and wastewater functions. That's not perfect, and it is very assumption laden. I would need to do the math. Y'all are transferring $7 million out of, I believe it's close to $60-something million in revenue. The industry norm for that transfer is probably somewhere around 7 to 11%. So y'all would probably be at the high end of that, but it's not. I have seen some utilities that are transferring 25% of their revenue to the general fund, and that's obviously not based on what those costs are. But that is something that, that the city can certainly look at. Like I said, I wish that there was a tried and true methodology for that. But really short of having your staff track all of their time over the course of a year, you're still going to end up making some assumptions there.
And would it be difficult to get us that industry average? I mean, we're looking at comparing water rates, but in terms of what is returned to general funds from the water and wastewater from various cities, municipalities here in Texas.
So that's something I can look at. I'm actually looking at that same request for this other client at the same time.
Councilman Getz?
So clearly, if we were to transfer less money into the general fund from the water fund, we would have to make that revenue up somewhere in the general fund. I don't know if there's more opportunities to do that in the general fund than there is in the water and sewer. But we do, like the mayor said, need to be pretty much in line with what other cities are doing. You said we're probably on the higher end by that $7 million transfer. That is, of course, a place where we can find some relief to our water customers. Obviously, we're not transferring that much money out. You don't need that. You don't need that revenue. It stays within the enterprise fund. So, yeah, please look at that.
We can look at that. We can try to pull these other cities' budgets and just see what their level of transfer.
And if I may, and I don't really know the number in our policy, but typically that percentage that's transferred is set by council in cities. There's typically somewhere in your policy that you say we can transfer up to 7% or 11% or whatever. So we need to look at our policy, financial policy.
And I will say, as Cheryl reiterated, that number has not gone up. So as your revenues have increased.
So more than likely, it's probably set by a policy that was adopted by a council, how much you transfer. It's not something that a staff unilaterally does.
Yeah. So that transfer amount has remained constant as revenues and expenses have gone up.
I'm also interested in seeing how long have that allotted transfer been set at that. We said it's something that we standardly do. I'm interested in how long have we been operating under this practice.
Any other questions?
So how many, this is a little bit off topic, but how many funds like this do we have that we transfer to the general fund out of a fund like this?
So it would typically just be your enterprise funds, which are water, sewer, potentially solid waste, those types of funds. And an enterprise fund, you have to think of that as it's a business. That's basically, the general fund is not a business. Water and wastewater service is a business. And so that transfer, well, we want to make sure that transfer is as accurate as it could be. At the same time, we want to make sure that the cost of doing business, which includes the cost of general fund activities that are providing a service to the water and wastewater, you could almost think of them, if you own a business, as an outside contractor, that they're coming in and they're doing work for the utility. So we just want to always keep that in mind, that enterprise funds are a little bit different than the general fund, and that you are providing a service to your customers. Those customers are paying for that service, and that utilities they're basically a business activity of the city. So I know that didn't exactly answer your question, but that's just something to keep in mind as well as we kind of look at the big picture here.
I agree with you 100%, but it'd just be easier to justify that we knew what that $7 million really was. That's just an arbitrary number right now.
Yeah.
We do also transfer 2.4 million from the solid waste fund to the general fund. And basically they're called payments in lieu of taxes. So if it were a business, it would be paying, like you said, franchise taxes and taxes into the city.
So we could figure out what that 2.4 is based off of, and that 7 million, I think that would help.
Anybody else? Do you have more, or did you get through it?
That's it. That's all that I had. I'm just answering questions.
All right,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
Thank y'all.
Who's next? Anything?
Save some utility expense.
So Susan and I are here in place of Holmes Murphy. Preston had a family emergency, so they prepared some slides for us, so we're just going to present those slides for you today. This is the total medical pharmacy historical performance for the last 3 years for the city and current year-to-date through June. And you can see the medical and the pharmacy, the total paid increasing every year. Total paid in 21, 22.7 million, 22, 26.2 million, 23, 27.8 million, and year-to-date, 21.8 million. So obviously, I mean, I think everybody, you know, is in the same boat everywhere, that medical expenses are just going up and up and up. But they've got some things that they're doing that are gonna try to help. And like I said, I'm gonna also have somebody come in and start auditing our medical expenses. Next slide. So these are our total high-cost claimant historical performance for the last 3 years. In 21, we had 21 claimants that had expenses over $100,000, which totaled 4.6 million in medical and 1 million in pharmacy. In 22, that number for medical was 6.8 million and pharmacy 1.5. And we had 38 claimants that year. And in 23, we had 37 claimants, medical 7.2, and pharmacy 3 million. And then you see the year-to-date numbers. Fortunately, this year we only have 14 claimants. But, you know, we cannot predict that. That's totally unpredictable and out of our control is how many claimants we have, you know, with high medical costs. We are, you know, putting in place also a program, you know, like a, what do you call your program? Well, the the employee health program that we're going to put in place, $40-something thousand. Or, okay. So, you know, to try to make employees more healthy so that, you know, we don't have so many high costs. So we have a plan. Next slide. Individual stop loss historical performance. Stop losses, you know, our insurance that in 21, we had a stop loss level of 225, but we've raised it to 275 to try to bring those premiums down. You see the premiums increasing, but in this case, we do get reimbursement, you know, for some of those premiums paid. So, and actually we've done well in 23 and 24 with our reimbursement, but you see the stop loss ratio going up and up and up. Next slide. These are large claimants over 200,000 paid year to date for this year. So you see we have, you know, all different types of diseases, people with cancer, unfortunately people, you know, with injury or poisoning or other things. So all these different things that we have going on that just cost, you know, lots in pharmacy, lots in medical costs that we have to pay. Next slide. There's no heading on it, but this is a budget of, you know, current year to prior year total medical and dental costs. We budgeted 21.9 million in 24. It looks like it's going to end up at 23 million. So, you know, a large increase this year. Total medical, we budgeted 18.2, and it looks like it's going to be 19.2. So a large increase in 24. 23 C was the same way. So their mitigation strategies, they do not recommend any copay or deductible adjustments this year because we did adjust last year. They also are not recommending, but these are things that, you know, are potential things that could happen, to go to an HMO or something with deeper discounts. But, you know, part of the thing that keeps employees happy and keeps employees here is the good benefits that we provide. So they're also very important, and, you know, we don't want to overstress the employees with high deductibles, high copay adjustments. They are planning to go to an international pharmacy, which they're saying could potentially save us $500,000 to $1 million, depending on the medications included in the program and how many people use it. But we are planning to move to Lividity, and there will be a presentation to council on that very shortly. They also want to do a quantified specialty care, which is a network of specialty drug infusion providers and support services, and that could potentially save us $400,000 to $500,000 per year. They also are implementing, it's called Surgery Plus, and it's going to, it's like a certain surgery center you can go to, then you don't have to have a copay for that. So hopefully employees will, you know, go to that surgery center to have their surgical procedures done and save the city money, save themselves money. So that's another option of some strategies to mitigate costs. And I think Susan had a little information.
I know Cheryl already mentioned it, but one of the things that did come up in last year's compensation study was what retains employees here at the city: benefits. I just want to mention that. Our goal is, of course, to keep everything affordable to our employees that offer good coverage, and we try to do that every year. We do have some new things that we're looking at in 2025 for the employees as far as their benefits. Our current vendors for our voluntary plans, we are changing carrier. We're going to have a better coverage plan for our employees that elect to do that at the same cost. So we're looking forward to that. We're also going to introduce a whole life policy here for our employees. So when they actually separate service, they can take a whole life policy with them when they walk out the door. Currently, we do not offer that. I don't want to talk too much about pharmacy costs at this point. We do have an agenda item for the August 6th meeting. We did go out for RFP, and it looks very promising for next year. We do want to encourage our wellness. I did not know that that was approved. It was a supplemental request in this year's budget, so it's good to hear that we still have it in there. But we're going to do a kickoff campaign to keep our employees better healthy, health-wise, habits. It's also going to include a safety piece. So it's a coordination between safety and health. It's going to have a hydration campaign. It's going to have get your steps in. I'm looking forward to implementing that here at the city to keep our employees healthy so that we hopefully will offset some of our costs. We offer BEXA for women's breast exams. We're going to be offering an angio screen at the end of August for our employees to get scanned, and hopefully early detection will help with offsetting additional costs there as well. We also encourage our employees, local gym memberships, anything that we can do to encourage healthy habits. Like she mentioned, we are looking at Surgery Plus for next year to help our employees with their out-of-pocket costs for if they do have to have a medical procedure. Once again, that is voluntary. So if our employees choose not to elect to do that, they don't have to. And just future consideration, next year we will be going out for RFP for our medical and dental. So we do not know what our fiscal year 26 will look like at this point until after that process is completed. But for 2025, our benefits are staying the same, Blue Cross Blue Shield. Any questions?
I have a question. In terms of, and y'all may have this information available now, or it may be something that requires a little research. I know when it comes to primary health care providers versus emergency room visits, oftentimes with employers, you can find significant decreases in healthcare costs by getting people to have a primary care doctor that is affordable to them and available to them, and also incentivizing them to go, because then maybe conditions don't get worse, they don't need as much medication, and they don't end up in the same position. And is that something we have studied, and to see how successful? And also, I know with the company that I work for in my primary job, they offer financial incentives for people to participate in these programs because it's saving the company money for people to be healthier. So I'm just curious if that is something we've explored, and also tracking how many people do have primary caregivers versus visit emergency rooms from year to year, because obviously this problem, the best way for it to get better is for us to help them be more healthy and use healthcare, the less expensive healthcare more often, rather than end up in the emergency room.
We have looked into offering a program and what the cost would be to the city, how it would impact if we had like, I don't want to name any vendor names because we've just looked at them to try to offset some of the out-of-pocket costs, keep people going to the physicians and getting their annual exams, physicals, but we did not bring that to 2025's budget because we believe it's going to require an RFP process.
Councilman Felshaw?
Again, you did not recommend a increase on the deductible, individual 1,000, family 15, I think 100. What's the deductible now?
Our out-of-pocket deductible for an employee only is $1,000. Our maximum out-of-pocket for an employee is $6,000 for deductibles.
Okay, I misunderstood it then. Thank you.
For me, I struggle with, when we talk about things of this magnitude, we talk about the 2% straight across the board. And I know, the median income in Beaumont is $31,000 per household. So I look at it from the aspect of, what may be affordable to some or not affordable to most, specifically when we look at the median income. It's just tough for me to look at the aspect of some of these employees that are making the rates that they're making, even have to deal with a deductible to that magnitude because, financially, like we're talking about, our budget is tight. So if our budget is tight as a city, I can only imagine how budgets are in households. So I just want us as a council to really take that into consideration when we're looking at increases in staff and salaries. And Councilman Neal, we talk about this all the time. It's a difference between the top heavy and, just the average citizen working for Beaumont. So I hope we really take true consideration in this year's budget.
In 2025, our payroll deductions for employee benefits will be increasing for dental and medical. For this current year, our increase in what the employees pay was 10%. The year before was 10%. This year, we're trying to keep it under 10% for the payroll changes that'll be effective January 1 of 25. Because we do understand that with the increase on office copays, deductibles, and your out-of-pockets, and your payroll increasing, unfortunately, because of the premiums increase, that it's difficult for our employees, and especially our retirees that pay a percentage of the COBRA rates. Those rates are also going up, and those people are on fixed incomes. So we do keep all of that in mind when we look at rates every year, and try to keep them manageable so we don't have any huge increases.
Thank you. It kind of speaks to the point I'm trying to make, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, we keep the employees in mind all the time.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Demi Ingman. I'm going to speak for the Planning and Community Development Department and the budget requests. First, some highlights over the course of fiscal year '24. We are over 5,000 permits issued. The Downtown Proactive Code Enforcement Program has been underway. Y'all have been receiving weekly updates. That update should come today. Sorry for the delay. Demolition, we've completed 99 structures and have 345 properties or structures in the pipeline. Beaumont Zip, we continue to upgrade and enhance code enforcement inspections. So that's your litter, JMV, weeds, nuisance. We have completed 18,731 to date. For compliance, we have spent $779,605 year to date. Looking forward to fiscal year '25, we're going to apply today, actually, for the comprehensive plan or funding to the comprehensive plan through the GLO, the General Land Office, through their Resilient Communities Program. Looking forward to bringing the vacant building registry for y'all's consideration next month. Improved economic development policies. Been working with the economic development manager in bringing that also in '25, and also improving our code outreach. The proposed requests today for demolition, boarding and secure, a total of $340,000. So due to the increased downtown enforcement that we have been or that is ongoing, it may result in possible demolition, possible boarding and securing of buildings should the owners not come into compliance. With that, these larger buildings downtown, we received, quotes. It could be anywhere, depending on the size of the building. It varies greatly. But your larger buildings could be about $400,000, a little less to demolish, or it could be more if they're, again, depending on size. Same thing for boarding and securing. It can range anywhere from $25,000, maybe less, all the way up to $100,000, depending on the size of the building again. So that's where that large number of $340,000 is coming into play. Of course, if we don't have to spend all of that, we would not, but we would like to prepare for that. And that's also in the strategic plan as a high priority for proactive code enforcement. Next is a CDBG housing assistant request. This would be a request for a position. In fiscal year '24, CDBG and home funds were distributed from 12 organizations from the previous year to 25 organizations this year. So that doubled the amount of documentation, recording that we have to do or provide to HUD every single year. So they would assist in that to our community services manager. And also they would we were trying to increase efforts to advertise our grant-funded programs, public outreach, elevate customer experience, also addressing homelessness from an administrative standpoint to assist in any coordination, publication, et cetera, to this effort. This would also improve our divisional and departmental effectiveness. Third, $250,000 towards homeless initiatives. In fiscal year '24 this year, y'all had set aside $250,000. Obviously, that was put on pause. That was for the shelter, possible cleanup, possible storage of personal items, that kind of, or those kinds of things. That money has not been spent, as that was put on pause to that case. But I do believe in the next month, we'll be doing a workshop to get a bit more direction to see which way y'all would like to move on that. Last request, community liaison youth programming, we're requesting $25,000. That is for literacy programs, tutorials, after school functions, straight talk symposiums, and if the budget would allow, possible athletic programs. So on this slide, this is the fees. Building codes, this is the building permit fees slide, and also trade permits. We have tons of fees. So this is not listing all of them. It's just the ones that I felt were a greater change than the others. So the last time the fees were adjusted was 2010. Canvassed comparable cities and what their fees are and proposed adjustments consistent to those cities. To quickly highlight, new commercial and multifamily permit fees are calculated by valuation of the project. I would like to increase the base fee by 40% and charge an additional $1 per $1,000 of the valuation. So 40% sounds like a high number. So to give some perspective to that, and I don't know why I printed in font size 6, but one moment.
I have readers if you need.
So for, let's say a project is 50,000 or valued at 50,000, the base fee is 293. So I would be proposing, I would be proposing that would increase to $410 as the base fee. And then so like, let's say that it's 52,000, any additional 1,000 beyond 50 would be, would be $6.20 added onto that fee. So just to put that in perspective. The next one, for residential, I would like to, instead of charging them by square footage, I would really like to get into more of flat fees. That way it's streamlined for contractors when they're trying to give quotes. A lot of the contractors will call my permit clerks and they'll ask, how much is this permit going to cost and stuff like that. So I'm trying to streamline that process a bit more. Mesquite is doing this right now. They charge $1,100 per unit. So what I would propose for single family, if you're building a new single family home, it's an $800 permit. That does not include your trade permits. Grading, driveway is sold separate, but that would be for your base. I do have my wonderful permit manager with me. Thanks. And then, yes, sir.
Well, I've got to stop because. So are you proposing that people that build a 1,200 square foot house pay the same fee that somebody that builds a McMansion of 3,500 square feet? Is that equitable? Is that right?
I was trying to go to flat fees. I see your point though. And we could always scale it where, 1,500 or less, or 1,500 square feet or less, that's the flat fee for that. And then we can tier it if you would like.
Yeah. I'm not sure that it's not okay the way it is. Why are we trying to change that? I understand that it might be easier to have a flat fee. It makes it convenient, but that doesn't seem equitable to me.
Sure. Yeah. And again, it was more so for the streamlined process of, the contractors call, we spend at least 10 minutes and, sometimes they have to wait on hold because of the call volume and they're waiting on us to give them a quote of what that would cost permit wise so that they can then turn around, I'm assuming, for the quote to give to their client.
Another question is annual contractor registration. What is that exactly going to be?
Yeah, so that is something that I saw some other cities do. I couldn't find for Waco and I couldn't find for Tyler, but I saw Mesquite does it. Basically, they have annually their general contractors register with the city. So anytime that anyone pulls a permit, they have to be bonded with the city. Typically, those bonds expire after a year. So it would be in conjunction with that. What happens is they come to the counter. Sometimes they may have forgotten to update their bond. If they were to register, our system allows where that contractor, when, and we just have to mess with the dates and whatnot in our own system administratively. But when, if 2 months is coming up to when their bond expires, then we can send them a reminder to update that bond. And then that way, whenever they come in and pull a permit, they're not delayed or having to go
And how broad of a spectrum are we talking about when we talk about contractors? I mean, is that just, Joe the handyman that's going to come in and do some drywall work for you? Or is that, people like HB Neal that, are going to do a massive.
Yeah, so if you're homesteaded, you don't have to be bonded. And I can have Lindsay come up as well to speak on this. She is the permit manager. You don't have, if you're homesteaded, you don't have to be bonded. You can go ahead.
Hi again. Yeah, so if you are homesteaded and you own your property and you live there, we do not require you to be bonded with the city of Beaumont. You can pull any type of permit that you want to. So building, electrical, mechanical, plumbing, HVAC, irrigation, you can do whatever you want. We just require that you obviously follow our codes that we've adopted and you call for proper inspections.
What if you're working on a rental property?
So yes, we do require you to be bonded if you're working on your own rental property. That is stuff that is being talked about internally, but as of right now, yes.
And what if you're looking at hiring somebody to work on your own property? You're not doing it yourself, but you're hiring Joe the handyman to come in and do some work for you.
Joe has to be bonded.
Okay. And would Joe also have to start registering now?
Yes, so the contractor registration is something that I had brought up to Demi. Do I think contractors will appreciate it? Probably not.
I can tell you right now, I'm not paying $50.
I know.
Well, you just got Mayor Pro Tem. You get more money now.
I mean, and the only reason why it was brought up is because we can have anywhere from 1 contractor register a day to 10 contractors register a day, just depending on what's going on outside the office or what's happening in Beaumont. It is time consuming for my clerks to do that. So that's kind of what we were looking at. Plus, it would be for us to, like Demi said, to contact y'all when your bond is about to expire. That way you would know and there's no headaches when you get there. Because that's one of the number one frustrations is they're paying their insurance company. Their insurance company is supposed to mail us a bond. Either they didn't mail it to us, it went to another department, we haven't received it yet. So by the time they get to us, they're frustrated because they can't pull their permit and they need to start their job right now.
But that's their livelihood. That's their job they need to keep up with that, right? That's how they make their living.
Are you asking my opinion if they should keep up their bond?
Am I wrong?
I mean,
Don't say it. Don't say it.
I mean, if it's not something that anybody wants, I mean, I understand, but it was just something that was being talked about.
When I was practicing law, if I let my bar license expire and I try to go to court and the judge says, "You still a member of the bar, aren't you?" And I go, "Well, I mean, how does that work?"
They come to the counter to pull the permit. It says they're not in our permitting system. When they go to pull their permit, they'll call us and we'll say, well, you'll need to have your insurance company email us the bond. And then it just starts this ripple effect of, well, now my electrician can't pull a permit. Well, now my plumber can't pull a permit. I have to stop my job tomorrow. But
Similar when building codes made the change with, some of our codes that they made the change with due to us voting. They had like these town halls and these community meetings where they actually brought people in and kind of educated them on the process and what they were trying to do. Even with the downtown structures and the direction we're going in, I kind of requested that we did that. And I know you told me y'all did on an individual basis, but I think it'd be very important, to just get some feedback from some of our people we do a lot of business with in Beaumont, and let's just kind of see how they feel about some of these things. You got a contract up here on the council. He just said he wasn't paying. So I'm just saying, I think it's important to, really get some feedback where we can all be on the same page. I'm all about moving forward, but I just don't like to hit them off guard or blindside them. I like to kind of know it's coming.
And I do want to make it clear, this is not obviously for adoption today. This is just to the proposed and to get feedback. So it seems annual contract registration may not be a feasible one, so we can strike that for sure. But, tiering off of square footage, that makes sense. So I can definitely do that. And whenever this comes back, I'll show you more in-depth as well, but show you the schedule.
If we can go back to the proposed amount for downtown projects demolition, go back a slide. Increased enforcement downtown may result possible demolition, $340,000. Well, let's take, for example, the Gilbert Building. Can that building be demolished for $340,000?
We received a quote for $396,000. So it was earmarked for, and of course, this is all preliminary and it must be adopted by y'all at a future date. We were earmarked for $500,000. I'm asking for, and that's for our normal demolition cases. Like I said, we have already demoed 99 structures. So that is covering that. That's covering certain cleanups. That's covering boarding and securing, those kinds of things. And I'm requesting an additional $340,000 within that account to account for possible demolition, boarding and securing of the large buildings, because those will be exponentially more than a residential structure, like the ones that we typically see.
And we're coordinating with legal or whoever is going to be trying to pass those charges on to those building owners to recover that money?
Of course.
There.
Yes.
Demi, I'm assuming this never happens, but in the case where perhaps we issue a stop work order and it's proven that we were in the wrong, I'm assuming if we had that $500 fee, that fee would be refunded.
Yeah, if we ever came up in the wrong, then no, that fee would not be charged. And again, that never negates the building official and our building inspectors. You know, sometimes they'll go to a job and they'll notice that something wasn't covered under their permit. We tell them, you know, hey, you need to go to City Hall. You need to apply for your building permit by X time. Normally, it's very, very reasonable. They need to, you know, and they normally come down to City Hall pretty quickly. We get that resolved, and there's no stop work order necessarily issued because they've done what they needed to do by amending their building permit. So it would never negate the ability for the building official to work with the customer or the citizen.
What is the usage fee?
Yes, so that is right now our administrative processing fee. Whenever I was looking at other cities, it looked to be much higher. Right now, we did implement CityWorks, which is an online permitting system. That comes at a cost. The $2 was in place prior to 2020 when that came into effect. So increasing $10 is covering the administrative processing and also the online permitting. A couple more to highlight, and then I can move. Well, unless you guys have
one
questions.
last one.
Sure.
A moving permit residential. What is that?
Anytime a structure's moved within the city, yeah. And the reason I placed that one a little bit higher is that, you know, a lot of weight onto the roads, it damages roads, so that needs to be accounted for.
Demi, you said you had demolished 99 structures. Is that last year?
That's this fiscal year.
This
24.
fiscal year? And that's residential and commercial?
Most residential, some commercial.
Okay. And what do you anticipate doing for next year's budget?
So if, you know, at this point, what demolition has spent or will spend by the end of fiscal 24, or what we predict to is $300,000. I believe we were earmarked for $400,000, and that money is spent as, I won't say expeditiously, but the demolition process that takes time. You have to notify the property owners. You have to give them time to bring their structure into compliance. If they do, if they don't, it has to go through the legal process. They can file TROs after that, so it could get bogged down. To give a definite, you know, this is how many structures we'll demolish or this is how much we'll spend next year is tough, but we can only account for what we feel would be necessary, and 345 structures are in the pipeline to be demolished.
So what is the average cost for, say, like y'all using a 1,200 square foot building that needs to be demolished, residential?
That is a good question. I bet my demolition manager would know that.
Give me approximately 4,000 to 5,000.
There we go.
4 or 5.
Yes.
I'm looking at these plan review. So when you bring in well, first of all, you're going to have to get some sort of a permit to do anything, right? And you're going to pay for that. But then, once you've gotten your permit, at some point, you're going to presumably have an architect or somebody drop some plans. Right now, y'all don't charge to look at
We do not for residential. We do for commercial, though.
Okay. And what's the thinking about going to a fee for looking at and reviewing plans? Because to me, I'm just thinking that part of the whole issuance of the permit, does that involve reviewing plans also?
Absolutely. So a customer wants to build a home, they submit for an application, they drop off the permits, which is now online, so they attach it, PDF form. And from there, our administration, so mostly our permit clerks, they will process the permit. It will go out for review. So that those reviews for residential include planning and zoning, engineering, and building codes. So each review, planning is a little bit less time. I would say it's probably anywhere between 30 to 45 minutes. Building codes, because it's all architecture that the structure that they're going to be looking at, that could take 1 to 2 hours. Engineering, they have to calculate for drainage and all that kind of stuff. Bart could probably talk better to exactly what engineering looks for, but I know that takes at least an hour, if not more. So we're trying to account for the staff time that it takes to review these plans. And again, across the board, everyone is charging a fee. It's ranging from $141 to 25% of the building permit to Waco at a flat fee of $50. So trying to go right somewhere in the middle, because that 28% can vary greatly depending on the permit. Trying to go in at about $150. And that mostly is the highlights for building permit fees. Trade permits down in the right corner. I would like to go to flat fees. Right now, like take our electrical permit, for example. We basically nickel and dime for every single plug, buzzer, bell, whistle, all the things. You have to type in how many you're doing of each one. I would really like for it to be a flat fee. I looked hard into what I should charge for these, or what I should assess, to make sure that we're not dropping in revenues on that. For a minimum permit like electrical, it'd be like 5 devices or less. So it's your very minimal basic work. For residential new construction, going in at about $150. For commercial, flat fee to $300. Multifamily takes a long time for on the inspection side. So assessing $100 fee per unit.
Councilman Felshaw, then Councilman Neal.
Demi, you talked about streamlining the process, it sounds like. For years now, I've heard contractors say to me, I don't want to build in Beaumont. Your permitting process is complicated, convoluted, hard to deal with. I go to Mid-County, I go to Lumberton. I don't know how much of that's perception, how much of that's reality. I don't know. But I guess within what you're saying, do you feel like there's room for improvement in looking at our overall process and trying to simplify our permitting process and be pro-business and pro-contractors to attract more building in the city limits? That's the goal.
Now, I will say this is a portion of the answer. It's not the full answer, but this is a step in it. It's not. I don't want to say that it's a full answer, because the other cities around or surrounding us in our immediate area are not on the same codes as we are. They're not on 2021. Some of them are. Some of them are far into the past of their codes, and that's just through adoption. So whenever builders do come here, sometimes they feel that it's hard to build in Beaumont because of these codes that we have adopted. And these codes are life safety. It's assuring or trying to do as best as we can to ensure life safety, and that building was built to the 2021 international code. So whenever they're working, I don't want to list a city, but whenever they're working outside of that and they're working on a code that's from the 90s or, the early 2000s, it's greatly different. So it seems like we're more restrictive, but we are just simply following the codes that we have adopted.
Well, and I would never suggest that we do anything to endanger, our citizens, by no means. We have a responsibility to provide them with, security and safety. But I just was curious. I mean, if our code book is this thick, is there room to trim that down? We're just more business friendly. Because again, we want to attract business to Beaumont, but yet not compromise our safety. But just curious, and I'm glad to hear that you seem to be looking at it through that optic of trying to simplify and streamline things to be more pro-business. So
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
I don't
thank
know if we can necessarily lessen the codes. We have to abide by our codes, but if we can make it easier in other ways, that is absolutely our goal.
absolutely.
Councilman Neal?
So on the new commercial, what's the base fee now?
Yes, let me grab this one. So like a $50,000 valued project, the base fee is $293. And I am proposing a 40% increase from that base fee. So that would be $410.
All right, and then what's the commercial plan revision? So you don't charge that until after the third revision?
So that is due when they apply for a permit. That is due immediately. You can come up and speak probably better to this. She's got it like the back of her hand. But that's due 65% of what the total permit will be. That's due prior to reviews.
Are you asking about the plan check fee or are you asking about the revision fee?
So the commercial plan revision, the second line item down under commercial multifamily.
Okay, so
Moving
right
from 50 to 400. When does that 400 get charged?
after the third submittal, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so now it is in place, once your permit has been reviewed and it's been issued and you've paid for it and you've started the work, something didn't work out the way you thought it was. So you send a revision in for us to review. Once the revision is completed, we charge you $50 now. So it's $50 each time you do it. This is stating that we will give you, I'm assuming 2 freezing.
So yeah, it will come with a revision. So this would be assessed on that third revision. And the reason that is that whenever these revisions come in, it takes 9 times out of 10, it's a full staff review again. You know, they're adjusting where the building's being set. That's going to require planning, engineering. If anything has to be altered to the structure, that's going to require another building codes review, probably fire. It's very, very in-depth. So being able to account for the staffing that it's taking for this third revision. But it
So
would.
is the driveway fee built into the original permit fee, or is that additional?
It is not, it's additional.
Okay, so neither is the certificate of occupancy?
Well, so certificate of occupancy is. These are all fees. The ones that are there, except for the ones that I asterisked, those are existing fees.
And those are not built into the original permit fee that you get?
The certificate of occupancy is.
Do you want me to? Okay.
Sure.
So the certificate of occupancy that you see right here that we're wanting to increase from 75 to 125 is your already established buildings in Beaumont. So this is you have a building over on Calder that you're moving a tenant into for a law office. It's already there, no work has to be done, they just want to move in. That's the certificate of occupancy for that. If you're building a new construction or an alteration or an addition, yes, your CO, certificate of occupancy, is built into that permit fee already.
So are y'all sending somebody out to re-inspect that existing building?
Yes.
Okay.
And it goes based on what type of business you're putting in there.
I guess my question is the goal to just figure out how much more we can charge the citizens?
No, sir. No, sir. The goal is to account for the staff time that it takes to ensure life safety, to ensure plan review, to ensure all the things that makes the city function. That's the goal. It's not to increase just because we want to increase. But again, I would, this is simply the proposal. I would love to get feedback on, and it doesn't need to be today, but anytime. If that's unacceptable, we need to lessen that. We need to, increase that. We need to stay where we're at. I'm open to that feedback, absolutely.
I'm not saying I'm against the fees increasing. The only one that really stands out the most to me is a contractor registration fee. That's,
Gotcha.
I've already struck that off my list,
I
Councilman
would
Neal.
struggle with
It's
that.
fine.
Double it.
But if there's no more questions, I will go on to the planning fees. I know my department specifically has a ton of fees. So fees continued. These are for planning fees and subdivision applications. The last time that we adjusted this looks like it was 2004. Again, canvas comparable cities, staying with the pack on the proposed fees. New fees that I would like to implement are assessing a publication and property owner notice fee to applicable applications. Before I move forward, we already do this with subdivision applications, but I am asking that we apply that to planning applications that require it. If it doesn't require it, then it would not be there. Like specific use permits were required by law to put in a news notice that costs money to the examiner and the enterprise. The mailing of the property owner notices, property owners within 200 feet have to receive a notice. So trying to account for that cost as well. Okay. Variance or waiver requests on subdivision applications. Right now, we don't charge anything. This requires a more in-depth view by planning and also engineering, possibly water, other infrastructure type of departments. I'm asking that we assess $150 per request. Sidewalk waivers, we don't charge anything for that right now. It does not require publication or property owner notices, though, so that those fees would not be applied. But I am asking that we assess a $350 fee for those. Annexation by petition or ETJ release to be $1,000 and assess a fee for subdivision infrastructure plan review of $1,500. And begin assessing a fee of $500 at submission of the third revision and each revision thereafter. Those subdivision infrastructure plans are massive sets, and not necessarily that planning is looking at them, but more so Public Works looks at those. That takes a lot of staff time. And currently right now, there's no fee assessed with that. Those were the main ones. The estimated increase in revenue, it appears to at least be $50,000. It should these fees go into effect.
Councilman Phil Shaw.
It's been 20 years since and then suddenly we get hit with all these numbers. Like one here is from $0 to $1,500. I mean, it's kind of a shocker for us I'm assuming moving forward, our plan is not to wait 20 years again before we do this, to maybe do a increase year by year or every other year incremental to where it's not such a hard hit. I'm assuming that's the plan.
Yes, sir. That is the plan. Annual review of all fees.
And then that way these don't have to be this big of a shock.
Did you do any comparison to cities closer to Beaumont other than, none of these are really close to Beaumont?
Yeah, so Port Arthur right now, the closest one that I could think of that is somewhat comparable, they pretty much assess fees the same that we do right now, but a lot of times, they follow suit with what we do.
Councilman Turner, did you have something, or did you have more slides?
I don't, that's it.
Yeah, I did have some, but I want to make sure you got through it. One thing I'm looking at is with our license and permits revenues, it was like 1.4%. And I noticed we're saying revenues are real low. So, I don't want to put an extra burden of tax on citizens or developers, but with us being where we at in the budget, I do understand why you are looking at other areas and what we can do that other cities are doing that we are not doing. So I totally understand that. We were estimated last year to get roughly $2.7 million in licensing and permits, and we have so many upcoming expenses. There's just not a lot of revenue coming in. So I am okay with that option. My next thing is, you're the planning and community development director. I think it's great that you're maintaining and coming with the building codes downtown and doing what the council is pushing you to do. But for me, I think you're a great visionary. I would like to push you to show us like your vision and some of the things you think would be good for us in the city of Beaumont from your experience, your mindset, your progressive thinking. I just want to challenge you to kind of show us what you envision can happen downtown, because I mean, that director title, I see that and I see you so much more than just, doing some of the things we're requiring you to do downtown. I just see a more of a skill set than that. So I want to empower you and push you to present that and do that more and present it to the city manager.
Yes, sir.
And my last thing is community liaison youth programs. I see it was a budget of 25,000. One thing I will say, and this is directed towards the manager, my frustration as a council member this particular year, one of my biggest things I advocated for since I've been on the council was youth. And I watched our youth council not take place this year. I watched our pools be open every other weekend, and I wasn't aware of that till a citizen told me. I watched our youth basketball league, we wasn't able to get that done. I watched our youth football league, we wasn't able to get that done. So I'm trying to understand the community liaison youth programming. What is the goal? What are we trying to accomplish? Because our youth is something I feel like we are tremendously not really doing as good of a job as we could in Beaumont. And if we're doing programming or whatever it is, I'd like to know more intel and exactly what we're doing, especially we're putting a budgetary number to it. And when we don't get programs done, like what's the next step? Does that funding go to somewhere? I just need a clear understanding of where we at with that, because my biggest frustration is I just don't think we got it done as far as youth this particular year.
Well, Demi, I have to explain this particular position and what it's identified to do.
I'll invite Stacy Lewis up. He is our community liaison, and let him explain some of these initiatives.
Yes. We can pass them around.
Presentation?
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Mayor and Council, Mr. Manager. Before you, I have it's a handout. It's not necessarily a slideshow. And this is basically my presentation. If you turn to the second page, it'll tell you the 3 steps that we're trying to address, or first, second, and third down. The plan is to serve, and it is our plan to serve the community by increasing not only recreational activities, but additional programs as would be allocated by the budget in what we would deem underserved areas. By me saying underserved areas, I would say that it would not be necessarily from an economical standpoint, but we're talking about areas that certain programs don't exist in, meaning, say in the West End, they don't play as much basketball than they might do as the North End, that we're trying to integrate different programs across the city. Secondly, we like to provide students and student athletes a positive outlet that channels energy that produces healthy outcomes, and mainly through organized team athletics. Thirdly, and finally, we're trying to expand programs to other sports and activities that will serve all the citizens of Beaumont. Let's go to our next page, if we could. It's just a statement that every accomplishment, it starts with the decision to try. We'll continue to flip through the slides. And you see flag football. Okay. And you should be to the page where the little girl has the mouthpiece in. All right, so this is a great team sport. It is a variant of American football. But instead of tackling, the player must, the defensive team must remove a flag. If the flag is removed from the ball, then the carrier will end at that down. I have a list of rules, etc., but I won't bore you with those today. The yellow page will tell you that the start date is to be determined and the end date is to be determined. Also, location. I've been following this council and staff about marking fields and turf down and plays of that nature. And the city also has a small football field, if you guys did not know that, out in at the athletic complex. I believe that still exists. It belongs to the city of Beaumont. And a few years ago, when I was doing youth football, we were able to play out there. So I also know that that can be a location. All right, our target would be boys and girls, ages 6U to 8U. So when we're talking about flag football, the program can be varied, right? Meaning I can put on tournaments or leagues. Tournaments can be one day or they can expand for a weekend. And this depends largely on what the target audience is and what the format is, meaning single, double elimination, or even pool play. All right, now the leagues, they can run anywhere from 4 to 8 weeks, or it can be based on the amount of games that each team's play. All right, whatever sport it is that I endeavor or I do, it can be mimicked, mirrored, or duplicated to serve boys, girls, co-ed, and adults. And baseline cost here that you see $7,500. That's simply for equipment and officials. If you go to the next page, and some awards. Demi mentioned about straight talk, real talk. And the key phrase is keeping it 100, or like we say, or the children say, keeping it in the buck. So, juvenile guidance. The juvenile crime rate has seen exponential growth during the last 4 or 5 years. The offenders, they are younger, and the offenses, they are more heinous. This situation is not unique to urban areas, as it has permeated all factors of our society. And this wave of erratic and less than desirable behavior is not of an event, a situation, nor a condition, ethnicity, or gender. It's here in Beaumont, Texas, and it is alive and well. So what our aim is to confront this problem by educating our most valuable assets. And we want to arm them with tangible, incredible experiences as lived and researched through our presenters. So let me talk about that just a second. Topics of discussion for the Straight Talk Symposium would be abstinence and STDs. Our public health director has presented for us, I'd say, Kenneth, every year I've ever had it, right? So we get to the experts and we talk about the real things that's going on, that we encourage abstinence, but we're going to talk about herpes, syphilis, HIV, and AIDS. Then we have people that present the benefits of it, good education. There are good choices and there are bad choices. Simply put, sometimes 3 minutes can get you 30 years. And so we're trying to prevent the introduction into the penal system, and then certainly trying to prevent recidivism. We also use real people who might have lived a life of crime or those things of malcontent, and they are able to come and give their testimonies that this is what I did, and as a result, here it is. But this is how we're moving now. It's not suits and ties. It's real people. It's straight talk. It's real talk. Then there's a general assembly, and that's when we all gather, and you hear a keynote speaker of that. Then we also want to talk about the importance of credit and how to establish bank accounts and checking accounts, real life things of that nature. We'll go to the next page. And for the straight talk, real talk, we target 12 to 18-year-olds. Typically, we might need to back that down a little bit more because there are rampant problems in elementary schools. Start date would be determined, and here how it looks. We'll start at 8 a.m. to 8:40, and they'll have registration. There's no fee to attend. We'll do continental breakfast. And from 8:45 to 9, there's a program overview. We'll talk about what we're doing. And then those kids are broken down into groups. And each will have a proctor and or a guide. And so typically, if there are 4 or 5 tracks that's involved in the symposium, this group, say Mr. Williams is leading the group, Mr. Durio, Mr. Getz, Mr. Turner are leading groups. You'll take your group to, say, abstinent and STDs. This other group will go to another act, and then after 45 minutes, there's a bell. The proctor remains, the instructor or the presenter, they remain the same. They stay in the same classroom area, and they talk about the same thing over and over. Just each group rotates. And so if there's 5 tracks, you'll get a minimum of 4. Key points. Necessary engagement, as I spoke of, will feature 3 to 4 tracks. Sometimes it can be 4 to 5. Groups assignments will be generated through the pre-registration, and we'll do a needs assessment. And that is gathered through parental input and a mesh with the Beaumont Independent School District counselors. What we might be deemed not only at-risk, but problematic children. Skip to I can help. And we're down to the proposal where location is key. Simply, you need a place that you have 4 isolated classrooms. The large assembly area, this place would need Wi-Fi, projector, sound, a seating area. Success is the key. Reaching out to our youth can help with educational and developmental purposes. Enabling young people to meet with their peers, socialize, and become part of the community in which they live is imperative. It is not optional. When young people move from adolescence through adulthood, they need to be concerned with the nurturing personal growth and activities that develop values and ethical norms. And projected costs, we did it quarterly, $2,500. If you did it 4 times a year, we estimated about $10,000. Finally, we're to expansion. And as I mentioned previously, tournaments. That's youth football. We can do a tournament next week if that's what we need to do. all right? And that's with not only youth, but we can do adult. And then I moved on for the expansion. We've done, our office has done youth basketball. I think we had pretty good success with that. But I think there's more to offer that you can do adult basketball, city employee basketball, industrial league basketball. I mean, I think you can just stretch it across the gamut. And if you see at the bottom, we're speaking futuristic when we're talking about expansions as far as track and field is concerned. Last couple of pages will be some pictures. Of what we've able to accomplish. Field any questions that you may have at this time.
Any questions? Councilman Getz?
That's a lot, Stacy. One question I have is when you're talking about youth basketball, adult basketball, flag football, track, these are traditionally areas that have always been done through our recreation department, Parks and Recreation Department, which is now separated into two different departments. Why are we now trying to move this stuff away from recreation into, or maybe that's not what I don't, is this a standalone thing, or is this away from recreation or in addition to recreation? What are we doing here?
Mayor, if I could just comment on that. We have, basically the Recreation Department historically has run these kinds of leagues. As you know, Mr. Lewis is now our community liaison. So Recreation is continuing to do programming, but is now partnering with the community liaison to really help Recreation Department market the program, help in operating the program. So like the Spring Basketball League, Mr. Lewis helped Recreation Department in making that a success. Flag football, I think we Recreation Department made a run at that, and again, it's a new sport for our area. So again, the thought is a community liaison can help assist Recreation Department in partnering to make that successful.
Well, Chris, forgive me, but I don't really understand what recreation is doing then, because it sounds like Mr. Lewis is doing the work.
Well, no, sir. I mean, so though Recreation manages and operates the facilities, Recreation helps in timekeeping, Recreation helps in facilitating the operation of leagues. And again, Stacy can comment, but he is more helpful in terms of marketing the programming, having direct contacts with players, families in the community, getting those teams set up, helping us. One of the issues we have is getting officials. And so Mr. Lewis has helped us get officials. And I can let Stacy or Jimmy also comment on this, but again, it's a partnership between two different units of the city.
Councilman Samuel?
So I've heard Councilmember Turner over the past year continually asked about the programming. Is this what we're seeing, an effort to increase the amount of programs that we're offering to the community rather than waiting for the community to come into our rec center or something like that? Is that basically what we're doing? We're trying to just now focus on the programming for our citizens throughout the city.
Yes, sir. So again, Recreation Department does a great job of operating facilities, doing a lot of programming. It's just we've had some instances of where we're trying to really get our numbers up, get better participation. So Stacy, as the community liaison for the city of Beaumont, is helping us make that more successful. I kind of think of it in terms of historically like event facilities. Going back 10 plus years ago, it was more like we operate and own these facilities. If you want to rent them, that's great. What they did is they then started partnering with other groups like the CVB, nonprofits, and then getting more aggressive in developing their own events. So basically, it's whereas Rec is more operating the facilities and doing programming, Mr. Lewis is again, as another aspect of the city, is helping to make those events more successful.
Okay, and you're also, in your presentation, you gave the prospective cost with various programs. I see a number. So you're giving us options and to add on to the programs that we have existing now, which is relatively low. So is this also placed, you're looking to put this into the budget now?
Yes, sir.
Is that what we're looking for?
If I'm at liberty, it's just a passion. I've been in this business 35 years, closer to 36, and this is what I do. Organize athletics, try to solve problems, and as a liaison, I think there's a bridge or gap in between. The manager has utilized me in areas as such. Yesterday in the hallway, you had angry people but wanting to talk right there when you guys were trying to get in there. I get with those citizens and try to figure out a way for them not to be here at 1:30 on Tuesdays. It's part of, I would say, the extension of my office. What I presented to you today is within the framework of what was allocated to me and what I can do based on those numbers. That's as clear as I can be with that.
Well, Mayor,
Yes.
my question is, earlier we were getting presented positions, and in the recreation department, it was saying we would need to hire a program director, and it seems like basically what we're doing with all of these instances, he's directing these programs. So we're already in a situation where we're saying the budget is tight, and we're saying we're gonna hire this, but we're already technically doing it with Mr. Lewis. Even the expansion of programs with recreation, that's what I think not only me, but other councilmen have been looking for, leadership with. We want these programs done. We want to give you the resources to do them. Let's go out and get it done. I know we allocated funding to recreations for some of these sports programs. So are we leaving the funding there and moving it to him, or how are we doing this? Because I'm kind of confused because there's a lot of overlapping.
Yeah, correct. And there needs to be some coordination of the two and coordination of the programs from what I'm seeing for sure. So we've got to sit down and as a management team and coordinate these activities between the two groups. Some of the prospective positions in recreation are based upon how we structure this activity. There's no guarantee it's going to go that way or whatever. It's based upon what we're doing. And it was based upon us creating new programs, those positions. So we put them in there for possible funding, but not really knowing how it was going to be structured at the time. But we know that we have to structure that project, and we will sit down and identify how that's going to look and how it's going to go between the two ACMs and the different departments and et cetera, or Chris's department.
And my last concern was, in order to get more recreational program, the council brought to you last budget season that we had more of a focus on, we wanted more recreational programs, and we separated parks and recs with the hope to get that. With the separation, now we're adding more to that as a result of where we are, what we're getting. I'm just really concerned with, I know we're saying you guys need to sit down, but I just think it's more of a sense of urgency that we need to sit down and all get on the same page with this process, specifically before we go hire a program director when it kind of is perceived like he's directing the programs.
Yeah, this is all proposed too. If you want more programming, we're probably gonna need people to do it. There had been a conversation on exactly where that was coming from, but me as a manager, I was putting those positions into the budget based upon how we created the youth programming and being able to have some people to do it. Because we're talking about increasing programming quite a bit. And it's gonna take maybe some people to make sure we do it properly.
Councilman Getz, then Councilman Durio, then Councilman Phil.
Cheryl, when you were going through the budget, I saw 2 positions in recreation, but I thought you said that those had already been added. Are those prospective or are those positions that we've already added?
Well, this is the proposed budget, so it's in the proposed budget.
Okay, so those positions have not been filled?
No.
Okay. So then I understand the context of the comments better then. I guess one of the things that you also talked about, Mr. Lewis, is I'll use the term mentorship. A big part of your proposal was not just athletic events, but mentorship.
Yes, sir.
Clearly, there is a need for that in parts of our community, mentorship. There are too many youth that do not have mentors in their home. They might not have fathers. They might be being raised by other family members. It seems that you're trying to fill a void, a gap that is in our community that our youth need. That's commendable. You know, when I grew up, a lot of that was covered through, you know, church, Boy Scouts, Cub Scouts, YMCA, you know, activities, things that have diminished in their usage, certainly in parts of our community. We don't even have a Y in Beaumont. We have almost no scouting program in the north and south ends of Beaumont. You know, I understand what you're trying to do. I would urge you to try to exponentially expand your efforts by collaborating with these other existing organizations that do traditionally what you're trying to do here. Things like drug awareness, consequences of criminal activity, things like that are already done by some of these organizations. But as you probably know, it all comes down to finding leaders. You know, it's a challenge to find leaders. So that might be something that you do out of your office as a liaison, community liaison, to help us find leaders and collaborate with some of these other organizations. I commend you for what you're trying to do.
Thank you.
Councilman Durio, then Councilman Felshaw, then Councilman.
Yeah, a couple of questions. Demi, the money that you had asked for in the budget, was it for these programs that Stacy were talking about?
So the structure right now is that Stacy reports to executive offices. However, he does flow through planning. So in order to do these, or the resources come through the planning budget, and that's why it was on my slides. But in order to do the straight talk, all of the programs that he was talking about, that was the proposed 25,000. That would be within planning, but it would be Stacy's funds to conduct these programs.
Okay. Also, I noticed a few of your programs had a date to be determined. I thought flag football, I saw the signs all over the city about registration, and I know registration was extended at one time. What happened with the flag football?
Wasn't my endeavor. And so I don't know. I want to be careful. What I'm standing here is, this is Stacy Lewis, the community liaison. You know, what any other department is not doing, that's not me. You know, I'm advocating for what I know I can do. You know, what's proven in terms of, I know I can put a flag football program together. You know, I can do basketball. I can do all this if that's the adequate answer that you're looking for.
Mayor, for me. We've heard from Stacy. I think it behooves us to hear from Jimmy at some point in recreation about what he has planned, so we can know what he has planned or not, and then we can talk about it, where we're gonna go with it. But I haven't heard his plan yet.
And just for everybody, we're on number 1 of 20 presentations. So there are those presentations coming, but we are on number 1 of 20 presentations for today. So.
Thank you, I'll shorten my comment. I'll just say, Mr. Lewis, I do pray great success as you take this issue we have in Beaumont straight to the heart of the matter, and that's our youth. And so I hope and pray complete success.
Bless you. Thank you.
I feel the same way. I think there's an opportunity here. And I like a couple of things. One, you've been in this community moving, making things happen. We now have a new police chief. You can work with the programming, with the police department, with the fire department. This can be something different. We know we've seen an increase in the amount of crimes being committed by young people. We're talking about losing our youth. So maybe it's time that we look at something like this, to be interdepartmental, dealing with multiple departments. We talk about visibility. We talk about connecting with the community itself. This may be the opportunity to do that. And so I didn't understand what it was at first, but sometimes lights go on and we see new light. And I think this is an opportunity for us to make great strides into the community, increase the visibility of our departments, and have them working together. That's what we need. We need some unity in our city.
And
it should start right here at City Hall.
As of right now, we have this money into the proposed budget, and we'll be looking at how this gonna look, or if it need the expansion, timetable, et cetera.
And I just personally want to say I've been watching Mr. Lewis over the last 3 years with I Be Love, the basketball and track, and I've attended several events that have been very successful, and he's already has a lot of mentors as a part of those groups that bring those kids, because obviously one person can't do it. It takes a community to do that, and he seems to have those relationships. And I think we've been, but I certainly want to look at efficiency within our city on how to work this out so that we aren't being redundant in areas we don't need to be redundant. But I appreciate the presentation. Appreciate your success here in the city with I Be Love.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right. Was that the end of yours, Demi?
Yes, I want to apologize. I totally blew my 3 to 5 minutes.
Yeah, you really did. So we're We're going to take a lunch break and we'll give till 1:20. And I would say set your alarm for a late afternoon, evening at this point. to the workshop, and may we have roll call, please? Oh, did I interrupt you?
What are you doing, Tina?
Is that cheesecake?
She's all choked up. It's emotional. Cheesecake is really hard to swallow, isn't it?
Mayor West,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Turner, Councilmember Durio,
Present.
Councilmember Getz,
Present.
Councilmember Felshaw,
Present.
Councilmember Samuel, and Councilmember Neal absent.
Mayor, thank
City
you.
Manager.
We'll continue with Economic Development Manager, Christina Loki. And I just ask directors, please move us along as expediently as possible, but within the limits of council.
To be fun and quick. So first of all, just to remind everyone, the City of Beaumont strategic plan, this is under the policy as a top priority. So what we will be doing is developing an economic development strategy that aligns with the priorities of executive office and city council. In order to do that, we're going to have to implement an action plan focused on attracting new businesses to Beaumont while enhancing and expanding business retention and expansion programs. We hope to create and offer targeted incentives to promote growth and investment. And we're going to be focusing efforts on downtown development, including the potential hotel project, and aligning with the Beaumont Vision 2035 for comprehensive downtown revitalization. Now, the most important is we will be leveraging new energy technologies and sustainable resources to improve the city's appeal, diversifying Beaumont's economic base, and positioning it as an attractive location for innovative and forward-thinking enterprises. So we've already gotten started, and we're so excited because we have the Downtown Hotel Development Project. The request for proposal actually comes out tomorrow, August 1st, 2024. At the same time, we'll be innovating the Beaumont Vision 2035 website so that the proposal for the hotel will be able to see the invigorated downtown riverfront master plan. We are actively working on new incentives, expanding neighborhood empowerment zones, and policy updates with Chapter 312 and 380 agreements. You're going to see even more NES zone applications that are coming in. We just received another one today, so really exciting to see people moving on our economic development incentives. And then we're going to be creating new programs to attract new businesses to the area and retain existing ones. We'll also include training and education aimed at improving the skills of the local workforce to meet the needs of employers and enhance employability.
That's one question.
Councilman Felshaw, do you have a question?
I'm sorry.
No, you know what? Y'all have so many things to hear about, and we're going to be doing a work session with y'all to determine a lot more of the priorities of this council.
Great. Just one quick question.
Okay.
About programs to attract new businesses. Can you give me one example of how you would do that?
Yes. Okay.
Because that's something I've been interested in for years.
Well, no one just realizes, I don't want to talk too long, but here's the deal. The location is everything. And there's so many new and improvements that are coming to our area. So one of the biggest things in us to attract new businesses is getting us out there. We've never had an EDC before. So there's so many conferences and different types that allow for us to be able to promote Beaumont as a destination to bring their businesses here. So for the first time, we're going to be creating marketing approaches to allow for people to realize that Beaumont is open for business.
I've been waiting on that for years, because so we're going to go out there to get the business instead of waiting on them to find us.
100%.
You go, girl.
Yes, sir.
Two things. One, how much money you need? It's a budget deal.
So initially, all of the requests were accepted. We are starting with $198,000. We divided it into different types of marketing and promotion, and more importantly, also to include some actual developer interactions. You said it yourself, it's so important for us to be encouraging these developers who are already within our area. So one of the first things is to be able to talk with them, discuss what their needs are, what incentives would come into play for them as well, because there are a lot of people who are actively willing to invest in Beaumont. And so we need to be able to not only provide those incentives, but more importantly, be able to encourage that the city is here to help them and not be against them.
One other thing.
Yeah.
You talk about economic development and attracting people to Beaumont. I've been speaking to people. There really is a need for a grocery store and pharmacies in South Park, Pearl Orchard area.
North
That's
End,
something
too.
you could help with?
Yes, so actually, planning and zoning is doing an incredible job. We have actually identified already within the neighborhood empowerment zones. So those are 6 zones that already allow for free incentives, including tax abatements from 3 to 10 years. So what we have identified is different areas that have those food deserts, so that when we reach out to different types of grocery stores or pharmacies, for like you and they just asked for, at the same time, we're going to be able to show them, hey, not only will you be able to bring your business here, but we're going to give you tax abatements for 3 to 5 years. We're going to also encourage all of the permits to be waived. And because you're using it in this area, we're going to be able to watch and potentially be able to offer even county incentives, because the downtown area is a federal opportunity zone, which means that there's federal grant funding that is available that we've never actually attracted for.
Okay.
All right.
This is like listening on an audible book at 2 times speed.
Your energy has woke me up from lunch. 2 questions. One was, I know Councilman Neal probably would ask this if he was here, because we had this conversation all the time. With the funding we give to the chamber, are we directing funding to our own economic development partner, or are we going to still do the same partnership with the chamber?
Well, they submitted a separate request that I think is outside of Christina's budget, of a list of items that they'd like us to support. But we've come to the conclusion we're not going to give them a set amount of dollars. If there's a couple of projects they want us to consider paying for, we'll entertain that. But it's not the same, let's give them $85,000.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's a conversation we always have. And my second question is, with the RFQ for the hotel, me and Councilman Guest have talked about this several times. The timeline, do you think 30 days is sufficient if you might have a big investor from, let's say, California who happened to come across it? Do you think that's adequate time for them to really put together a strong proposal for the city of Beaumont?
Okay, so just so you're aware, it's a request for a proposal. It actually goes out on August the 1st, and the deadline is September the 26th.
Also at 6.
So there is a solid amount of time. Now, at the same time, with Terry, who's here, who can confirm what I'm saying, we're also able to see how many questions start coming in from the different developers. If there is a whole lot of questions or more that needs to be addressed, we're always able to put an addendum to that request for proposal to extend the deadline. And that's what's really exciting about this, is that this is just the base. We're really putting it out there. We're saying we have 8.25 incredible acres of land right along the river. And this is what we're willing to offer. And these are some incentives that we're willing to help. And if any of the developers are excited and want to get involved in this project, then let's talk and bring a proposal to the table. The reason why it's an RFP and not an RFQ is because honestly, we need to see what they're proposing, because a lot of people necessarily could be qualified, but may not be proposing what the city needs. And so that's what's really exciting about this RFP proposal, is that it identifies not only the city's needs and wants, but at the same time, what we're hoping for to ignite the entire downtown riverfront master plan. And so all of it kind of coincides together, because it's exciting for a developer to see that there is future growth or future hopes for downtown as well as the hotel.
Councilman Getz.
Of course, we've already been working for a while with one developer who's pretty much put out there some proposals. What are you going to do to try to reach out to all the various potential developers around the country? How's this RFP going to be marketed?
Well, I think first of all, we already have about a list of around 30 to 45 developers that, have even reached out to Kenneth and several people through our purchasing department, as well as purchasing uses an online database called IonWave that immediately sends out to anybody within that database to allow them to know that the request for proposal is available. But more importantly, I think it's time for us to target specific companies and brands. Marriott, for instance, there's a brand new company that they have bought out that's called Element. It is a full service hotel, but it is not bougie. It is a very low end, and it's just right. We need to be able to find and identify these developers who are looking to expand, and not necessarily the Hyatts. Because as much as I personally would love to have a Hyatt here, that's probably too high luxurious of a hotel to maintain for downtown. And that's not because to say that downtown doesn't need that. It's because we want the hotel to reach an 80% occupancy. We don't want it to be outside of the price point. And if you look at the average hotel cost within our city, it's typically around $104 to $106, and even lower when you start including all of the hotels, especially the budget-friendly ones. So at that, you go down to an $87 average daily rate. And anything over that is going to seem a little bit preposterous in the scheme of our hotel market survey. I forgot to breathe. Now, do you all understand why we tried to sit down? Sorry. Any other questions?
Yes, but the hotel that we were trying to do, a convention type hotels, those rooms are gonna cost a little more.
Oh, absolutely. And the convention specs are included in the request for proposal. There's an additional 14,000 square foot of meeting space that must be included. But I just hope that we all understand that, with this much room, there's a lot of opportunity, and we should keep it up for the proposal to allow for these developers to bring that opportunities to the table and allow for what they feel would be profitable. And that may include the Civic Center and maintaining and managing the Civic Center as well. Exactly. And it is identified as the Beaumont Convention Center in the request for proposal, and as well as the improvements that are petitioned through the city of Beaumont.
Thank you. Councilman.
Yes, I'm sorry, I was late coming back in, but I understand that you did make mention of the evaporation that's taking place in the north end, food desert, as well as we're seeing businesses leaving. We're seeing Walgreens moving. So I understand you mentioned something about assisting in development in the north end area.
So something new that we are proposing to bring up, and obviously over time you'll be able to see and learn more about it, is request for interest. There's also the opportunity for the city to be able to identify different areas that have substantial needs to be zoned and such, whether it's a pharmacy or if it's a bodega for a food desert. So what it allows for us is to be able to say, as a city of Beaumont, we are looking for a pharmacy to specifically go within this area or region. And if you as a developer are interested in coming to bring that here, these are the incentives that we will provide. And so that's what's so exciting about having an economic development within the city, is that we're going to be able to create these partnerships and be able to work towards allowing for these new types of businesses that we're hoping to gain to come in and be zoned at what they're supposed to be.
Okay, well, I've received numerous calls over the past week because this is the same thing that happened when HEB left. And folks were asking, what can we do to help? And we couldn't do too much. And so we're hearing and seeing the same thing now with the Walgreens. And I want to know, what is it that we can do better, or what is it we can do to help?
Well, I think first off, we're not going to be able to control a Walgreens or a major conglomerate corporation from closing down in our city. But this just proves, even more importantly, why these mom and pop, or why the local pharmacies are just so important for our area. And so I think that the most important thing here is for people to start realizing sales tax. And the sales tax numbers that Cheryl's continues to emphasize is the fact that we need to make sure that our money is being spent in Beaumont. Whether that is Target, not just shop local, shop Beaumont. Because whether you're talking about Target or Walmart, those sales tax is still staying within the city. But every time we go on Amazon and consistently get 10 to 15 boxes outside of our home, those tax dollars are actually leaving the city. So, I think it's more of being aware of where our money is going, and then more importantly, being able to keep those businesses striving so that a Walgreens doesn't close down. But I'm with you. I see. And I think planning and zoning really has identified several areas that are food deserts and that truly need, even if it's a smaller bodega or a smaller food mart, but there's definitely areas of Beaumont that need this.
Yes. And there's a lot of people don't realize there's a caution that we have to make when we are dealing with them, because I recall when we heard about a major chain moving one of their locations to another part of town, and there was little backlash about it. They said, well, okay, we can leave the city. And so anyway, I'm looking for ways to do that. We don't want to cause more damage, but we have to do something to prevent areas of our city from just totally dying. And that's what we're seeing.
Councilman Durio.
I wanted to ask Cheryl a question pertaining to something that you just said. When we buy something on Amazon and pay taxes on it, that sales tax does not come here?
No, I don't believe it does.
Really?
From the point of sale, from wherever it's sold.
Oh, they get it. It just messed up my favorite story.
Mine too.
If 20% of our residents took $100 instead of spending it $100 a month at Amazon and spent it in our local, whether it's Walmart or Target, I want to say shopping in Beaumont specifically, it would incur an additional $556,000 in our sales tax revenue. Something to think about. It's part of the plan. You will all see it in the next few months when we do a work session together.
All right, thank you.
Next would be event services.
Or executive office.
Oh, work, okay. Well, I'm gonna give up. Do list. Okay.
All right, next slide, please. The executive office budget includes the city manager, city council, and special purpose departments. The special purpose department is a department that really includes areas that where expenses are not particularly associated with a particular department, such as our costs for annual property appraisals that we pay Jefferson County Appraisal District, our legislative, federal and state legislative consultant. This is also where we pay the Chamber of Commerce out of the special purpose budget. One item added to our budget for next fiscal year is Beaumont Botanical Gardens, a contract with them. I have been meeting, as well as staff, with Brenda Beadle, and we have secured a verbal contract with the Botanical Gardens at $1,500 a month, beginning October 1. Their existing contract, which ends next month, is $0. The city isn't paying them based on the 3-year contract. It initially started out at $3,500 a month. Last year it was $1,500 a month. This fiscal year is $0 per month. And we met with them and spoke with them, and they're satisfied with the $1,500 a month that we are able to afford. And we did let them know that we will come back each year during budget and see what level of funding is available to adjust that if the funding is in the city's budget for the upcoming fiscal year. So I included a table of our numbers in the executive office, and just as you can see, our expenses went down. Part of this is mainly due to zero-based budgeting, where we actually went in and looked at every individual line item in city council and the city manager's budget and in special purpose. So our fiscal year 2025 proposed budget number decreased from what we're estimating this fiscal year by $95,501. That is mainly as a result of City Council not moving forward with the Garfield feasibility study phase 3. It was part of this year's budget, but we did not move forward with phase 3. And that was a really large amount. And also the TERS consultant funding is not in next fiscal year, since we paid that money out of this fiscal year's budget. So that is that makes up the large decrease in special purpose. So overall, between city council, city manager, and special purpose, for next fiscal year, our numbers decreased by $108,136. That's it for the executive office budget. Any questions?
Councilman Turner?
So city manager, that's basically, is it staff underneath the city manager?
Is it?
Or it says city
It's
manager?
everyone who works there
Works there?
in operations of the department,
All right.
including the support, staff, assistants, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, all I would ask with, and I ask this directly to Ken, and I know he's the one that's employed by us. If, councils have the goals and objectives, I kind of fresh my frustrations early when it comes to youth initiatives. Like, if we set these goals, objectives, and we say these are things we want to hit, I just want to make sure, the accountability and the communication level is there. If we didn't hit it and why we didn't hit it, and maybe an update of when we propose to tackle those tasks. That's my, my only dissatisfaction, honestly. I just like more of an update if we're not accomplishing something and the reasons why.
Okay.
Specifically with youth.
Councilman Getz?
Why is there a change of any kind on the city council budget? We're not getting a raise. We're not. So.
Yeah. And again, that goes back to us really drilling down and looking at the numbers. What I noticed was that we, in the current year budget, overestimated for the administrative allowance that we pay city council. We have more budgeted than we will pay out. So that's the difference there, that $11,257.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Miss City Clerk? Madam City Clerk?
She's so out of her wheelhouse with this, but I'm gonna give it my best shot. Stop, Sheree. So basically, I did not ask for anything in this upcoming proposed budget. We pretty much kept our numbers as they were from last year. We did go line item by line item. As Cheryl stated, we did do a budget with, sit down with each, they did a sit down with us. And we went through all of our items, line item by line item. So there were a few things that I was able to eliminate on some areas, so we were able to save some money in my overall budget compared to what we spent or what we were budgeted last year. As you can see, in 2024, it's 473, and I think that's 900. And then the proposed for 24, we went over a little bit, only because we had to go in and make charter amendment changes on the website for our ordinances, and then we had to have new charter books printed. And then for 2025, we were able to go in line item by line item, and we were able to save. So our total budget or proposed amount for 2025 is, I think that's 663. So we were able to kind of bring our total budgeted amount for 2025 for the clerk's office, bring that total down. And again, I did not have any changes in our budget. We did budget last year for the elections. I think we budgeted $94,000. We'll lift that in for 2025. And I think for the 2023 election, we spent right at $80,000. I think we spent a little over, I think it was like closer to a little over $77,000. And that's only because we were able to split with BISD and with the Port of Beaumont for that election. Any questions?
Councilman Getz?
What contract services did you have this past year?
We did the special election for the charter amendments.
And the other thing is the advertising and promotion. What is that?
That's all of our publications that when we do RFPs, my office is responsible for all of those publications that we put in the paper. And so that's what that's for. The advertising and promotions is for that.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to keep my seat.
You're not
because
going to walk out there?
I'm not. In the interest of time and justice, I'm going to stay right here. So there's been no overall increase into my budget as well. We did go through, we've stopped several subscriptions just because it's more feasible to do online stuff. But I did request 2 part-time legal assistants that were approved in the proposed budget. The purpose being that we are reorganizing our office to streamline with the council's strategic plan, that we focus more on risk management. So currently, the city went self-insured back in November of '23 for liability, but we're still responsible for processing claims that fall within that 2-year statute. So that pushes us back up to November 2025, where the city will still be responsible for self-insured claims. But a lot of those things can be handled administratively. So we would like to transition our liability administrator to the compliance officer that was approved in FY24, and then reassign some of her administrative duties and processing some of those claims to a legal assistant. The second legal assistant will work in the police legal advisor's office. Currently, when the transition of our office, assuming different duties and doing different work, she does need someone to help her with drafting documents and filings in that office. That's it.
Any questions? Councilman Turner?
Would this additional staff help with, maybe, I guess the mindset of when it comes to sometimes with council, a lot of cases, we may settle them because of expenses and things of that magnitude. Since my tenure, I kind of, if I feel like we're not wrong or if we haven't done anything wrong, I'm more open to actually trying those cases because we sometimes don't see the truth of whatever we may be accused of. That's just my perspective, but.
I haven't asked you to settle a case in over 6 months.
Okay, I just want to make sure we don't practice that. You haven't since I've been here, but it has been when I first got on the council. I was told that.
Settle cases or we do not try cases when the city is at fault. And unfortunately, 99.9% of the time we are. Since implementing our risk management procedures with our accident review board and some of our other safety policies that my office produced at the direction of council to instruct me to, quote, stop paying so many claims. We implemented that progress since then, and we can provide those numbers. I think we provided it last year during my review, and I'm happy to do that again this year. We're able to cut our costs almost in half by that. And so these 2 new positions won't necessarily focus on that. I think the programs that we have in place are already working. What it will allow for us is to do the additional things that we have planned to further make sure that we're implementing safety procedures, having a safe work process, that all of our employees that are driving our vehicles have valid driver's license, just those license checks, just some of those other things that council said that they wanted to see. It'll help with that. Coming up with policies, doing audits of procedures, it'll assist with those in those areas.
Well, thank you for clarifying that because, it's been stated that, we don't settle things unless we have some fault. I'm glad you did state that because we had some issues as a redo. People said otherwise, so I appreciate that.
And just to add to that, and correct, Mr. Senator Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the newer cases we're getting now too, TML will come into play.
Yes, so anything post November 2023 for liability, it will be covered by TML. Anything previous to November of 2023 or right at that November 2023 date, we are still responsible for, and the statute of limitations is 2 years.
Councilman Getz?
So with the city going into the TML risk pool instead of being self-insured, will it now be up to TML to decide to defend a case or settle or?
Yes, and so the city of Beaumont was previously self-insured with TML like in the 80s, and we left. And one of the things that when we reached out to their team, they're like, why do we leave? I was like, well, we don't like that y'all have so much control. Well, their mindset in that process has changed tremendously. I was very adamant about the attorneys that I wanted to work with. So far, that has not been a problem. I like our local counsel that we've worked with in the past, that we have good relationships with, and they've been able to satisfy that request because they work with those attorneys as well. And in working with them, I've expressed how I like my cases handled, and so far, we haven't had any complaints. They do have discretion in settling cases. Obviously, they get to weigh the risk factors the same as we do, whether or not it's worth it to fight it or worth it to settle. So those are things that they have, but they've been very accommodating and understanding the city's standpoints on some of those issues. Unfortunately, we're at fault a lot, so.
And if I may add, also, my history with them too, if it's a case that they're gonna settle, typically they'll come and consult with the city and get the city's opinion on whether or not to settle it. You know, they definitely wanna hear what you have to say before they do that.
So we also still handle claims that are under $10,000. Those will handle in-house. Those we pay in-house. And so, again, like claims that fall within that frame will come to us as well.
All right, thank you.
Excellent. So our ambulance fees are scheduled to increase by about $2.4 million. We have not increased our fees since 2010. There's a schedule there of what we're doing. Basic life support transports are increasing from $725 to $1193, et cetera. All increases are reimbursable under Medicare, Medicaid, and standard insurance, however. Next slide. So we also had asked for and received a buyer 2 position. Currently, we have a buyer 3 and we have 2 buyer 2s. That is, really putting a ton of work on just a few people because they do the purchasing for the entire city. So this will also improve communication and turnaround of contracts for goods and services. It centralizes solicitation and pricing between the purchasing division, and it increases neutrality in vendor selection and cost savings for the city. Additionally, we are proposing to have a grant coordinator. An added grant coordinator position will assist in the coordination, documentation, and reporting on the city's grant funding allocations and associated projects. They will serve as a liaison between all departments to identify new funding opportunities, ensure the city of Beaumont seeks additional revenue through grant opportunities, and assist departments in review and submission of pre-award documents. So at the current time, our grant reporting is somewhat diversified throughout the city, which is okay. I mean, police have certain grants that they do, and, other departments, engineering, public works, they do a lot of grants. But I think that this will definitely help us in seeking out new grant funding and opportunities that we have and aid us in reporting for that.
Will the grant coordinator actually be somebody that knows how to write grants, and will that be something that they would be required to do?
Probably to some extent. There are some grants that are easy for a grant writer to write. There are other grants that require a lot of specialized, experience. And so possibly some of those may go out of house still, like big grants, some of the big CDBG grants for infrastructure projects. Sometimes those are better served to go outside.
And the reason I'm asking is because I'm aware that Texas Parks and Wildlife offer a lot of grant opportunities that I'm not familiar that we're even applying for.
Right.
Who would be the person with the city that would be able to apply for these grants?
Yes, I think that would be something that would fall, in this area. Those usually come out at least once a year. They're 50-50 grants. So their applications are not extremely complex. So I think that you know, an in-house person could definitely do those. And most grants, an in-house person could do. But there are a few that are very specialized that we may still want to go out to an administrator.
Just encourage us to try to take advantage of this.
Absolutely. I'm encouraging everybody. They'll probably say, I wish I would be quiet about it. So also, we anticipate that some of our staff is going to go to the OpenGov, which is our new budget software, want to go to that conference. So travel and lodging, we would pay for. They actually got some scholarships through OpenGov to attend the conference, so we won't have to pay for the registration. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Just a comment, I kind of agree with Councilman Getz when it comes to, I just feel a lot more comfortable with us having a grant writer on staff versus contracting somebody out to do it, because they really only make the revenue based upon what they produce. Like, I have to say I agree when it comes to having somebody in-house that really can go out to free money, especially when we're kind of strapped for cash. And we've been like this the last few years.
Yeah, and that's how I envision this position, to be a person to seek grants and go after grants. And I think both of these positions, this and the buyer, adds value to the city. It's value added. You know, our purchasing division, you know, we got Terry, but yeah, it's quite a task getting out purchasing items and bids and et cetera, and that slows things down. Coming for your approval. And then this grant coordinator can go out and assist in finding money. You know, grants are not as hard to write. With AI now and artificial intelligence, you can just tell chatbot to write the grant. and chatbot and other co-pilot will write a grant for you nowadays in 1 minute. So, and you just tell it what you want in it. So we'll be looking at all those type things.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, members of the dais. I'm Carmen Williams, the new HR Director. And the changes that you'll see to the budget this year center around the fact of part of the discussion I had with the city manager and assistant city manager during my interview was that it's important for me to have staff that are up to date and current in our field because things are constantly changing. So you're gonna see a lot of increase in terms of training, certifications, subscriptions, memberships, and those are the things I'm gonna highlight here. So on the personnel contracts, just due to inflation and renewals of some of our contracts, that area has increased by $10,000. Personnel advertising job listings on various sites. And depending on whether or not the position is technical, sometimes there are certain sites that you need to post on in order to get the attention of those individuals who may be qualified. Also, we realized during the budget process that the fleet management department had a separate line item for advertising, and that really just should come under HR, and we should take care of that for each of those departments. So therefore, we had an increase in that area. Under administration, operating supplies and equipment, due to the increase of the rising prices of course, toner, paper, badges, because we handle all the badges for the city, as well as combining benefits, operating supplies and equipment, which was a separate line item. Benefits, of course, is a part of the Human Resources Department. We've been working very close together since I've been here over the last 5 weeks with Ms. Susan as the administrator for me for benefits. So we're working together to make sure that our buying and our commitment to our employees are always priority. Next slide. Okay, thank you. Under administration, we're doing our continuing education through conferences, workshops, seminars, webinars. In this particular area, the HR director and the HR manager fall under that. I currently hold approximately 4 certifications that require me to renew every 3 years for continuing education. Our HR manager also has license and certification in the area of workers' compensation. And so though, in order for us to keep up with those licenses, to stay current and on top of trends and best practices, we're asking for additional money for training. And under personnel travel and training, what I discovered is that we had a budget of maybe $2,000 to $3,000 for training, and I didn't understand how so many people could be in the department, and yet we only had $3,000 for training. And so what I've encouraged, day one, when I came, I was in a budget meeting. And so I was like, okay, there are some changes I like to make. And these are those supplemental things. I'm encouraging all of my staff to do continuing education in the area of human resources. So that eventually my ultimate goal is for us to be cross-trained. Also for me to look at a succession plan to prepare people for our future so that today or tomorrow when I'm not here, you're not here, that the department will go on and we'll have people in position who are actually qualified when those vacancies come up. And so I've pushed that, and the staff has really been pleased with that. And they were like, Ms. Carmen, can everybody go to training? And I was like, yes, why are you asking me that? They were saying because depending on your position, you were not allowed to go to attend training. And my thing is I want people who are enthusiastic about learning, who are enthusiastic about serving our employees here within the city, and that it's a positive place to come and that the information that you get is accurate and up to date. And if we don't know, I've already told them it's okay to say I don't know, but I'm gonna find the answer and make sure we follow up. And so I'm encouraging that through allowing them to go to trainings. Professional fees, I realized that we were not a member of some organizations. In particular, in my discussions before coming here with some of my cohorts in various cities, as well as TML, they were excited that we joined TML again through the risk management area. I personally sat on the board for the TMHRA for a couple of years, and I had only met one person in that whole time that I've been attending TMHRA conferences from the city of Beaumont. And I didn't understand that with the size human resources department that we have. So we also have a member that's on the board of Texas PRIMA, which is the Risk Management Association. So those are the increases that you see in terms of dues, fees, and subscriptions. And I'll entertain any questions that you may have. Yes, sir.
Councilman Turner.
Just one comment, similar to Christina's comment earlier about, you know, every time we shop at Amazon and we spend money outside, the revenue isn't coming back to the Beaumont. I just want to encourage you, you know, that we truly talk to our hires. We can't force them, but we truly talk to our hires about living in the city of Beaumont and being a part of this community. I just want to encourage you, and I just want to say that's just a direction as a council member that I would like to see, and I will hope some of the other council members would like to see that as well.
Absolutely.
Councilman Getz.
How many people do you have in your department, both in administration and in personnel?
It's a total, I have 13 budgeted positions, but I have 12.
You have 12.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you all.
Mm-hmm.
I gave you printed copies because between my computer and the finance computer, the colors changed and it bothers me. So you get the pretty copies. And I promised you at lunch that I'd be brief, so I'm going to skip some slides. So if we can skip that one, you already know what we do, but you can read it later. Okay, there. Perfect. Okay. New services and highlights from this fiscal year. With the completed build out of the third floor at the EOC building, we've increased our custodial operations by 20,000 square feet. We are also focused on enhancing community engagement. We know that that's a top priority of the council. And in doing so, we've partnered with various festivals such as the Crawfish Fest. We also collaborated with Lamar University Center for History this year, and we did a showing of Apollo 13, where we worked with them to bring in Dr. Jennifer Ross from the Johnson Space Center, and she spoke to the crowd about working mission control during Apollo 13. So just something unique to further enrich our community's cultural experiences at the venues. We also introduced 2 new events this year. We hosted the Hanukkah menorah lighting and a Lunar New Year celebration right in the middle of Mardi Gras. We've also embraced the role of the film-friendly permitting, and we worked closely with 5 film producers this year. We know that youth engagement is a top priority of the council, and we also realize that our annual city events have become cherished traditions for many family calendars. So to enhance these experiences, coupled with the council goal of youth engagement, we added a performing arts stage to the Juneteenth celebration, and we featured Jonathan Williams for the performing arts. We also added Kidtoberfest to Oktoberfest, which was a great addition for kids. I'm excited to report that we also successfully raised over $64,000 in sponsorships for our events this year, and an additional $50,000 in event income. And both of those things help offset the city budget for special events. One exciting thing that we are adding this upcoming year is we are going to start doing some inclusive programming at Classic Movie Nights, and we're going to be offering sensory-friendly screenings once a quarter. These screenings are designed to provide a safe, quiet, and brighter environment for those that have sensory needs, such as people with autism and young children, so that they can enjoy films comfortably. And this is something new that we're going to try, and we're really excited about that. Next slide.
Inclusive movie nights. What all are you talking? I understood about autism and everything. What all does that include, though?
There's sensory friendly, so that people that have sensory needs, such as those with autism or even young children who maybe haven't been to a theater before, these screenings so on a Friday night, we'll show the regular movie night like we always do. And then on Saturday, we would show a matinee that is sensory friendly. It'll have brighter lights, lower volume on the sound. We provide a safe, quiet environment for those that want to leave the room if it gets too overwhelming for them. And there's just other little assets that we would put forth and put some effort into so that people who can't experience a movie, maybe like we are accustomed to, would be able to join us.
Is there a way that we can utilize one of the greatest assets that we have in the city more frequently, which is the Robert Morton one-day organ? And I'm thinking of, maybe having it be available before the movies start, just playing music for people when they come in and gather before the movie starts. I think that would enhance the theater going experience there and bring you back to the classic, beginnings of the Jefferson Theater. And I've talked to you previously about maybe expanding our food and beverage choices and perhaps reaching out to food truck vendors and having somebody parked outside and allowing movie patrons to come in and bring the food off the food truck so that they can have something to eat other than just popcorn. Would that be something we could look at?
We can definitely look into that. I'd like to speak to your comment about the organ. Once we received the ability to use the organ again a little over a year ago, we did put in the budget an opportunity for us to have organ concerts, which we did 3 times, which was what we were budgeted for. Then there was the approved expansion to the organ that was offered to us by a grant, not a grant that we went out for, but one that we were given. And since that time, the organ has been under construction, and that's why you haven't seen any added programming. But we did offer the organ before movie nights as well as the 3 concerts last year.
When is the Oregon supposed to be slated for completion?
My understanding is that there's not a completion date, but that's something that you could probably ask building services when they come up. I just haven't been given a date.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, next slide. So we're proposing, well, let me just start by saying the Civic Center rates have not increased since 2014. So just want to put that out the gate. But we are proposing a 30% increase on all venue rental fees. So this is just the rent at all venues, which would increase our revenue by $185,000 annually. And what I'd like to point out is that even with the 30% increase, this is a far cry from where most Texas-owned venues are. I'm a member of the Texas Venues Association, and obviously have done a query on what they charge. We're still pretty far, but I would like to point out that we do need to be careful when we do these increases, just because our facilities are primarily used for community events. I don't see us, having a 150% increase. So I'm proposing a 30% increase right now on the rental of those facilities. Our last increase on some of the venues was in 2019. And the only other fee that I wanted to propose is we have a brand new state-of-the-art sound system that you all approved for the Julie Rogers Theater. And as of last week, we can officially move forward with using it. And it's pretty standard to charge for the use of a sound system. So I'm proposing a $500 per event fee to use that system. Next slide. Okay, here's the I ask for money part. I know that this was in Cheryl's presentation earlier, but we do not have a coordinator at the Civic Center. This is something that we've asked for many years, and with the facility being rented over 120 per days, at 20 days per year, in addition to the operations days, we do need someone to oversee that facility. And then we could never have enough maintenance workers. These are the people that make all of the action happen. They are also our custodial operators. They set up and tear down events, and they work city festivals. To date, we are just now back to our 2019 personnel levels, and we've seen since 2019 a 51% increase in events. We've taken on 2 major festivals, Juneteenth and Viva Fest, in addition to 40,000 square feet of added custodial operations. We've seen a major increase in our workload, but our personnel rate has stayed lower than or at where we were at in 2019. The next one's the big one. So the curtain and rail system at the Julie Rogers Theater, this would be a rebudgeted item. We were approved $400,000 for it last year, and we went out for bid, and it came back at $790,000. The original budget was based off of a 2022 estimate that did not include some of the parts that we need, and there has also been some additional deterioration since that time. But for those that aren't familiar, this is the main curtain at the Julie, and then all of the mechanics moving backwards. So if you ever look up in the ceiling, it's every part that makes the stage work. The dressing room floors at the Jefferson Theater need to be replaced. They're in disrepair. I couldn't tell you when they were put in, but they're a tripping hazard and falling apart. ClearComm accessories are to support the ClearComm system that you all approved for this previous year, which we installed. And it's just to get rid of old parts that are obsolete and get us fully up to date on that. And then the garbage receptacles at the event center patio are now 12 years old, and they are wooden and they're falling apart, and we'd like to replace them with something more durable. That's all I have.
Councilman Turner?
Emily, I just really would like to compliment you on listening to the will of the council and actually aligning some of the things you do with the will of the council. I appreciate that. One thing you've included was youth initiatives as well as events. You took on a lot more than what you originally taking on. And one thing that kind of stands out to me when I'm at all these events and I come out with my kids, I always see you out there sweating working hard, working hard with the people who actually come out and celebrate the events. And I respect leadership that's hands-on. So I just want to let you know, I want to compliment you on that because you're really, really physically hands-on in your department. And I'm pretty sure they're confident in working with you because you're out there working with them. So I just wanted to compliment you on that. That kind of stood out to me. And I feel like when people do a good job, you should say it publicly, not privately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor West, City Council members, City Manager Williams, and the Executive Office. Of course, y'all know I'm Freddie Willard, Executive Director for the Beaumont CVB. Next slide. We're a little bit different than other departments of the city because we are funded through the hotel occupancy tax. And so you can see there on the screen exactly how much that the city collects, overall 15% in the area. Of the 7% that the city receives, we get our portion from, that's where our budget comes from. So I did want to mention that that is money that is coming from outside the city that actually stays here. Of that money that we receive, there's guidelines on how we can use that money. So with that said, just kind of wanted to go over that again. We promote the city as a viable destination to visit and live. Our efforts are those to attract groups to come to Beaumont for conventions, meetings, and tournaments. We work with our hospitality partners and local organizations to create opportunities for destination development. We are in the community creating relationships to help enhance the visitor experience. And we also support the arts, museums, and local events. Next slide, please. Now, we did not receive any additional funds. If you take a look at our base budget, as a matter of fact, we did receive a reduction. But I do want to remind everyone that our overall goals does include management of 4 different venues, 2 of which that double as a visitor center. That's the Beaumont CVB office and the Babe Saharia's Museum. We also manage Cattail Marsh Wetlands Education Center and Terrell Park Nature Center. Now, moving forward, even with the reductions, we're going to continue to maintain several initiatives that we currently manage, and that's to enhance the visitor experience, but also gives the locals the opportunity to get out and enjoy things to do in our city. One of which is the boat cycles, geocaching, digital passports that acts as scavenger hunts and allows everybody to get out and see what Beaumont has to offer. Highlighting our hotels, restaurants, and attractions, that's definitely important. So we will host small events through National Tourism Week and Restaurant Week, which is November 4th through the 11th. And this will help give extra exposure and in an effort to bring in more visitors and to create more overnight stays. Our programs are geared towards speaking positively about Beaumont and encouraging locals to get involved in our mission. And basically, that is to grow Beaumont through meetings and grow the Hot Tax Fund. Next slide, please. Now you can see some of our things that we're pretty proud of, those accolades. And travel means big business. Last year, we hosted 128 meetings and events, 78 organizations, and that generated over 65,000 visitors that came into Beaumont. Through partnerships and collaborations, Terrell Park received a mural sidewalk, a pocket garden, and you're going to see more to come, not only this fall, but next spring. You'll see more additions to Terrell Park and the Nature Center area because of partnerships with the Magnolia Garden, Rotary Club of Beaumont, and funds received through grants. Next slide, please. By the end of September, Visit Beaumont website will have a new look. The redesign will be completed, and this will account for a large part of our budget. We hope to have more online traffic. They're staying on a little bit longer and planning trips to Beaumont. The Regional Visitors Guide, the new one, will be also on the website, and it will be interactive. And to help assist our budget, we will lean heavily on community partnerships, as mentioned earlier. We recently had a really great meeting with Lamar Institute of Technology to discuss partnership opportunities. And they wanted to strengthen their outreach goals. So this is going to give us an opportunity to work with them and provide more volunteering, and we'll get more sponsorships as well. To help assist our budget, we're also going to rely heavily on grants. We're not going to fill 2 positions. And we're going to rely heavily on in-house marketing also. Finally, we are happy to see the fruits of our labor through book business. I think I have one more slide. Oh, it's here. Okay. I'm happy to announce that the Christian Congregation of Jehovah's Witnesses will be back in Beaumont not only for 25, but 26 and 27. This is a group that we used to host annually, and it's a group that brought in hundreds and hundreds of room nights, and it was multiple weekends over summer. So they will be back again 2025, 2026, and 2027. We also booked the Texas Traveler Council's Conference. These are ambassadors that work at travel centers, so we'll get to showcase Beaumont, and they'll be able to help promote Beaumont across the state of Texas. I did want to go ahead and mention at this time that supplemental items will be requested for the fiscal year 2026 due to budget restraints and to move forward with any capital improvement projects. This year's proposed budget will continue to focus on the promotion of Beaumont as a meeting destination, to reasonably support community efforts, events, and that in place, and most importantly, to grow the hot tax fund. We did not ask for any increase in fees. We only collect fees for the boat cycles, and that is a fairly new program. Any
Thank you.
questions?
Ms. Freddie, can you just tell us our main forms of tourism in the city of Beaumont? Like, what may be the top 3 that actually consistently bringing people here?
Definitely sports. Sports is a big business. And you can see sports, and I'll tell you, on the weekends, you'll see everybody in their uniforms. We host at least 40 tournaments per year. We do great with meetings as well. The religious market, you might not see it like you see sports. It's typically held on the weekend, but they look just like us. Another one of the big markets are state associations. We do quite well there as well. And that's on the meeting side of it. But on the tourism side of it, birding is big business. And we have added one conference to our budget so that we can go after more of that business and start to book more overnight stays there also.
Thank you. I just think it's important for the community to know what we actually are doing well in, and take advantage and make sure we put dollars and support and resources behind what we're actually doing well in. So that's why I wanted the council to hear that.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council. I know everybody's want us to move along. Any questions? Now, just to highlight a few things too, it's more for the community to be made aware of. In our vital statistics department, we do have a process where you can apply for a birth certificate and death certificate online. And you can pay for it online, and once you go through that process, and if you just choose to come pick it up versus having it mailed to you, you'll get an email and a text message letting you know when it's ready. So that you just come in and pick it up. So we're glad to offer that. When environmental health, through City Works, all applications, fees, information can be done online as well. And we've also done some instructional videos for food permits. We had some citizens call saying it was kind of difficult to navigate through Naviline for the fees, so we did an instructional video. We know the food truck industry is growing, and we're looking forward to maybe having a food truck park downtown. So currently, right now, we do hold quarterly meetings with the food truck vendors to discuss changes in the food code and to answer their concerns, as well as to assist them with becoming compliant. Also, I'm sure most of you may have seen as you approach a eating establishment, you see the school on the door, as well as the inspection report. So the community loves it. Not necessarily all the vendors love it, but the community love it. So we're excited about that. Also, a lot of people want to get into the food truck business, but they don't understand what's all involved. So we constructed this starter guide to assist them from A to Z, what's all involved if you're considering getting into the food truck industry. Next slide. And with immunizations, we continue to collaborate with BISD to increase the vaccination rate among our school-aged children. We continue to offer and provide vaccines for Texas citizens who are uninsured, and on Medicaid. And so when that says Texas citizens, since we get state-supported vaccines, so long as you live in Texas, you can come to us and get vaccines. And as you can see on the graph at the bottom, 48% of people that come to us for childhood vaccinations live outside the city. And that's for a lot of reasons. And one, and the most important reason, is the quality of service we provide. And secondly, in Southeast Texas, we're the only clinic or the only health department that provides traditional public health services 5 days a week. Some other public health departments don't operate 5 days a week or provide these services. So we have a lot of people outside the city that comes to us for childhood vaccinations. And as you can see, this is from June of last year through June of this year, we've administered over 6,000 vaccinations. Next slide. Health promotion, we do have a diabetes wellness class, and it's free to the citizens of Beaumont. It is held every Wednesday at the Lakeside Center at 10 o'clock in the morning. It's free. We listen to the community on public health concerns, and we research evidence-based programs to improve community health outcomes. And we participate in health fairs. We also sponsor health fairs. Right now, we'll be hosting a back-to-school health fair August the 3rd, which will be this Saturday from 9 to 1 at the health department located at 3040 College Street. On the data, as we look at the death records, as we look at those death records, we look at the top 10 causes of death in the city, and what that does, that helps us target the education and the community that we need to be educating on. Also, in our STI, sexually transmitted infection, that helps us with the education, the target audience, and the locations to improve community health outcomes. And then since August of 23, we've seen 2,304 patients come to our clinic, and of those, 35% are from the outside the city of Beaumont. And again, the quality of service, as well as we're the only clinic in the area that has a 5-day clinic. And also we post a lot of public health information to our Facebook page. So we're just asking everyone to like us on Facebook, Beaumont Public Health Facebook, and that's where we kind of inform the community of what's going on. Next slide. We have an epidemiology and surveillance division. And in Texas, you have 120 plus communicable diseases that have to be reported by law. And so what we do, we receive these reports that's for our community, but we also have access to what's going on in the state of Texas. And so we're able to look out and see what emerging threats may be happening in other areas, and that helps us plan ahead in the event that we may have one of those infections come here. Now, this next bullet is what I'm excited about. This is new to the city of Beaumont, is this wastewater surveillance. And this, you can go to the next slide, Tina. This wastewater surveillance has the potential and will allow us to provide early detection of diseases, allowing for timely and targeted public health information. And so with this wastewater, it's just another form of surveillance. And typically right now, we have to wait on hospitals to report to us what's in the hospital, what may be in these standalone urgent care centers. But in wastewater, we're partnered with Mike Harris and his team, and you're able to detect any and all types of viral pathogens in wastewater. And so this allows us to be able to detect what's currently within our community, and that helps us plan, helps us to put in prevention strategies. So we're very, very excited to work with the state health department on this wastewater surveillance. So this is a new game, wastewater surveillance. Next slide. Now, this is proposed fees, and that's why I put in there how many people outside of our city actually access our health department. As you can see, our current STI fees are $20, and I think they've been maybe $20, I know for sure 10 or plus years. And as you can see, we compare them to other cities close to us. Baytown is 76, Galveston is 10, Austin's 20, Waco is 45 to 120, and Abilene is $25. And so we're just proposing to increase it by $5. And then we go up to $25 on the number of patients we see per year. We can bring in $60,000. And you look at your immunization fee. Yes, sir.
Right there. Earlier, you were talking about how many people come to our clinic from outside the city of Beaumont. Mm-hmm. Should we consider charging a little bit higher rate like we do for other services for citizens that come from out of town?
We talked about it internally, and we just came to a conclusion. We just increase it just across the board and have a standard rate. But that's something to be considered, because we did discuss it, that we could charge a little bit more for people that's coming from the outside, because in our STI department, 35% of our patients are from outside of the city.
I, for one, would support that. I mean, you know, at the tennis facility, we charge more for out-of-town people to come play on our courts. You know, I don't know if we do anything like that for the libraries or not, but, you know, we need to take care of Beaumonters first.
I agree.
And I would support a little bit higher rate for people outside the area.
I think the library fees are the same, but I do know that the Lakeside Center was proposed that we charge individuals who weren't citizens an additional fee to use the facility. So it is a standard practice that the city has implemented.
I support it as well.
Yeah. Okay. If you go down to immunizations, we charge $10. And that's regardless of how many vaccinations your child needs. It's $10. And we're proposing $13 for one shot and $30 for 3 or more. On the average, child come in, on the average, a child may need 4 vaccines on an average. And as you can see what other places charge, they may charge $13 for the first one and $5 for each additional dose. And that's another reason why a lot of people come to us, because we flat $10. Your child may need 8 vaccines, and it's $10. And so that's why we're proposing what we're proposing. Adult vaccinations, we charge $15 regardless of how many you need. So we're proposing to going up to $25. And again, these vaccines, the prices, the charges hadn't been updated, I know, for 10 plus years. Immunization record, currently we charge $5. That's if you lose your child's shot record, now you need a replacement. And so we're proposing going up to 10. Environmental health, this is a late fee for temporaries. Right now we charge $15 for late fee across the board. And that's definitely not a deterrent for people being late applying for their permits. And we see that a lot, especially when we do For example, I'll do the Taste of the Triangle. You may have 50 to 60 vendors there, and we asked them to apply for the permit at least 30 days in advance because there's so many it has to be inspected. This last event, I think they applied 4 days prior to the event, and they just paid the $15, so it's not a deterrent. And so we're proposing every day you're late is $30 per day. Then after 3 days, your permit could be denied because it takes a lot of planning, right? When we do the Taste of the Triangle, big events like that, that's in addition to their normal job duties. And so that's why we're proposing these rates. And so that's the proposed rates that we have, but the best news of the day from public health is in terms of budget from last year to the proposed of 25, I'm reducing my budget by $235,763. And that's due because in public health, we do receive a lot of grants every year. And so we're able to do travel and training from grant funds. We're able to buy supplies. We're able to get computers and iPads, so forth and so on off of grant funds. So that's how I'm able to reduce what we use from the city. Questions?
Outstanding.
Good deal, no questions. All right, thank you.
We don't want it to go up. We like it there.
Mayor and council, I'm excited by the opportunity just to be here to present to you today. So I guess first slide is talking about how busy we are. And y'all know this, some of it's in our annual reports, it's been published. Our dispatch office 911 communication is taken in usually between 330 to 350,000 calls a year, of which about half of them are dispatched to the field. So that tells you what kind of workload is being done. And we'll talk about in a little bit just some of the stats on how many vacancies we have. Recruitment and retention is a tough piece, and we'll hear about that in a minute. We're doing a lot of community outreach. We just did we got a rain out at Alice Keith Park a couple weeks ago. There was, we had all the crew there, and all of a sudden it came a deluge. And we're thankful for the rain, but it was inconvenient that day. So we're rescheduling that, but we've done about 4 a year lately. The trunk or treat, you can see the numbers up there. It's very well received. One of the things we've been doing for the Fun Day in the parks is trying to focus not just on the big events like something at the Civic Center, because when those are posted, we get lots of people. Sometimes the majority of the people aren't even from Beaumont. We're really trying to hit neighborhood-specific functions and opportunities, so we can network with people at the residential level. So that's our goal with that. There's a lot of programs on our website, smaller programs that are presentations that we do. Community active shooter, what do the public, the business employees, if you're a churchgoer, what do you need to do when you're faced with an active shooter program? So we have a lot of programs that we get, crime prevention and others. You can see that the Blue Santa is also very well received and very well supported through donations. So we're very thankful about that. Next slide. Operation Ceasefire, y'all have heard some comments on that, but in a very short span of time, you can see the stats and what targeted policing can accomplish That's a lot of firearms to take off the street in a tiny bit of time. These are violent offenders. This is not misdemeanor crime we're talking about here, and it makes a dent when you have a bunch of people, a team, federal agencies, the DA's office, sheriff department. This isn't just a one focus. We work closely with other departments, code enforcement, fire department, and so forth, to try to overcome some of these spot issues, and we're going to continue doing that. Training, you can see the amount of effort we put into training. We're working on, particularly when it comes to de-escalation, mental health training. Our goal is to get 100% of our officers certified. We're offering 2 to 3 courses a year. It's a week-long course, so it's not a simple tasking with all the other mandates, but we're making sure we get 2 to 3 a year with a goal of 100% certified. Next slide, please. So the Real-Time Crime Center, just grand opening just a couple weeks ago. We're very appreciative of the support we've got for that. There's some significant successes since the software and some of the technology has been implemented starting January the 22nd. This construction is not something that happened overnight. The technology, the training and so forth, this has taken many years. We've been working on some of the partnerships literally for over 15 years, and we've had siloed approaches to doing things that now through technology we're able to really integrate, and we're able to stretch our manpower, and we've been fortunate in some very proactive staff, from some dedicated real-time crime center staff to the field officers who have utilized this technology and within, for instance, the pedestrian fatality at College in Dallin, in a space of 10 minutes, they were able to have video evidence of a case that very likely could have gone unsolved without the support of technology. So this is really important to us, getting this on. Y'all have been there every step of the way. 2 years since we first approached y'all about this, and we appreciate the support. Emergency management has always been important to this community. We talked about it, last night, but I know that this is one of the manager's key things, and the reason is because we've been faced with a lot here, and it's not necessarily, we're in the middle of hurricane season, but it's not always hurricanes. We've been faced with a lot of disasters. We're currently working 5 different disasters, most recently Beryl. So back to Harvey, we've had a lot of progress that's come out, benefits that have come from disaster. Good does come from that. You look at, just behind this building, Riverfront Park, that project alone, and several other major ones like providing some backup water system to the city, has come from the benefits of disaster. So we want to make sure that's out there. Power outages, it wasn't just during Beryl, but I think a week or 2 before that, we'd had some power outages, and there's a significant team of people that make sure that our homebound people that need support and may have issues, we reach out between a whole bunch of departments of your city, our city, and make sure that they're okay, even when it means having a responder go to their house and check on them. So a lot of stuff going on in grants as well, disaster recovery, as you know, both funding and in trying to help meet the tight fiscal requirements. Next slide, please. So one of our big goals is to make sure that the department's strategic plan, which we really need to build and develop, is in line with the city plan, with the manager's expectation, with your and the community's expectations. We have some plans on that, expansion of our community programs. There's a lot of new laws out there, and the case law and the legislative things that happen aren't necessarily every 2 years or whatever. There's changes that are constantly going on, best practices that come from lessons learned and so forth. Accreditation is a big impetus, and that's also beneficial for building transparency and making sure you can equate quality across both the state and the nation, because and you can look at comparisons and that type of thing. Some of these practices have been in effect. We just aren't accredited, but we narrowly had been required by September of 2026 to be accredited, and that was vetoed by the governor. There was some issues with, or my understanding of the issue, and I'm sure our city attorney could speak more about this, but basically, it was going to be a huge undertaking to have every single police department in the state accredited by that time. So it's expected, from what we're hearing, that any department over 50 people may, as recently as this next session, be required to be accredited in the near future. So we want to be ahead of the curve, number one. Number two, we want to make sure that we're transparent as possible, and we want to make sure that we're compliant with the regulatory requirements, the expectations, and make sure we're doing the right thing. So that's a big issue. We do have a lot of reporting requirements, and those are ever expanding. And some of the mental health legislative updates, for instance, our training requirements over the next biennium have increased dramatically, which of course drives a lot of our training requirements and costs there. So next slide, please. So, budget requests are obviously tight this year, but when we built our budget, we based it on the new budget guidelines. Number one, zero-based budgeting. Number two, our proposals were specifically reflective of the crime reduction and public safety, which is the number one priority on this city's strategic plan. So we're listening what y'all are saying. Over the last several weeks, we've been really reminded about the goal to reduce crime, to improve public safety. And you'll see that reflected not just as something that was put together in the last few days, but something that we've been working on with the city manager and with finance staff for several months now. To that end, we have several proposals in here. The first of all is a reclassification of a position that's important to us to ensure equality with the responsibilities and pay of similar positions elsewhere in the city. Additionally, we're looking at the analyst, public safety analyst positions, which was our first phase in a 4-year plan to staff the Real-Time Crime Center. I know that's already been addressed a little bit, but we've spent years through grants and city funds to build out the Emergency Operations Center and the Real-Time Crime Center, procure equipment, technology, and even a significant amount of training, but it takes people to operate this, as the councilman said earlier. We need the officers to staff it. We want to use civilian specialists instead of having sworn have to be in this position, because we need the sworn out in the field and doing duties that require a sworn police officer. We have our core staff. We need to expand that. We believe with 16 analysts eventually to do a 24/7, 365-day coverage. So we've asked for a strategic or a phased plan. We've been working with the manager in the finance section, and they're working with us on that. We understand the budgetary concerns. We've also worked with the city, both Jeff Harville and the fleet manager and the CFO and the city manager with regard to our fleet. We have to have transportation number one. We got to have visibility. And if we don't have enough vehicles out there, then we have to combine people. So we're looking at field assets. These are ones that are frontline that we're looking at on this budget request that's presented to you today. The status of the fleet is an internal concern as well. The officers need a safe vehicle to do. Some of these repairs take time. The fleet orders, as y'all know, you don't, sometimes you're lucky and the car's sitting there on the lot. Some of these things we order take time to outfit and build and find to purchase. So we need enough vehicles to do that. We're working very closely with them, and we need to keep the vehicles from exceeding reasonable mileage standards and strengthen officers and citizen safety on that. With regard to 911, obviously I gave you all the stats of what their workload is. You know, that call load is managed with a minimum manpower of requirement of 5 people. So if you think about how many calls that is a day, they're working 12-hour shifts, they're not sitting around ever. That phone's constantly ringing. They're constantly having to coordinate responses and requests, concerns, and dispatch field officers. We have a tough time maintaining a full staff, and we traditionally have about a third of our positions vacant, either because we can't attract or we can't retain qualified personnel. 8 of the 10 surrounding agencies offer certification pay. So this is one we're not asking to raise their base pay right now. We understand the compensation study's been done, and that's a work of art and a work in progress. However, we do ask for this because it's such a common provision by other agencies that we believe it'll help us retain people and help us recruit as well. The sworn officers do get certification pay as an incentive. The same certification entity, the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement Officer Standards, is the same certifying entity for dispatcher pay. So we're asking for that. We also worked with the legal department and the CFO for the paralegal position that's going to support our constant open records requests and legal reviews, evidence sharing requests, and so forth. We appreciate that consideration. I know that our city attorney already addressed that. And then we've discussed some funding for, and we have some, I don't see it up there, but we had some revisions late last night. I think we were talking about Lexapol that provides policy management and maintenance to ensure case law regulations and law changes are constantly updated. So our manpower numbers have been stagnant for many years, but our workload is increasing. We remain a full service department. You call, we come. We have an increasing workload from evidentiary requirements, event security and management, open records requests, community and management expectations. So making ends meet just through the use of overtime has stretched our personnel to a maximum. We realize funding is tight this year. We continue to fight hard to find additional funding streams and find ways to streamline our operations, stretch manpower. The technology is an example. This department brings in millions of dollars a year in grant funding. Projects are often benefiting other departments, not just the police department. So we also have a lot of reimbursement and overtime, both through fees, reimbursements, and grants for overtime. And some of the fees more than reimburse the cost of multiple positions. So we've implemented, as y'all have heard, cutting edge technology to stretch our personnel.
Great. Can we kind of stick to the script here a little bit, because we got to get through this, and everything that's on here is already in your budget, so you don't have to justify it.
Okay.
We've already plugged in these dollars, and you and I are going to meet this week because you're going to have special requests, and we'll probably rework this
Yes, sir.
thing.
So y'all can see there what I'm talking about, the cybersecurity grant match, that's a citywide project. The radio maintenance citywide project is actually a regional project, covers 4 counties. And that, we do have a portion of that. The FUSIS grant match, we're hoping to get that covered at least 75% this year. And you can see the other costs there that are for IT support that we have to have for these different technology programs that we have. So I guess that's a completion. Apologize for the length.
No.
I got.
Well, let me add a couple of things. Thanks, Tim.
Yes, sir. Any
And
questions?
again, we have to meet because he's going to have priorities that we haven't heard before, so we got to be able to build his priorities into this budget for sure. We're going to talk about the crime center and what that means, because other people have said there are different ways to tackle that. So I want to make sure we're tackling it in the right way. Some people have said there might be some existing personnel that could work in there too. So we just want to make sure we're doing it right. Have no problem with giving him 4 if he needs it or whatever, but we want to make sure we're doing it correctly. The accreditation, it's something that this department needs. I was surprised to realize it hasn't been accredited. It's something departments should have achieved. I know sometimes it can be a little bit taxing going through the exercise of doing that, but so we did, and it's not listed on the screen with the Alexa poll deal that pays for the ability for us to get accredited. But that's also dollars we're putting into the fire department too. So the accreditation, and I just want you to know we're going to meet and rehash his, and his budget could look differently after this week.
Okay. Councilman Turner?
I know you guys are meeting this week, so it's just a few things I like to kind of point out that's important to me as a council member. And most of the community neighborhood associations, whether it be West End, North End, South End, they're all saying they want more of a physical presence of law enforcement throughout that community. That's pretty much straight across the board throughout the community. It's been said. I'm pretty sure you can attest to it, Mike, Chris, I'm pretty sure you can attest to it as well. Everyone's saying they want more of a physical presence. Me, Kenneth, I support staffing with the Real-Time Crime Center. We actually pay a fee yearly, whether it be internal, whether it be reallocation, or however you need to get it done. As a council member, I do support that. One thing I want to focus on is it's a topic we pay for a study, and we realize that 64% of our officers work in the city of Beaumont and live outside of the city of Beaumont. By law, of course, we can't require them to live in the city of Beaumont, but any type of way we can incentivize them or any type of way we can understand it in hiring,
We put that into the budget that came out. Okay, well, I wanted that in too. We'll look at that.
Okay, I just want, because I mean, we talked about it last year, and I just want to make sure we get it in there this year. And just attraction and retaining plan. I like to, see it and see if there's any way I can help you guys in that area. Because I know, Tim, you said that'll be a focus for you, so I'm more than supportive to see if I can help you all in any way.
Sure.
Councilman Getz?
One of the things that Chief mentioned was, he's, if I heard you right, you've got sworn personnel that could possibly be filled by civilian positions, and those sworn personnel could then be put out in the field, which would enhance what Councilman Turner just said, more of a presence. Did I understand that accurately?
They can be put into doing duties that are needing to be done by a sworn. We want to separate the duties that can be done by a civilian and be efficient with how we're using our officers, because some of our duties right now can be conducted by a civilian. We just don't have the civilian to do the job. So that's what our goal is, to have as much visibility as possible. There are still investigations that have to happen. Some of these positions would support preventing having to pull officers in to do those things.
Well, anything that we can do to leverage that, Mr. Williams, to allow sworn personnel to be doing duties that are required to be done by sworn personnel, but not having them do duties that civilians can do, seems to me to be something we would want to look at, because obviously civilians don't get paid what sworn personnel does. So that would be something I think would be important too. Thank you.
And just as a point of information, I was just at a training that pointed out as cities improve with their crime, oftentimes crime stats go up, and it requires actually additional staff because as you're more efficient in such as these systems and you're able to catch more, it appears that you have a bigger problem when in fact you don't have a bigger problem, you're just being able to address it. But if we're going to effectively address it, we are going to have the right personnel on the ground. So I think we all need to buckle up for the fact that this real-time crime center is rolling out, and it may appear that crime is going up when in fact it's the same amount of crime. It's just that we're able to catch more of it and respond to more of it, but we're going to have that resources. So I certainly know you've got a big task ahead, but we know you're up for it. Glad to have you.
Thanks, sir.
Good afternoon, council, city managers, city executive staff. Two of the things that we're asking for is the Lexipol policy that Mr. Williams referred to. This is a standardized deal to get our individuals across the board familiar with our policies and procedures, and it can lead to reduced litigation costs. The initial cost is, as you see, $68,874. After that, a $21,000 annual fee on the Lexipol policies and procedures, and that would help with litigation for legal staff also. And the pharmaceutical inventory control vending machine, as you know, we run 9 med units every day, and we are required by DEA to track all our medication. This is, if you've gone to the hospital, you've seen the vending machines that the nurses use for medication. This allows us to better track the narcotics that we use, and if we're audited by drug enforcement agency, we can produce those so that we're accountable for every bit of our medications utilized. Next slide, please. Any questions? As you can see, this is our overall budget. And I'm proud to say that if you'll look at the lower right-hand corner, we've cut as best as we can, and we've only looking for an increase of 3.2% in our entire budget. In fact, some of our lines we've actually managed to decrease. Next slide, please. Administration and finance. The only thing that has increased in those lines, as you see, is the benefits. And the second, the contract services, that is in my line item budget. That is for any litigation generated from grievances and losses, things like that. But the only increase in those lines were wages and benefits. Next slide, please. And this is Chief Singler, who is the Assistant Chief over our Operations Division. Been able to reduce that this coming year by a significant amount, a little bit amount, going from 32.5 to 31.3. Any questions? Next slide, please. One of our planning divisions. Okay, a little bit of decrease in that division. The wages and benefits is not something that we can control. That is something contractual with the firefighters union. Okay. Next slide. Our logistics division, a little bit of increase in that because of increase in cost. Again, wages and benefits is not something we can really control, but a little bit of increase in that, the logistics service branch division. That division actually supports all the fire stations and med stations, any repair and maintenance. Those things are taken from that division. Next slide. And the support branches are communications division. That is manned 365 days a year with personnel, 4 personnel during the day and 2 personnel at night. The 911 center actually rolls those calls over to our communication divisions, and we wind up dispatching both fire and EMS services out of that division. Next slide. And the EMS division, which for the most part, I think now we have a total of 27 civilian personnel allotted in that position, because some of those positions have been turned into sworn positions. In fact, earlier this year, 12 of those positions was converted to sworn firefighter positions. Any questions? Next slide, please. And as you look here, we're running 12 engines, staffed by 3 firefighters apiece, 3 deputy chiefs, 3 district chiefs, and a support unit on the fire side of the operation division. On the EMS side, 9 med units every day. We're running 9 med units staffed by 2 certified emergency medical personnel. Some of those units, we run a tiered system, a BLS, basic life support system, ALS, advanced life support system, and what we call a MIC unit. Those units are reserved for paramedics trained to administer the narcotics, and we try to keep them in reserve for our heart attack, stroke patients, those really, really bad calls. Like the other day, we had a severe wreck that required 5 of our med units. We transported a total of over 9 personnel to emergency service. So it is very imperative that we keep 9 frontline med units in service. With those 5 med units being tied up, that only left us with 4 med units for other calls throughout the entire city during that 3-hour period. Next slide, please. And as you can see, Max and Chief Singler have done an excellent job of showing our increased call volume. Much like PD, we field a number of 911 calls and trying to educate the public that some of these calls may not be necessary. We want you to call, but some of these calls may not reach the level of emergency that require a med unit or for us to respond. So we're going to go on an aggressive campaign of educating the public that some of these things that you're calling for actually don't raise to the level of require emergency services. Yes, sir.
We've talked about that previously. Has that not been rolled out yet, where we were going to do some sort of a telemed or something where are we on that?
That was a Good Sam app, and we're currently going to be interviewing 2 clinical navigators. In fact, Max went over today and looked up 911 dispatch for that location for those navigators to come in, and we're going to take those calls and we're going to scan them, and if it doesn't require a med unit or engine to respond, we're going to send them to telemed or maybe someone else that can help them and don't require a response. Yes, sir, we are continuously working on that. That was approved budget year last year and this year.
When will it be implemented?
We're currently going to be, Max is working on the actual guide to hire 2 clinical navigators within the next 6 months, I anticipate.
Is there any discussions to be able to integrate fire into the real-time crime center for all the different resources that are available through that may be usable to the fire department in the event of accidents and other emergencies that occur, as well as possible med calls and stuff.
Yeah, the Good Sam app will be integrated into the 911 center. And for years ago, there was a plan to move fire dispatch, which is being manned by sworn personnel, over to the 911 center. However, there was litigation that the union instituted that you couldn't replace sworn personnel with civilians. So the plan down the line is to move fire dispatch with sworn personnel over to the 911 center so we don't have those duplicated services. That Angie IT, when we buy software for 911 over at PD, they're having to buy software for 911 over at fire. So we're going to be working to try to integrate and have them in all one center. Yes, sir.
Chief, when are you gonna start this integration process of putting everybody together?
That's something that we're going to approach the city manager on. There is enough room over there currently, but we'll have to work with IT and everything and get everything moved over there along with personnel also.
And these clinical navigators, are they gonna be sworn personnel or are they gonna be civilian EMTs or what?
They're going to be civilian paramedics. They're not going to be dispatching. They're actually going to be taking those calls in and
Deciding what to do with
prioritize and decide if they need to be dispatched, and then they'll send them over to the 911 sworn personnel to dispatch.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Any questions on that? Next slide, please. And as you can see, we put this is on the fire side. Our calls for service have actually gone up. They're always going to go up. And we've broken it down into calls by year and classifications and everything. The majority of our calls, probably over 80%, involve some type of emergency service medical call. So we're really concentrating on that by making sure we're getting our personnel trained up from the basic life support level to the advanced life support level. Next slide. Any questions?
That's it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Chief, just more so concerned, similar to what I told Police Chief Austin to check. I'm looking at the percentages, firefighters, 75%, work in the city of Beaumont and live outside the city of Beaumont. I just want to put an emphasis, even though I know legally we can't require people, just to put more of an emphasis, see what can we do to encourage, our officers actually living here. Because what I do appreciate about you came up here in your budget, it was projected to be more than a decrease. So I truly appreciate the fiscally conservativeness.
Yes, sir.
Some went up, but yours decreased. But I just think that's a big concern. And another thing is, I guess with staff and city manager, I know we've been talking, but litigation, it's been like a consistent thing. And it's kind of hard to navigate through things if we're always
It makes it difficult.
in the middle of it. And we're at a point where we can't move forward with projects we need to move forward with.
Yes, sir.
And that's things that we really need to talk about, discuss, because since I've been here, it's almost been consistent.
We've the city's never
Instigated litigation.
Instigated litigation against.
I understand.
We're constantly on the defense.
Yeah, that's my point, though, because when it comes to negotiating and talk about some of these instances we need to talk about, that type of thing, per advice of my city manager, hinders that. And I have people contact me, but I can't, get into those discussions with this litigation going on.
And I know that our CFO kind of touched on it in the middle. It's really hard for us to put together a budget if we haven't necessarily been able to open litigation. Well, we were prepared to do that this week, actually. And for reasons I've discussed with you, through attorney-client privilege, it just didn't work out that way. And the city was incredibly disappointed by that because we did want to be able to produce a contract and a solid budget to council for approval by October 1. And I'm just not confident that that'll happen this time.
And that's a concern of mine with us budgeting. We're not prepared to do that with the tight budget we actually have. So at some point, I know, Mr. Manager, I've been kind of hammering it today. I just want to do everything we can to be prepared to deal with these budgetary issues. But unfortunately, right now we can't with a budget this tight, I really think we would need to know what we're looking like. But unfortunately, due to circumstances, I understand that we can't. And even when it comes to overtime, like, yeah, Chief drove it down, but just ways we can figure out to reduce that overtime as well, I highly appreciate it.
Yes, sir. We're going to address that. My staff and I have been in talks about how to reduce that overtime. To address your concern as far as hiring local, we did add more points to the civil service entrance test. The thing we talked about at the joint BISD council meeting was grow your own. We've actually got that pretty much laid out. We were not able to roll it out this year because BISD had already set their calendar. But in the fiscal year 25, we're going to be doing everything possible to kick that off for their 26 school year, to make sure that we're giving BISD students and residents of Beaumont the opportunity to come to work at the Beaumont Fire Rescue.
Thank you, Chief. And same as I told you with police, I'm more than willing to support any type of incentives, anything to kind of incentivize our firefighters who work hard for us to actually, reside in our city. It's kind of tough. That 75% is pretty alarming.
And it is tough because, as you know, we recently had the Gilbert Building fire. Large percentage of our personnel live outside the city. To call them in on overtime to help with second alarm fires is a delayed response to getting personnel here to man reserve equipment.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Councilman Felshaw.
So Chief, just in regards to the EMS situation and the debate over hiring practice and the number of boxes on the street, the gift that just keeps on giving.
Yes, sir.
That we've been dealing with for some time. You feel like overall it's improved?
We've turned the corner. We actually have, of course, as we talked before with council and manager and legal, to ride the box by firefighters was not a desired assignment. However, because now they just do it now, it has gotten better. We don't, not as much hoopla being assigned to the med unit. I'm not saying they like it, but they go out and perform their duties admirably, whether they're assigned to a fire truck or a med unit. So it has.
You see light at the end of the tunnel?
I do. I really, really do. I interviewed, we've been hiring constantly, and one of the things I asked the potential firefighters, what do you think it is that we do here? And the overwhelming majority of them understand, because in the Fire Academy and the EMT Academy, they've been led to understand that you're going to be doing med calls, whether it's on a fire engine or on a med unit. And they know, Chief, that's what we're going to be doing.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
So I think that we've a little bit turned the corner. Yes, sir.
Chief, I'm looking at this chart here. It says on the structure fire general 1,018 for fiscal year 24. 1,018 structure fires?
Well, you got to remember that could be a trash can inside a structure. It's still classified as a structure fire. It could be a small fire in a structure. It's still classification-wise, it's still classified as a structure fire. Okay. Very few of our fires, because we have great response and a great fire prevention program, are full-blown fires, blowing out the windows when we get there, having to pull lines and everything. The Gilbert building is a perfect example that what can happen, but doesn't happen very often here.
That's why I was asking, because I don't remember having that many fires a year.
It still has to be classified as a structure fire by NFPA standards and reported to the state. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chief.
Any other questions?
I don't believe so. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you all for your time.
All right, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. We're going to start back at 3:36. So 3:36. can have a seat now. Gentlemen. That's why you need a gavel. Tina, we do another roll call. So I'm told.
Call a roll.
Mayor West,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Turner, Councilmember Durio, Councilmember Getz,
Present.
Councilmember Felshaw,
Still here.
Member Samuel, and Councilmember Neal absent.
City Manager.
Continue, Bree.
All right. Hello, Mayor, Council.
Hello.
I'm going to skip over the first two slides just to make it go a little bit faster. I'm going to start with our numbers here in a second. Something that's different this year, I did get rid of one position in my office that wasn't needed. So to kind of save a little bit of money, we did get rid of one of our positions. You'll see that on our numbers that we have quite a bit of a decrease in certain budget items. Our full-time wages went down about $215,000. Our operating supplies about $1,000, printing $2,100, travel and training. That one's kind of funny, but it's $25. Yeah, professional fees and dues $1,700, miscellaneous equipment $9,500. I'm not asking for anything extra this year, so that's about it on that one. Our next slide. This year we did an amnesty program and a warrant roundup. It was our first year to do an amnesty program. We had, during our amnesty program that ran from March 19th to April 2nd, there was 99 cases that were resolved, with 34,000 of that being paid in full. That was just based on amnesty program. That was not any other regular business. On April 3rd, our police department worked with us and did a warrant roundup. On that warrant roundup, just the Beaumont PD statistics were 95 total stops. 18 of them were paid in full, 16 arrests with 46,000 served warrants at that time. That same day in municipal court statistics, 62,000 was resolved, 70 defendants, and 225 warrants are cleared. Going into 2025, we are going to do the amnesty program again in the fall. And then we're going to do a warrant roundup in the spring. We're going to kind of separate them so we can see really which one's working. the best and try to hit 2 different times of the year to bring in more revenue. All right, that's all I have. So that's it.
Thank you. Councilman Turner?
Just can you kind of explain a little bit about exactly what the amnesty program is?
Yes, sir. So during our amnesty program this year, we offered defendants to come in, and if they came in to see the judge, we would waive their warrant fee. So their warrant fees could be $50. They could be $150, $100. It just depends on how many times they went into warrant. So we would completely waive that fee and get them out of warrant. We would set them up on a payment plan and do a paid in full, community service, so on and so forth on that.
Well, I compliment y'all on the Warren Roundup and that program. I had people literally calling me like I can waive their warrant or waive their fees, and I couldn't. So it actually was very effective because people in the community literally contacted me in reference to it. So thank you guys.
I think this year too, the reason we want to do it a little bit different is because we were doing the amnesty program and the warrant roundup all together, there wasn't such a surprise factor. So next year or this year coming up, we do want to have that warrant roundup still as a surprise factor, you know, in the spring, but we still want to offer the community the amnesty program and have them come in and work with them.
I support that. Great job.
Thank you.
Councilman Felshaw?
I'm just curious, I don't need exact numbers, but the 225 warrants cleared, in comparison to what is still outstanding, is this making a difference, or is it like trying to chip away at a mountain?
So, I mean, we have a lot of active warrants. Okay. I mean, there is, this is just one of the ways that we try to get rid of them. We also have our collection agency that works.
So just a lot left to do.
There is a lot.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Y'all have a good day.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I am going to hit the high points, and then y'all can ask what questions you have. So for our 311 call center, we only had one supplemental request. We've talked a lot in the past about AI and what AI can do for the city. And one of those things that other cities are implementing and that we've asked for a couple of years now is a chatbot. And what that will do is it will allow citizens to have an actual conversation, like a chat conversation, and we can feed all the information that we need it to give to citizens back. So it will review everything off of our website. It will review everything off of our social media. And so a citizen can, instead of calling in or calling building codes and trying to figure out what building permit they need, we can if they can ask specific questions and we can lead them the best we can into a flow chart. It's not going to give quite as much at this time that building codes wants, but that's in the future. We can build on it as we go. But a lot of cities are also putting it in place of, we get a lot of messages. I know city communications gets a lot of messages on like Facebook Messenger and Instagram Messenger. This would take the place of that. We would just set up a message that automatically replies saying we no longer take messages at this location. Please contact us at and direct them to the chat bot. And then the chat bot can work through where they need to go. It will automatically create tickets on the CityWorks side. It will automatically direct citizens where they need to go. It'll also benefit people, staff internally, as we can build out a staff chat bot as well that'll do the same thing, but anything related to what we currently have in our systems. And then so for 311, they're calls for service. So far, for the first 6 months of the year, they go calendar year. We have 50,143 calls for service, and then compared to 52,567 of last year. And that includes, I think if you add up the numbers on the screen, that's not going to give you those numbers because these numbers include our requests for information and our 811 locate calls.
Some of our top 10 service requests for 311 are sewer, animal care, water, and code enforcement. Next slide. For FY25, we are probably, because we are central IT, everybody requests from us, and then we put in the research and we put in the requests for the supplemental request for technology. So we probably had the most supplemental requests this year, probably every year. And we tried to work really hard with finance to only to get what was absolutely needed. So one of those things for IT, we have not had any new staff since I started in 2011, but our technology has grown exponentially. We've asked for the last couple of years and haven't been able to get any higher level staff. So we went back to the drawing board and determined that one thing that would help all of our groups is if we had somebody that could handle our inventory for us. And so that's where the inventory control coordinator came from. That will free several of us up to be able to do more technical things, where right now we're worrying about handling purchasing and replacement of the technology that's already out there. As always, we have technology equipment lifecycle replacements. Our lifecycle replacements are anywhere from 5 years to 10 years that we have on the books. There are some printers that have lasted us 20 years, but for the most part, computers are replaced every 5 years, servers every 8 years, and projectors every 10 years, which across all city departments is $950,779. That the ones you saw, I believe Tim had some on his slide, that's included in here. So that's going to be kind of a duplicate. We're going to add some surveillance cameras for water. The faster software is end of life and is no longer going to be functional. So we're going to have to replace it with its newer version. Solid waste currently has body cams. We've had problems with them over the past several years. They're not good quality. So when we started having a couple of other departments interested in getting them, we looked for a new company to replace them that has other cities have said work very well for them. So solid waste and water customer service are going to be getting body cams. The CityWorks asset management refresh is mostly just retraining for our asset management side of CityWorks. And then the door security for water, we've gone ahead and we're able to do that this year, so that can actually be removed. The audio video upgrade for the training room at water is so that they can do their training courses and hold their meetings and have audio video capabilities. And then fire has equipment, Motorola radio equipment that's going to have to be replaced for $290,000. Next slide. Just a few updates to what y'all approved last year and what we've been working on this year. Our My Telephone system upgrade. Our My Telephone system is end of life. That project is expected to be completed by September. The Zetron alerting system for fire. All of the equipment is in place. All we're waiting on is just the tie-in from our dispatching system, and that will be completed. The Real-Time Crime Center, as y'all have all seen, was a huge undertaking for technology. It's estimated to be complete in August. We just have a final couple of things that still need to be done by the vendor there. Nothing that's preventing it from doing any functionality. Finance budget software, as you've heard about it several times today, I believe, is new. We did use it this year. It was different, so it did provide us some challenges, but I think it will be good in the long run. We have a handful of pieces to that. It's estimated to be completed in August. The Itron water meter repairs are estimated to begin in August. We had our kickoff meeting last week. The network ring upgrade is mostly complete. There's 2 more devices remaining to be installed. Should be complete in August. Good Sam is the technology portion of what you discussed with Chief White, and that is estimated to begin in August. Council approved it, I'd say about 6 weeks ago, to purchase. Their main company is in another country, so we have had some challenges in the purchasing side of it that has been resolved, and we are ready to schedule our kickoff meeting for the Good Sam application. Safe Fleet was approved by council last night, so we will begin in August on that one. We implemented some new email security, which was completed in October. And noteworthy for fiscal year 2024, the city manager designated me to chair an AI committee that is planning for AI policy and implementations throughout city departments. Any questions?
No questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor, City Council, City Manager, City Attorney. My name is Kenny Smith, and I'm the Director of Facility Maintenance. First of all, I want to start with praising the Facility Maintenance Department. They've done a great job this past year. A lot of things that were budgeted, they were actually completed this year. So some of our successes this past year was overseeing the build out of the Real-Time Crime Center. Also, the completion of the Rogers Park Dog Park. They installed some fencing, water fountains, and obstacle course for our furry friends here. Some items that are noteworthy that I didn't mention on my slides, other successes were the construction of the new pavilion at Sprout Park, installation of new perimeter fencing at the police department, completion of the sidewalks at the Botanical Garden at Terrell Park, new fencing at the fleet facilities, installation of new light poles at the Julie Rogers Theater, and replacement of all existing exterior light poles and lighting fixture with LED at Sterling. Some of the current projects that we have going on this fiscal year that actually plan on finishing before the end of 24 was installation of generators at water utilities, parks, and then the Fire Station 6. And then also is going to be the construction of the new pavilion at Rogers Park. You can go to the next slide, please. All right, so I'm here to present the proposed facility improvements for FY25. One that we discussed at last night's council was the municipal court redundant chiller. This would be about $370,000. That was something we discussed last night. This was the Julie Rogers stage rigging, curtain, and rail system. It was something that Emily covered in her previous slides. It's about $800,000. We're gonna oversee the construction, demolition, and renovation of that project. We have a project at the Civic Center South Wall Masonry Restoration and Window Caulking. That's gonna be about $56,700. It involves doing some tuck pointing at that facility, fixing some masonry so we can reduce the water intrusion at that facility. And then our other project is painting, doing interior painting at the Alice Keefe, John Paul Davis, and Rogers Park Community Center. That's around $54,900. Our total projects that we're proposing for this year is going to be $1,281,600. And those are the projects that we're looking for approval, not approval, but suggestion for this year for FY25.
Okay, and you might not know the answer, so I don't, but maybe we can find out about the balcony at the, I know at some point that was underway and I think it had been reordered. Is there?
So there were some, I guess, specs, and you can come on up, Jimmy. We're gonna love this. But there were some questions as to like the performance of the work that was submitted, and so it had to be redone. There were some, if you just want to know the full history, the architect recommended a glass that wasn't sustainable, didn't work, so we had to go through their insurance to get that corrected. We did that. The glass came in. We needed it to match. The work that was provided wasn't acceptable to the city, so we went back and forth, and we were able to now get to a point where we're moving forward with getting that done. Good summary?
That's correct. They started yesterday, installing the glass.
So we may, here in the next month, have the balcony where it can open again?
Oh, yes, sir.
Outstanding.
Councilman Guest, you look confused.
I do.
Well, see, we don't always bother you with the small things.
But the balcony's been closed for several years now, so.
Yeah, few.
Yeah.
Mayor,
I couldn't have said that better, sure.
It's a small thing.
Just to see the John Paul Davis and Rogers Park Community Centers actually being repainted, and Alice Keat, I'm sorry, actually being repainted. I really like that because, we want to take pride in what we have. If you can't knock it down and go new, let's make it look as presentable as we can. And in the future, even our recreational center on Gulf Street is kind of needs some tender love and care as well. You might be able to agree when you see it from the outside. It's been pretty much the same since it's been there. So I know it's a big ask. The revenue not coming in right now, but I'm pretty sure we'll grow this population so we can do more in this city.
Councilman Getz and Councilman Durio.
One of the things that I have heard a whole lot about is the need to have more pickleball courts at the Municipal Tennis Center. I'm not a pickleball player, but there was actually a meeting with myself and the manager and
Fastest
members of the pickleball community, and that was last year. And so I was kind of under the impression that these pickleball courts were going to be built in FY25. I don't see them on here. I know we're doing a overall parks improvement plan, but I thought we kind of green lighted this. Where is this project?
We didn't budget anything for it.
No, sir.
Well, I'm not sure if it's in recreation.
It's in the CIP.
So it's not in their budget, but it's still on the budget?
Go ahead, Chris.
It's in the
Sheriff
CIP,
Department.
I believe, and June can correct me, is it 26?
Yeah, 2025 is the design $40,000, and 2026 construction $302,000 for 6 pickleball courts at the tennis center.
I would really advocate to try to find some money for that this coming year. We've made promises to that community, and it's growing. We have the opportunity to get out-of-town tournaments in, which brings people into our community to stay in our hotels, eat in our restaurants. They've had tournaments with the courts that they have now. If we had more, we could have larger tournaments. We see what the softball fields can do in terms of bringing in people. Pickleball players, do the same thing. So I'm just saying that this is something, Mr. Williams, you and I have sat down, we've talked about this to this community, and
I've been a part of meetings as well, and I get emails weekly. I understand it's the fastest growing sport in America, but it is sewer, water, and pickleball, probably the top 3 things I hear about.
Well, Mayor, before you gentlemen sit down, since we in a action mood, and when she brought up tourism, she did say sports was one of the main reasons we get revenue in the city of Beaumont. We don't have many rec centers out here in the city of Beaumont. I feel like we have 115,000 citizens, a large group of youth, and we have 1 rec center. So while we advocating, I really like to see more rec facilities, or maybe something in the south side of town.
I totally agree with that myself.
If we gonna put it out there, I kind of want to focus on these kids too.
Well, kids can play pickleball. And
we got courts already though.
So the other thing I wanted to ask y'all about that we've been talking about a while, and it's even been mentioned here today, is the food truck park. And I don't know which department is actually going to be involved in that. Is that y'all's department?
Yes, sir.
Where are we on that?
Let's see.
25, 26.
That's also in the CIP.
It's definitely in the CIP 25, 26.
Should be next fiscal year. Yeah, I guess a few weeks ago, we had a discussion of the CIP and all these projects were talked about that you mentioned, and it's planned and scheduled. So typically, there's a planning part where the dollars for planning and designing projects, and then next year the projects are constructed. So I know the pickleball court is for design, et cetera, in 25, and then construction in the 26 for the pickleball court.
That's correct.
What's the price on those pickleball courts?
Well, so in the budget, FY '25 would be designed for 43,000. Oh, I'm sorry, we went to pickleball?
Oh, you gotta stay on food truck.
All right, 40,000 for design in FY '25, 302,000 in FY '26 for construction.
Is that a question for him?
Facilities? Okay.
Yes, facilities.
Sir.
Have where are we on installing cameras in the parks? Is that y'all or is that parks? It's not y'all.
IT did at the 4 community centers last year. Angie should know about that.
Thank you.
Thank you, facility. Yeah. Jimmy.
We did put in a request. I believe it was denied as part of the budget process.
I think the only cameras that were approved were end of life and had to be.
But didn't we install some of them
What you installed last time?
last year?
What we did install, we installed at the locations of the community centers. Any park that had a community center got cameras. And then one side of the hike and bike trail at, is it the Dishman side? And then the parking lot for the one off of Folsom. Like at Folsom.
But I think we should look at, especially like over there, if we'd had cameras, it might have helped us over there at Sprott Park when they set their turf on fire. And we have a big problem over there with people dumping trash and in the dumpster that they're not supposed to be using. They just throw it around. I sent in an email on that, and I think they said we actually had somebody from staff went through the trash and found an envelope with somebody's name on it, and they sent them a letter. I guess that might have been code enforcement, I'm not sure. But that's been an ongoing problem, and I think I would like to get to the point where we can put cameras in every park in the city, especially the ones where we just put all this new playground equipment at, Central Park, Charlton Pilot Park, where's the other one at, Mike? That's Central Park.
Yeah.
Harrius.
Yeah, at Babes and Harrius, at Compact, what'd y'all say? Somebody said
Best.
that one too. We're looking to, I think we ought to find a way to look into eventually having cameras at all our parks. But, we have to start somewhere. Ward 4 is a good place.
I think we're also installing cameras this year, unless it got out of the budget, at the solid waste facility in the landfill, because they didn't have cameras. Are those still in the budget? Last I saw, they were, because they were coming out of those funds, not general.
They're looking, I think, out of the
We'll put
proprietary funds.
cameras at different
Different
sites.
city facilities.
All right, thank you. Are we up to water now?
All right, good afternoon. I'm gonna be brief, hopefully as brief as Christina was. I'm gonna try. I brought Cliff Jackson with me. He's the operations manager. So y'all know who does actually all the work around there. So, go to the next slide. All right, starting with water distribution, our operation budget last year, we were looking at $5,862,300. We're looking at increasing it up to $5,964,074. A lot of this increase, of course, is due to inflation, material, heavy material. That price seems to just keep going up and up every year. Few of the things that we do, we fixed 1,220 water main breaks since the fiscal year started. Some other things that we do in the water, as far as on the water distribution side, we have service line repair. routine flushing, lead and copper inventorying, main replacement, and also dress-ups are included into the water distribution. I have to say that the dress-ups have done a phenomenal job. Back in March after the drought with all the water main breaks, we had over 500 dress-ups that were on the books pending. We've actually knocked that number down to 271 as of yesterday. So it's taking some time, but we're getting it done. As far as our tap price fees, nothing has changed with our tap prices. As for our new budget items for next year, we did look at adding one additional labor position in water distribution. We're looking at adding a 750 dump truck, crew cab dump truck. And one of the things that I'm kind of excited about, and I know Cliff is too, is the smart cap leak detection devices. This is a device that actually a fire hydrant caps that goes on fire hydrants and monitors the water mains and able to pinpoint water leaks. So we can go out and make repairs. The good part about this is it's mobile. We can put it in an area in a neighborhood, monitor that area for 3 months, 4 months, fix the leaks, take the caps off, reprogram, move them to another area. Our wastewater collections, our operation budget last year was at $6,256,400. Our projected, our budget for next year, $6,273,227. Of course, same thing with the sewer collection side. Material prices, they're still going up. Some of the new things that we're looking at budgeting for is for, I just put one on there, but we're looking at a couple new crew cab utility trucks, replacements. One other thing is the light airboard sign. We do find ourselves working out in the street quite often, and to have this airboard sign, I think, like I said, it'll be a big help to our crews to keep them safe. I know we've had to change several valves out in the last 2 or 3 months out on College Street, and we're having to do it at night because of the businesses not shutting the water off. So like I said, having this is going to be a big help. Some of the things we've done in the sewer repair, we repaired 166 sewer mains in this last year and 5,000 feet of sewer main replacement. Our numbers in the sewer, they're down this year as far as what we've been able to do. I know with the weather we've had in the last couple of months, it's kind of hard to believe we had a drought going at the end of last year. But at the end of last year, we actually had sewer crews pulled fixing water leaks. So like I said, it kind of slowed our sewer repair stuff down. This coming fiscal year, what we're looking at, we're wanting to do more in-house manhole rehab, want to do more sewer main replacement in-house, and definitely more smoke testing and televising. One thing that Cliff and I, we've discussed is to actually do more in-house training with the employees. We have, I don't want to say inexperienced staff, but we've got a lot of new people that we've hired probably in the last couple of years, and we just need to get them more training for them. So we actually want to start doing that in-house. Next one. Okay, our water quality. The operation budget last year was $484,700. We're looking at next year the proposed $492,659. Of course, this division here, they regulate the industrial pretreatment program. They oversee the fats, oil, and grease program, and they also regulate the grit and the grease traps within the city. All right, and finally, our wastewater treatment plant. We've actually was able to shave a little bit off the budget and drop it a little bit this year. Last year, we had $3,890,800 approved. This year, we're proposing $3,738,263. One of the new budget items that we're looking at purchasing a long reach or long boom excavator. We have one, and this would be an additional excavator. We use these out at Cattail Marsh and the wetlands to remove the water hyacinths from out of the cells. The water hyacinths, they are a continuous problem for us. So this will help, be able to help us pull more of it out. We're also looking at adding one new plant operator position next year. We have 4 plant operators, and they don't work 24-hour shifts, but they do work 2 shifts. One works 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. The other one comes on, and I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. The other one comes on at like in the afternoon at like 1 o'clock and works to 9 o'clock. Whenever one of the operator calls in, goes on vacation, it's short staffed, so they want to add one additional position there. We're looking at putting in a new 5 MGD pump motor, and also a new dump truck. This is where we haul off the waste out of the drying beds. The dump trucks out there are getting pretty old. So that's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. So we'll start with proposed fee changes. There's not a whole lot under engineering, and a couple of these duplicated, I noticed, to Demi's. So the 2 driveway permits are duplicate with what she had. We didn't propose quite as high a rate on the commercial driveways. We went from 75 to 100. She had it at 125. So we'll have to clean that up. We are proposing the grading permit go up $20. Street cut and barricading permits go up from 10 to 25, and the per day, which would be extended days on the barricading, go from 5 to 10. The pipeline license agreement, most of the money is in the application fee, and we're proposing to increase that to $1,000 and then leave the linear foot crossing alone. The total increases based on the total amount of applications that was done in fiscal year 23 would be an additional $22,200. We know that none of this has changed at least since back to 2018, possibly a lot longer back than that. In fleet, main factor on fleet tends to continue to be inflation. We're still doing a ton of work out there on the vehicles citywide. Over 6,000 work orders completed, 742,000 plus gallons of fuel, 2.5 million in parts, over 100 new units received and issued, and we've built a new fuel truck for emergency operations in-house for $16,500. All those numbers just reflect where we are to this point in the year. We still got a little bit of time left. We have a few items that are proposed for fiscal year 25, a new outside cover for large maintenance items, fleet shop personnel doors that need replacing, and a wall repair at the fire shop were the main items for the year. I did want to point out that general fund is limited this year, so we're doing the vehicle lease renewals that are required. We're doing 11 police vehicles and 3 ambulances for purchase, and that is it for the year for that. There is a fire pumper that will be ordered, but that's one of those that you'll see that will order it in fiscal year 25 and it won't deliver until probably 27 or 28 because the lead times are so long. In the airport, we're getting a little bit busier in FY24. We're averaging 393 arrivals per month versus 346 in 23. From as far away as San Diego, California. We had a successful spring fly-in with an estimated 1,000 people in attendance. We're helping to host the 2025 Texas State Camera Club Convention in 25. If you look at the little chart there, you can see that we're continually creeping up on average arrivals over the years, so getting a little busier at the airport. Traffic management, we're continuing the upgrade of the decorative acorn lighting to LED that was approved for downtown. Entergy's upgraded 333 lights as of the end of June. They're on track or forecasting that they're going to upgrade 150 lights each month going forward until the project's completed. The initial progress was slow because we had to get the fixtures in and there were some supply chain issues. The total number to be upgraded are 1,042, so that project's going to drift into fiscal year 2025 and hopefully complete in November. So that'll have all the downtown lights LED at that point. The decorative underpass lighting at Lamar is currently in design. The engineering firm's presenting design options for that underpass in the coming weeks. We hope to put it out for bid by year's end, but where we're at, the construction of that will probably drift into the fall for fiscal year 25. And we don't have any new major projects for the coming fiscal year. Yes, sir.
I want to propose a minor project for FY25. I've talked to you about this before. The stretch of Phelan between Dowling and Major is dangerous, and it needs to be considered for a road diet. In other words, change it from 2 lanes in each direction to 1 lane with a pedestrian or bicycle lane on the side. I can't tell you, I can personally speak to my brick mailbox having been demolished 3 times in the last 10 years. I can tell you that another car went through my neighbor's fence. There's been multiple wrecks at the intersection of Arlington and Phelan. If you pull the crime stats, and we talked about doing a traffic study on this, we're talking about just paint essentially, and something that we can do in-house. I strongly urge that we consider doing that this fiscal year if possible.
We do have that in line for a traffic study. We may actually already have the counters out there, but once we get those results back, we'll be coming with recommendations.
Thank you.
Streets and drainage, we swept over 3,000 miles in 24 so far this year. We've done 90 curb repairs, 54 cavity repairs, 17 inlet repairs, and patched asphalt in 132 different locations, in addition to a whole lot of concrete panel repairs, pipe flushing, etc. So we'll continue that into next year. We're planning to focus heavily on joint sealing, asphalt paving, and concrete repairs. And we do have a little more heavy materials money for FY25 to assist us in that.
One question on that. When you come across areas of streets that have vegetation along the curb line that prevents stormwater from draining, is that something that your department takes care of, or who would take care of removing that?
We do clean curb gutter lines as they have drainage problems, so we won't necessarily hit it if it's not impeding drainage, but if there's slow drainage in the area, we'll go clean that up and then scoop the mud out of the gutter line. It is the responsibility of the property owner to do that, but in a lot of cases, the property's just not being maintained.
And I'm talking about actually in the street where weeds have grown up into.
Most of them are coming over the curb. Then once you get enough dirt in that gutter line, then you see some growth in the gutter line. But that is the responsibility of the property owner to keep that vegetation from growing over the curb. But in cases where it's just not being done and it's impeding drainage, we'll go in and clean all that up.
Bart.
Yes, sir.
What about brand new asphalt overlay on Highland? Where is that?
That is in the CIP for FY25.
Okay.
Yeah, boy, I've been in the South Park Neighborhood Associations, and they ask that same question every month. So.
Oh, I agree with them. And we've had it in the CIP, and we attacked 4th Street first this year, and Highlands on the plan for next year.
All right, appreciate you.
Sure.
And Downs Road?
Downs Road, we are looking to do in a future rehab. I don't have it scheduled yet, but it'll come. We're not going to do Phelps until that drainage is finished, and we'll probably hit both those roads at the same time once the drainage project's finished.
Okay, and the sidewalk on Fournette Road?
That is in design right now. It should bid here in the next month or so. We were just cleaning up some utility conflicts. It probably will drift a little bit into next fiscal year, but it should be finished here in early fall at the latest.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And boy, one last thing. I know you said Highland was future in 2025. You don't have to tell me today, but within the next few days, Mr. Manager, is it okay with you? At least tell me the projected start date. I just want to be able to answer them. Because when I tell them 2025, they probably won't stop asking until I tell them. They're pretty aggressive, boy.
And when we start, they'll wonder why it's not finished yet, like on 4th Street, why it was taking so long.
They ask 3 different councilmen the same question. We give them the same answer, and then they come and ask, they'll go and ask AJ, then they'll go and ask Randy.
Yeah, I know we've already started looking at that and doing investigation. I'll have to look at how long the bid process will take and what our forecast is on construction time. But I can get that to you. Make me a note. So Public Works Engineering in 24, we completed 4th Street from Ashley to Cardinal Drive, including the storm sewers. We completed street rehab phase 4, pavement preservation phase 1, the Long Street storm drain, and we did cavity repairs on Lucas Drive, Evelyn, North 23rd, and Caldwood had some obstructions in the storm drain that we finished that out as well. In 25, we have adaptive signaling. 4th and Gladys is installed right now, but they're still configuring it, so we're finishing that out. And then Washington, Lucas, and Calder will all be put in place in FY25 using TxDOT Highway Safety Improvement Program grant money. We'll begin the traffic calming program in FY25. We have 4 radar signs approved or proposed for the FY25 budget for $20,000 to start that program. We talked about Fournette Road and the Beaumont United Sidewalk already, and then the sidewalk master plan we have submitted for consideration for a grant. And then water production. We pumped over 9 billion gallons of water this year from Pine and Loeb. We completed installation of additional caustic tanks and 1 alum tank. That'll provide 30 days of chemical storage per TCEQ requirements. We've finished improvements to the polymer feed system. We installed a new generator at the prison, which will provide power for both water and sanitary sewer if we lose power out there. In FY25, we will complete the Collier's Ferry raw water pump station along with the line to bring water to the Pine Street pump station. That's currently forecast for spring 25 right now, potentially if we don't have any more delays with weather. The chlorine dioxide project is also planned for completion in 25. That will remove iron and manganese from the raw water as part of the treatment process. That should complete fairly soon after the pump station comes online. And then just a heads up that there are updates to lead and copper regulations expected in FY25, and we're keeping an eye on that to see how it impacts city operations. Any questions?
That's it? All right, thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm going to make it very short and quick. Solid Waste have 2 major upcoming projects in the near future. Our OCI project is ongoing, and it should be completed by the second quarter of 26. And once that's completed, it should generate about $900,000 annually. Our other project, which is not ongoing, but we're going to have to think about it, is building another cell on the landfill The landfill consists of 14 cells, and this cell is gonna cost about close to pretty much $4 million. But we have to build it before FY '28, or we're gonna be a little short on landfill space. Next slide, please. Our garbage collection, it consists of about 34,000 residents, commercial business, small apartments. We're looking at raising that rate from $23.25 to $25 monthly. That should generate additional $714,000 a year. Our additional cans, we charge $3.25 per can. We're looking at raising that to $5, and that'll generate another $92,000 a year. I think with those increases, the citizens should be pretty satisfied with the amount of service that the solid waste department render for that small amount of money. Our landfill, we're not looking at doing any increases on rates on that. It generates about $5,400,000 a year, and everything's going pretty smooth on that. We're looking at adding one dump truck for the landfill with a cost of $545,000. And we're gonna ask for an additional dozer for a cost of $595,000. That's solid waste. Any questions, please?
Thank you, sir.
Have a good day.
Just for, just want to make a note about Mr. Benji Williams. If council doesn't know, he will be retiring after 30-plus years with the city and at the end of January.
I think
I don't know, want to clap him.
I think he's moved that date a couple of times before. Maybe he'll move it again.
It's budget season. What do you want, Kenny?
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm here to talk about the Parks and Green Space. Everyone is familiar now with our Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Master Plan. This study started here in 2024, but it'll roll over to 2025. The plan will serve as a guide for development of parks, recreational facilities, and capital improvements to existing parks, programs, and additional amenities. The plan will address not only current community needs, but also account for additional growth and development expected in the next 10 years in the city. Next slide. So right now I'm going to talk about some additional beautification projects that the department has picked up without adding any staff. Right now we're working on Washington Boulevard. I think some of the council has mentioned that, as well as we get many 311 calls about the issues along the street. Once we get Washington Boulevard all cleaned up, we'll continue with a spray program that'll keep the weeds down. And then we're going to move over to Concord, 4th Street, 11th Street, Irving Street, and as many streets as we can get. And we're going to try, like I say, to keep that all in-house with what we have now without adding any additional staff. Next slide. Of course, we do a lot of beautification projects throughout the city, just on properties that we own. Picture there, it shows Wuthering Heights. We redid the sign there. Terrell Park entrance, we redid. We plant over 10,000 4-inch pots of color twice a year in the city. This year at Terrell Park, we planted with volunteers over 300 trees. We have another 200 trees that we're going to plant before the end of the 2024. Going to add some to the dog park as well as all over Rogers Park. As everyone knows, we've lost trees throughout the city. And it's not just from the drought, but it's been ongoing for several years. Even before I came here, we had numerous trees that were declining inside of our parks. And where we live here in Beaumont, especially with all of the oil companies and things like that, we really need to replenish our tree canopy. So one thing I hope to get in 2025 is a grant that we can go out and really make a big impact in the city. So that's it. Any questions?
Councilman Turner?
I just know when we had our meeting with Tex Dot, Bart was in the meeting, they did commit to clean off the side of the freeway for you. I just want to make sure we hold them to that commitment, and if you have any issues, I don't mind revisiting, because they did commit to doing that.
Actually, they've been doing a good job,
Okay,
I will say. Better than in the past.
all right.
It does seem that more and more is being asked of your department, doing more with less, or now it might be the most with least. Do you feel like you have enough staff to be able to maintain what you've been assigned to do? And if not, have you requested any additional employees?
Well, right now, with all the construction that's going on Interstate 10, a lot of our maintenance work has gone down.
Okay.
So what we did, we shifted those workers. Now we're coming in interior streets. So that's why we hadn't had to ask for any additional staff. But if we start to pick up more and more streets, it may come to a time. But right now, we can handle what we got. We have a great staff.
Thank you.
I'd like to commend them.
One more thing, Kenneth, I kind of struggle with, think of the way I need to say this. I just won't say it.
I never heard you say you had to think of a way to say this, anything.
It's best for me not to say it.
We've been working on that.
I just wanted to,
They've been working on me.
like with the trees that you're cutting down in Terrell Park area, the old trees, is that y'all or is that contractors doing that?
Right now, we have a contractor.
You do?
It's just too much for us. Answering 311 calls, daily, we probably have 3 or 4 tree issues. We have basically 3 guys that work on cutting trees. So they'll get inside of a park. They're not even there 45 minutes, and we get a 311 call that they have to operate on. So we went out for bid for Rogers Park, got it cleared out, and now the contractor's working in Terrell Park to get it out. It's probably 128 trees he has to take out. He kind of pulled back from there, taking the trees out because of the hurricane. He had other business, and because he gave us a really good price. So I said, go ahead and do what you got to do. But he should return this week to get back started on removing those trees.
Okay, so who was your staff that cleaned up the trees from the hurricane that was in the park area along Terrell Park Road?
Yep.
Okay, the folks out there was very happy.
Good. Yeah, the day of the storm, the park staff, we did 38 calls just that one day on removing trees.
And Kenneth, lastly, people are pretty excited about the park improvements we've been doing as of lately. And I understand with us doing the master plan, I just want a confirmation. Are we gonna put some of them budgetary items on hold? You guys looking for guidance from the council, or what's the direction? Because I just want to be able to communicate properly when people ask me, are we still doing plans? I know the budget, we started off at 130,000, increased to 1.46 million, and now I know we're doing a master plan, and I've been told that we might put some things on hold as talk. So I just want to know exactly where are we at.
Are you referring to the things that were put in the budget last year with that 1.4 million?
Yeah, and even this budget, are we on hold? Are we still able to submit?
Well, I think things that are planned is just set to go. And Chris is pushing his button, so I'll let him talk.
Just thinking, and Kenneth, you can jump in, but most of the things approved in that 1.4, 1.5 million, I think are almost done.
Yeah. So this year, I didn't hear us say we had any money for park improvements. That's my point. So are we putting things on hold? Is it funding allocated for park and rec improvements?
Yeah, it's not that we put anything on hold. There is no large amount like the 1.4 in FY25. We are waiting for the master plan to be completed because that will really tell us what the public wants. And then we plan to budget for that in fiscal year 2026 budget.
Thank you, Mr. Reggett.
All right.
Afternoon. If I could be as cool as Benji and as quick as Christina, I'll do my best. So as you see, Some notable items that we did for the past year, spring youth football, the basketball league. Last time I was up here, regrettably, no one likes to sit up here and admit when you made a mistake. I stated that that league was not a city-run league. That was inaccurate. We sponsored it, we paid for it, we funded it, so that makes it a city-run league. My stubbornness, I wanted the league to be done to where everybody signed up online and we organized it and we set it all up. That was not the case. We were unable to do so. We were able to utilize the IB Love League and they could utilize our facility. So I just want to go on record that what I said last time was inaccurate and I should not have put it that way, and I apologize for that. I want to clarify that. So moving on, you see the track program just completed our state meet this past week. Everybody made it back safely, which is first and foremost, number one thing we care about. Lakeside Center, we average about 5,000 people per month. That's being open 20 days a month, so you do the math. We've got a lot of people going in and out of that facility. It's a wonderful facility, and we're glad to have it. Additionally, something I just realized I didn't put on there is that we were able to get the crosswalk done at Lakeside this past year. Mr. Folsom, before he left and retired, he helped us out with that a lot, along with some other departments. Bart definitely assisted us with that, and it really made the patrons pretty happy out at Lakeside, so I'm glad we were able to do that. Continued growth of racket sports, not just pickleball. Councilman Getz will attest that people are still playing tennis. They're coexisting to the best of their ability with pickleball, and but it's definitely growing. As Mayor West stated, that pickleball, you get those calls every day, so do we. So we're doing our best to make everybody happy. We got the new basketball courts completed at Magnolia Park. A lot of people using those courts. And the Henry Homburg Golf Course drainage study began last year, and they're doing a really good job, mainly working with the engineering staff and doing a really good job of that. Next slide, please. So I've got some rate increases that we're proposing for the year.
Mayor, I have one question on the golf course. Do you have any idea when they're gonna be through with that study and actually let us know what needs to be done and how much it's gonna be?
I would expect, I mean, it was a one-year project, so they'll probably complete it October, November, somewhere around there, and then give us their findings and what they expect for what's gonna need to be done from our end.
Okay, thank you.
So I started with the city in 2011, and the softball league was $375 per team per season. That fee is still the same. We guarantee 12 games per season. For what they pay, it is a bargain. Most cities that offer what we offer charge way more, so we've proposed an increase up to $450, which you see could estimated $11,000 revenue increase for the city. I do not know when the community centers were last increased or the showmobile. I do know that for $75 an hour to be able to rent those facilities, that's a steal. Anybody that wants to go rent another facility, especially private, knows that you're going to pay a lot more than that. So if we can potentially increase those fees, that could generate an estimated $10,000 revenue increase for us. Summer camp registration. Summer camp is 4 weeks. 4 weeks from 7:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. That's, again, 20 days per session. For $125, that's a pretty dang good rate to be able to have your kids involved in the summer. We're proposing a small increase up to $150 there. Softball field rentals for the athletic complex. This is just for the weekend tournament rental. If you want to go rent a softball field or a baseball field pretty much anywhere else, you're looking anywhere from $200 to $400 for the day. We currently are charging $125. We would like to raise that up to $150. Again, just the tournament rate, just on a weekend, not the weekday 2-hour practice rental. Our practice rental is still as inexpensive as you're going to find. It's $40 for 2 hours. You go other places, you could be looking up to $100. Gym rental at Sterling Pruitt Activity Center. Weekday court rental, we do half court or full court. We'd like to increase from $25 to $35 an hour, and the weekend court rental from $40 to $50 an hour. If you see in red, which I'm realizing it looks really Christmassy, we're kind of unsure when the last time we increased the majority of those fees. And we get to the next fee down here at the bottom with the golf course. So I know that we did increase those in 2013. For the record, we wanted to increase in 2017, go up on the greens fees. Harvey hit. The proposal just kind of fell by the wayside, and here we are 7 years later, still charging the same amount we charged in 2013. These fee increases that you see here, there's a long list of them, but instead of just going line by line, I decided to combine them a little bit easier. Most people, as we've talked about before, are not going to play golf in Southeast Texas without a golf cart. So we just included the fees with the cart. Weekday fee would go up from 29 to 35, weekend from 34 to 40. Membership, which is a steal, our junior senior membership, and our adult full membership is a steal, increasing $25 a piece for those if we can get those approved. Next slide, please. And so Lakeside Center, as I talked about a few moments ago, it's 5,000 people per month. The Lakeside Center is terrific. On the podcast we did with communications, we called it a hidden gem. It shouldn't be a hidden gem, it's a gem. The facility is beautiful. The amount of programs that we offer are tremendous. We want to grow that. In order to do that, we feel we would be best suited to add an assistant manager position. The manager is currently essentially tasked with designing and assisting with managing of the programs and trying to get community outreach, maybe marketing, doing some other things, and going out in the community and trying to get with other organizations to get them to utilize our facility better. So an assistant manager position is greatly needed, and we would love to have it. In light of the presentation that took place earlier with Mr. Lewis, this program coordinator position may or may not be necessary, to be completely honest with you. So we tried to run the winter basketball league. As we know, it didn't work out, so we were able to do it in the spring. We're trying to do a flag football league. As Councilman Durio asked, how that's coming about. Honestly, it's not coming along great. We haven't had the number of registrations that we would like. So in talking internally with what we're currently doing, we've got to figure out a way to regroup. We've got to get with BISD and be more involved with them to figure out whether it's our staff going into PE classes, whether it's our staff going on campus and trying to interact a little bit better. We have relied upon sending information out and it just being disseminated. Those of you that have little kids or just kids in general, you know that when they get something at school, rarely does it end up in the parents' hands. It doesn't always get passed out when they come home. We cleaned out my son's binder last week from the previous school year, there were a lot of things in that binder that I sure as heck could have used in March, April, or May. So we would love to have another program coordinator. What we do in recreation is not just programming. We do a lot of other things. So this program coordinator would allow us to really sort of, like I said, regroup, find a better way to offer these programs the best we can, and then try to get things moving in a direction to where we can really improve what we're currently doing. And that's all I've got. Yes, sir.
Turner.
Ms. Cheryl, can you tell me the salary of the program coordinator that was proposed? And I know, in fairness, Jimmy, you asked for Mr. Neal, you asked for the position, so I just want to know what was.
Yeah, I think it was 34 or 38,000.
Okay.
34,000, I believe.
Okay.
37.9. 37.9.
37.9.
37.9. Okay. Mr. Neal, what was your budget for the youth basketball league and youth football league? If you just had if you had to throw it all together.
Our estimate was 10,000.
Okay.
We ended up paying 7,000 for referees. We staffed it, had scorekeepers and, providing basketballs and what have you. And like I said, if we provided the uniforms and the other things that we intended to do, then our estimate was about 10,000.
About how many kids you had in the youth basketball league?
I don't remember that number off the top of my head. I don't have that in front of me. I think I want to say there were like 22 teams maybe.
Okay.
That sounds about right.
And your budget for the youth football league?
Was about the same as the basketball. It was about 10,000. Yes, sir.
10,000. Okay. My question, I just want some clarity with staff. I guess this is the appropriate time to ask. With the program coordinator position and the collaboration that's worked so far when Mr. Lewis and the recreation department, it is still adequate to look at spending $37,900 on the program coordinator. And if Mr. Lewis is able to, as a community liaison, take on those programs, That's 20,000 in the budget plus the additional 37,900 that we're trying to budget. Is it appropriate to look at as a council, maybe partner collaborating with him and increasing his budget so he's able to go out and accomplish more of these type of programs we want?
Well, as I said, I hadn't had a chance to evaluate that, and I think we need to get together and talk about it and see if that's a real possibility. I have no problem. I can't speak to the feasibility of it yet. Certainly sounds promising, but I don't know for sure right now, but it's something we can look at.
Yeah. That's just one of my concerns. Just, the collaborative effort seemed to work. So, the funding's there. Maybe we can utilize it in a more efficient way instead of, keep, trying and maybe we're not hitting the targets. Maybe we can take advantage of what's been working.
So you're saying maybe redirect those dollars toward that program?
Yes, since he's been successful and, he's been able to get the kids involved, maybe that might be a better option than even going out trying again and spending more money attempting. And he's already proven that he can make it happen.
We can take a real hard look at it, real hard.
Thank you, Mr. Neal.
Sir.
Mayor, can I ask a question about the parks that I just, real fast, maybe I could ask June, Mr. Ellis. So what I'm hearing, we're not gonna have any money for park improvements in this coming fiscal year?
We don't have any large, Mr. Reget, right? We don't have large capital dollar amounts in the proposed budget for fiscal year 2025. That is correct. But it's not to say that at some point during the fiscal year, we can't come back to the council and amend the budget. That's always an option, but at this point, nothing is proposed in the budget.
Okay, because it was such a nice amount last year. I figured it was going to at least be doubled this year.
Yeah, I was assuming that too, because it was a nice amount last year. But one thing I'll say openly, if we looking at other projects and we putting those parks on hold, I'm not going to be too supportive of, supporting some of these other projects over some things that benefit these kids and these families. So I just want to make it very clear.
What's in the CIP as far as parks for the next few years? Bart, do you have the CIP in front of you?
So, as you're aware, the CIP is reserved for things over $50,000 and would have a 20-year lifespan. So it's the larger items. So the Rogers Park Picnic Pavilion was wrapped, or I don't know if it's wrapped up, but it's close to being wrapped up this year. The repaving of all the parking lots in Engelbrecht Drive there at the athletic complex for $1.5 million in 25. There is a community park in the south end that's supposed to go into design in FY26 for $300,000, FY27 a little over $3.5 million for construction, and then mirroring that, community park in Ward 1 design in 27 for $300,000 and construction in 28 for a little over $3.5 million. And then there's also some projects in recreation. Do you want me to go through those?
Sure.
Okay. So we have the pickleball courts start in FY25 in design for $40,000 and construct in 26 for $302,000. We have at the Henry Homburg Golf Course the front nine restroom facility for $480,000 in FY26. We have the athletic complex 4-field conversion for baseball in 27 for $6.5 million. We have fitness court national fitness campaign for $150,000 in FY26. We have proposed golf course drainage improvements for $3 million in FY26. We have a driving range net in FY25 for $150,000. And then we have a future, no year specified for course upgrades for the golf course for 11 million.
I ain't hear nothing about the rec center.
No, sir, right now there's not a rec center, in there.
Yeah, and that
There's
just,
an
Well,
athletic.
that may be in
I know it's
facilities. They may be under
be an
facilities.
athletic complex in there.
Let's see.
There is.
Yeah, it's in facilities. Yeah, 28, 1.3, and 29, a little over 8.7 million, but it's a building, so it's under facilities.
So, Mr. Williams, if the council members are lucky enough to go get grant money, can we look at possibly pushing the project up if we can go out and solicit some funding?
Sure.
All right.
You're gonna pay for it, we'll get it up there.
We'll pay a percentage.
Mr. Williams, maybe I misunderstood, but I was under the impression, I mean, I'm all for spending money next year in the parks, absolutely. But I think I was under the impression that we were kind of holding off on the master plan. Is that
Yeah, that's
for next year, as
true.
opposed to dumping $1 million and then find out that it's really not what the citizens wanted? Maybe I misunderstood, but
Agreed, that's the clarity I was looking for. I
yeah,
agree.
but is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's what staff is recommending. But, you know, some of those are just already planned in the works, but the plan takes precedence.
I just thought we took a pause next year to kind of let the master plan catch up to us, is what I was under the impression.
That is a correct impression. We expect for the master plan to be completed around February, March timeframe. That's exactly around the timeframe that we start budget preparation. So when that plan is completed, we got some direction on what the citizens of Beaumont want, then we can begin to start implementing those in the next budget.
And June, do you want to point out that some of these projects discussed would be contingent upon a bond approval by the voters?
Good point.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Bush. I'm the veterinary technician and kennel supervisor for Beaumont Animal Care, and I'll be presenting for Matthew Fortenberry today. So just to go over some of our numbers from 2023, we had 9,262 calls for service answered by our animal care officers. 4,090 animals were handled by the animal shelter that year, and out of that number, 582 animals were euthanized or died in the shelter. We had 448 cats go through our trap, neuter, and return program. We had 200 citizens of Beaumont utilize our spay neuter voucher program. We had 1,077 adoptions by the public that year, and 841 animals transferred to our rescue partners. We had an ending save rate for the year at 85.78%. Just to touch on some of our notable programs, our trap, neuter, and return program, we have roughly had 1,500 cats go through this program so far. It reduces the unnecessary euthanasia and also aids in decreasing the feral cat population for Beaumont. Our spay and neuter voucher program, it's a free program for the citizens of Beaumont. We provide one voucher per household per year. It is application and appointment based. We've had over 900 vouchers, and we count that as individuals that actually show up to that appointment. So we had 900 that year show up for their appointment. Next. Some other notable programs, we have our summer internship program. It was first implemented the summer of 2023. It's a first of its kind to be implemented at a municipal shelter in the Golden Triangle. Interns are able to gain customer service skills while learning about and caring for animals. It's an employment opportunity for high school students in our community who love animals. The students also get to ride along with an animal care officer to further their insight in the different careers in the animal field. We're wrapping up our 2024 summer session with 5 interns currently. Next, please. All right, and then our FY 2025 supplemental request. We're asking for an increase of $18,000 towards our spay and neuter voucher program. We're currently allotted $22,000 for this program, which provides an average of 137 spays or neuters. With the dire need in the community, we had issued 200 spay or neuter vouchers in 2023. The average cost for spay or neuter is about $160. This increasing this account to $40,000 will provide up to 250 spays and neuters per year. We're also requesting $3,000 towards our trap, neuter, and return program. Animal care currently is budgeted for $37,000 for the year. The cost is $80 per male cat and $120 per female cat. Last year alone, we had 448 cats go through this program. We're projecting this year to be at $40,648 for the program. With the dire need and success that we've had with this program, we are looking to increase our budget to $40,000. Next, please. And then our personnel request for 2025, we're requesting to add one additional animal care officer / field supervisor with a proposed annual rate of $52,000. Animal care is currently allotted 4 field officers that could use up to 2 more. At this time, we're requesting just one more position that would serve as our field supervisor. This position would be responsible for overseeing and coordinating the day-to-day operations in the field, assisting our other animal care officers when issues may arise. The position would also be responsible for filling in for on-call duty, overseeing workflow, performance, and conflict resolutions in the field. We are also requesting a part-time position as a kennel attendant and office assistant, proposed annual rate of $31,200. Already operating at below recommended staffing level, adding this floating position that could fill in during lunches and days when other staffing are out at any reason would be invaluable. This position would be a dual trained, hence the higher rate of pay than our other part-time staff. And last, what we are all wanting as staff is a new adoption and animal care facility. Animal care is in dire need of a new animal shelter and adoption facility. We're currently slated for this project to begin in FY 2026, dependent on a successful bond election in November of 2025. Our current facility is outgrown, outdated, and not enough housing for the animals, storage for supplies and equipment, not enough workspace for our office personnel, and not enough parking for visitors. On any given day, you can find cars parked out on the roadside, creating a traffic hazard for the citizens. The public is very much aware of this need and will support any public voting to move forward with this project. The proposed facility is currently anticipated to consist of over 18,000 square feet of building space, adequate on-site parking, fencing for dog runs and play yards adjacent to the building. The current anticipated cost is a little over $6.5 million. This estimate was provided by facility maintenance. Any questions? No.
Any questions? All right, well, thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
I wanted to thank you for allowing us to go last. So,
And it's 5 o'clock.
good afternoon. I'm Paul Eady. I'm the library administrator. I wanted to thank Ms. Cheryl Ray for the budget process and helping us because there were a lot of questions and she and her staff really helped us. So I just wanted to thank her. According to our budgets, the way it's looking, our budgets are fairly flat, although we did get, we were one of the departments that they came back to for the 24 to cut. So we did have some cuts in our 24 budget. But our 25 budget is fairly flat and even for right now. 3 years ago, we decided that we would do a new strategic plan. And one of the things that it came through to us is that we really needed to get out and to do more programming and to work with more children and get out and put ourselves out in the community. So one of the things that you'll see here for our highlights, we circulated over 330,000 items. We welcomed over 340,000 patrons to our facilities, and both of those items are actually increases over the last several years. After COVID especially, our numbers started going back up with people walking through the door. So we facilitated over 1,046 programs. with 137,000 in attendance. We created STEAM kits. Actually, we had less this year because we decided we'd take like a 6-month break in there. We circulated over 48,000 e-resources. That's a large increase for us. And we put out, we had 48,000 public internet computer usage. That's actually a little down. People now have their own phones and they do their own thing. But we still have a very large contingent of people that walk through the door to use our computers. We hosted 37,000 or more Wi-Fi sessions with 113,000 hours of usage on those Wi-Fi networks. That's actually, those numbers are actually a little down because our service, that IT has with us didn't work on some of them for a little while. So it is working now, working great, but those numbers are a little down. I did want to make everybody aware that we did get over 37,000 funding this year through grants that we went out for. One of them, we just got notice here about a month ago, is called a Text Treasures Grant. And that is through the state library system, the state library. And it is for digitization of KFDM morning show tapes from the 1980s. So we are going to be putting that onto our digital site. This first time we'll be doing a lot of media on there. Our digital site has over 100,000 items and about 100 collections in it right now. So we're looking to really work on that, but we're very happy to get this big grant for us through the Terrell Historical Library. We attended 90 outreach programs in the community, which was a large change for us. We placed book sharing libraries. This is fun. If you haven't been out to the botanical gardens, we put a nice little, we can't call it a little free library, but it's our little book sharing library. And then we put one at the Lakeside Center, and it is being heavily used. We've had a lot of good response from both of those. So we're really happy about that. And we've expanded a lot of our services inside the libraries. We now call the Library of Things, because we have started circulating a lot of, it's not just a book anymore. So we have 300 items in the libraries, a lot more than that actually, including literacy, STEAM, game, adult, teen, resiliency backpacks, cake pans, lawn games, and we've actually planted a learning garden at the Miller Library. If you think cake pans, you would be very surprised how many people could use a cake pan. It's just something that a lot of libraries have been doing. We also, one of the things we're going to be doing next Monday, and the council knows this, we have our STEAM camp, and it's our 3rd year for our STEAM camp. We expect 250, 300 or more children there, and it's going to be from 6 to 8 Monday at the event center. So we're really looking forward to that. Next slide, please. We've increased our collaborative efforts and programming with major community partners. BISD, I've been here 15 years, and this has been the most successful year of us working with BISD. A lot of our librarians go out and are on boards at the schools, and we're now working with the literacy team that they have going there, the city BISD working. We've worked with Salvation Army, the YMCA, Beaumont Housing Authority, Beaumont Recreation Centers, the Shorkey Center, 14 of the city departments. And we're upcoming in 25. We're just getting this off the ground, but you see there it says we're going to have a homebound service. And we're going to work with Nutrition and Services for Seniors. They will deliver the books. We will get the books for our clients. They will deliver them, pick them up, and give them back to us. It's an exciting thing for us to be able to do for the citizens of Beaumont that are homebound. It's something that's been needed for a long time. One of the things we're going to also try to do is a yard tool bank. This is something completely different for us. We are actually, and I didn't put it on here yet, but we're actually going to be getting fishing poles from the state, and they are going to be checked out with a tackle box. And the state is then going to give us the supplies to keep that going. So that's something else new that's going to be doing. And we're going to be working with our children's librarians to present a sensory story time. And we've heard several instances today of other departments that are doing things to be inclusive and to work with those that in the spectrum or whatever, however you want to say. And our children's libraries are getting ready to start our sensory story times. So next slide, please. There was a one fee schedule change for us. This was proposed by me because one of the things that is very much used at the library is the meeting space. Our meeting space is $10 an hour. So if you can see there from my numbers, we obviously did 760 rentals of our meeting space over last year. And so our approximately was like $7,600. Talking with Ms. Cheryl, she thinks that in line with other departments here in the city, that a $50 per hour rate is in line with what is going on out there. We've had everything from birthday parties to real estate seminars to whatever you want that have come in. And it is something that is just amazing. Every day, almost every hour, our rooms are rented. So we have two proposed budget supplemental items, and we are looking for a full-time program coordinator also. Seems to be something that is very popular, but libraries are beginning to use their program coordinators. And as you can see, over the last year, several years, we have doubled and tripled our programming out in the community and inside our own libraries. So this has been stretching our staff. And we are looking to get somebody in that can help us by doing all the programming startup and then helping our staff to get everything worked and going. We've actually had to turn down programming offers from schools because we just didn't have time or we didn't have the personnel to work it. One of the others that you see down there is something, it's called the OCLC cataloging service. Through the state for the last over 10 years, we have actually had access to an OCLC program, and I'm not even going to try to tell you what OCLC means because it's changed like 3 times in the last 10 years. But it is the premier cataloging service and is linked to the largest catalog in the world. And we have been cataloging our collections into this catalog. And so one of the things that happened in this last summer is that the state has dropped this program. It was a package deal. And it is something, if you went on Google and you said, oh, give me the title of the latest book or something like that, and it pops up and it says, oh, look, it's near you at your Beaumont library. That's because that Google search is going to that catalog and looking for that item and showing you where it is. So our request is that we need to have that service to continue to be accessible to the world and to our people in our city. Let's see, is there one more? And I did add a few little pictures on the end just to be on the fun side. We had our Eclipse program. We've had communications department has done some fun things with our staff. We do at the botanical gardens. We do story times. The one in the very top right-hand corner was just about a week ago, and that's the Master Gardeners. Master Gardeners. They had over, and is Chief still in here? No. We had 75 or more people in that room that came just to learn how to grow plants and do things. The one on the bottom, that's Miss Amy next to our little free library out at the gardens. And a fun one for us is the young lady that's standing by the books there. She is the librarian for the week? Yes, I'm sorry. Librarian for a week, and we have had such a success. These kids come in there and they want to pick their books, they want to put them on the shelf, they want to design everything, and we have an overflow of people still wanting to do this. So it's just something that's fun. We actually had a group come in, I think it was during the holidays, and they sat in our children's area and sang carols to everybody. And then the very last one on the bottom down there, that is our rain barrel program. And it is run through the local agricultural system. And they take, I can't remember if it's olive oil or olives barrels that they get and turn them into rain barrels. So I wanted to let everybody to see that we do so many different things out there. And that's really all I have. Any questions?
Councilman Felshaw, then Councilman Turner.
Yes.
You mentioned the meeting room fee from $10 to $50.
Yes.
Do you know offhand, what's the average time that the room is used? Let's say a family does a birthday party. Is it 1 hour, 2 hours? What are the average?
Well, just to give you an example, Friday we had a birthday party for 4 hours at the Miller Library. But usually it's probably on an hour basis. We do have some people come in, some groups come in, and they'll take it for the day if they can.
And that fee of $50, that is per hour, correct?
Yes.
So if it's a 4 hour party at $200, are we going to price ourselves out?
So let me help Paul for a minute. The library meeting rooms were never intended for such use. However, there was never any restrictions put in place on it and the right to assembly and all that jazz. So because the uptake in the rentals have been kind of more for birthdays and meetings, it's still relatively low compared to the other facilities that the city has to offer. If it's going to be used for recreational rental purposes, it will need to align with our other facilities that require insurance and waivers and indemnification and so forth. So I don't think that's a problem. It's not intended to deter people from renting it, but it is to come in line with our standard practices for renting.
I mean, I would expect that there would be lower rental rates at $50 an hour because, people come to us and go, oh, it's $10 an hour. I'll take it for all day. Now, we program for ourselves and anything like that. And like if there's voting at John's library or even at the Miller Library, those all take precedent over the rental.
Okay.
Any other questions? Was there another? Yes, sir.
Councilman Turner.
I do, Mr. Paul. I just want to let you know you do a great job. My daughters have attended our libraries and they actually really enjoy it. My wife takes them to read a lot. I noticed something that I went to a conference in Washington, and a lot of cities who are struggling in school districts, they have these programs on their computers called Khan Academy. It's a tutoring. Basically you put the headphones on. It's basically a tutoring program. Man, I would like to explore if it's even a fee attached to it, if that is an option for the city of Beaumont, because we all know one of the biggest hindrances when it comes to Beaumont is people say our school district and our crime, and as uncomfortable it is to talk about it, budget season is now an opportunity to actually bring up, programs like this that works. I've talked to several people in the community, and they all are interested in the program, so I just thought maybe we want to bring it up and see if it's simple as maybe it's downloading and just getting the headphones. And another thing that I would say bothers me, when I do visit the libraries, a lot of your librarians, they let me know when the computers are down, they're putting in these tickets to get the computers fixed. I think one time you even were with me at a library at the neighborhood association, and almost 8 computers were down. So I just want to know, is there any way we can work on expediting that? Because most of the people who use those libraries, unfortunately, don't have computers at home. So they go to the libraries to apply for jobs, do homework, or do whatever they may need to be done. So I understand, the staffing and procedures and processes, but to have that many down, and I know the tickets put in, but to have that many down and we not be able to have those computers up and running, I just want to make sure our resources like that are really available for the people in the community.
And every time we have something go down, obviously, we do put in a ticket. And it depends, obviously, on staffing and,
I mean, we do our best. If you talk to any department, they're more important than other departments. We have to juggle, the patron PCs are one of our top priorities. However, we also handle fire, police, EMS, which public safety obviously takes over that. But then you have finance who's working with our money, and so everybody has inner workings for the city and is an important part of the city. So we're only we're small. We only have 15 people to cover all of it. So we do our very best.
I understand that. No pun intended. I just want to bring it up. And if, staffing is an issue, we put a presentation together. And I think this council is more than willing to listen.
Thank you, Councilman Felshaw.
I'm sorry, and I don't mean to belabor this. I just wanted to clarify why I asked the question about the $50 an hour. As Councilman Turner just said, the demographic that uses the library doesn't have a computer, for example. And maybe it's just they can't afford to go to like the main event and book a room and spend $200 or $300 for a birthday party. And so the library becomes an option to a certain demographic in our city that needs an affordable place to have a birthday party. That's why I was asking that, because I get it, $50 an hour may not be a lot of money for some people, but for some, it may be a reach for them. But that's why I was asking, because I just looking at people that just need that option that may be a little bit more affordable than some of the other facilities in the city.
well, I mean, obviously, that is something that we can talk to Council and Mr. Williams about, Ms. Ray about. Going from 10 to 50 is a fairly large leap, but it is a little more in line with what the city is doing, so. Any other questions?
I don't believe so. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
So there is one more that wasn't on my list. Is it just one more?
Just when you thought you were finished, right? I'll make it really short. There's only 3 slides, so we'll get through it. So, of course, the communications department is fairly new. It's only been here. It was created 3 years ago. And this year, we, for the first time, went to the Texas Association of Municipal Information Officers conference in San Antonio and came back with some statewide awards. So we were pretty proud of that. We got statewide recognition, 2 first place for website and State of the City event, and a 2nd place for our podcasts. And then also the Press Club Awards. Last year we did enter with 9 overall awards. This year we had 14 overall awards, including 2 first place awards. And the statewide ones, those are for whatever we do, whatever we put out to the citizens, and they're compared with other cities across the state of Texas and how their communications department reaches their citizens. And so that was great recognition for us. We launched a new award-winning website redesign. We got first place in the state for a redesign, and some of the things that we changed there, we made it so it's more accessible to the citizens where they could access the staff directory, made it ADA compliant so that people who are vision impaired could read what was on our website. Also, translations over 100 different languages on our website. There's a targeted search so that people can sign up for individual things that they want to know about in the city. So those are some of the things that we added to that. We had 12 video podcasts, including the launch of the Beaumont Beat, which has been really well received, and that allows us to get in detail with some of our departments. One that we have coming up very soon is with the EOC. We just filmed that the other day to educate people on hurricane preparedness. So those allow us to get more in depth with some of our departments. We've produced 107 videos, edited and produced within our departments since fiscal year of last year. And those include 46 traditional videos, 34 reels, and 27 live streams and pre-recorded live streams. And these are outside of what IT does for like streaming our city council meetings. We enhanced our communications with quarterly newsletters, began a new partnership with BISD Communications, and that allows us to tell some of the events that they're having within the school district, and also to give them information so that when their students and their new families move into the district, they can get information about the city readily available to them in their packets. We improved public accessibility by increasing our number of interviews and live streams to provide more digital access for information and meetings. That included live streaming our real-time crime center ribbon cutting. You're gonna like this one. We hired a media professional with 30 years experience to be the public information officer. And the point here was to hopefully better streamline the communications process between our media outlets in the city. So hopefully I can be held to that standard and do a good job there. We help disseminate information on citywide campaign initiatives such as the Bow Leave campaign and our Parks Master Plan. So for next year, some of the things we'd like to do is we'd like to have a studio. We'd like to do some studio enhancements to allow for an on-site video production. And I think there are ways that we can do this at little to no cost to the city. And that would allow us to do on-site, like whenever we wanted to film something, if you wanted to film something, that we'd have a studio, a site where you could go and do that, as opposed to right now, we're only mobile. We can only go shoot on location. We also want to provide more live streams, video podcasts, and social reels for the city to enhance visibility among our citizens. We're handing out, or we're working on departmental guides and brochures for marketing promotion, currently working with the events. We have continued media relationships. This is something we want to do, including our media mixers, which is something we did for the first time this year with getting all of our media outlets together along with us, the PIOs, to open those lines of communication and have better transparency with them. And we started media training with the department heads here. And we want to bring back our city manager minute that we were filming before. And now it's just a newsletter, but we want to make that a recurring thing that people can watch. And I would like to also say that if we do get somewhere that we can shoot, that if you have something you want to say to your constituents and you want to get that out on social media or however, that we can film that for you to make you more transparent as well. And the last slide, you're going to like this because we have no new supplemental items to add, and we are requesting $3,000 less than last year. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
So I appreciate you doing a good job.
All right.
Good job. All right. Was that the end of the hearing aspect, Mr. City Manager?
That's all the reports, Mayor. We're down to maybe council member and manager comments of the sort.
Councilman Samuel, comments?
Giving us an update on what we have to deal with this coming year and into the future. Thank you.
Councilman Felshaw?
Same thing. Thank you, City Manager, and all the staff for all the hard work. It's good to be a part of this process and to be just brought up to date on what we have done and what we are going to do. Thank you.
Councilman Turner?
Just want to encourage staff that you're doing a great job. Understand our budget is kind of tight. That's why I stress so much about local, because we only make our money out property tax and sales tax, if I don't say it enough. But Mr. Neal, I want to say thank you for coming up to the dais and apologizing. That showed great character. I want to let you know I appreciate that. That means a lot to me. So much respect. I want to tell you that personally in front of everybody, all right? And outside of that, Mr. Williams, just a transparency in this process. You're very attentive. June, I just hate that you told me we couldn't have no parks money, but I'm gonna have to deal with it. And Miles, I appreciate you, even though I give you a hard time. Just make sure we get that youth council, all right? But outside of that, everybody, thank you, and I appreciate everything.
Before Councilman Getz, Councilman Samuel, did you want?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I want to tell us two things. One, staff, I want to thank you. Over the 30 years that I've been here, this is the most thorough presentation on the budget I've experienced. And Ken, Mr. Williams, I want to say thank you very much for the leadership, but you've allowed your staff to do the work and show their true talents. So I appreciate that.
Councilman Getz?
Well, one of the most important jobs that we as a council have to do is, approve the budget. And in the past, it's been the case where we were just told what the budget's going to be and we had to rubber stamp it. That's how the process worked. That's no longer the process with Mr. Williams at the helm. I appreciate your involving council in these workshops. It gives us the opportunity to have some input and give the direction that the staff needs to have in order to fine-tune things in the way that it needs to be done. I do also appreciate all the hard city workers out there, all the administrators. We're all a team, and you all work together to make this city a better place, and I thank you.
Councilman Durio?
Yeah, same thing. Just want to thank everybody. All your presentations were very informative. I even learned a lot of stuff today. And like Councilman Turner, I didn't like what I learned from June, but we'll get it right. But everybody, thank you for coming. Thank you for your participation, Mr. Williams. Thank you for your transparency. I got a Coke, so I didn't doze off. But it was real interesting. Thank you, everybody, and y'all doing a great job. Please continue to do a good job. And what's the next step, Mr. Williams?
We'll get to that.
Huh? Okay.
Mr. Barkovia, Public Works? Nothing? Got a green light? Go ahead.
I just want to thank Finance and the team sitting across from me. They've spent some late evenings here, late nights, early mornings, and of course this is, like Cheryl's first year sitting there, and Mr. Brown and Amy it was just her second year, and they've done a Herculean job at putting this budget together. My background is finance and budgeting, and I've seen a lot of budgets put together at the other 6 cities I've worked for, and this has been a lot of hard work over the last few weeks, maybe a few months. So I just want to congratulate or thank them for the hard work. It's not over. We still have a couple more months to go, but thank you for all the hard work, and thank council for listening to me. I hate that I had to say certain things today, but that's part of the transparency process and it's part of the budgeting process, but we'll all make it work out in the end. Thank you.
Now I'm going to move back to Madam City Attorney that I overlooked.
It's fine. Just a quick note. Council has adopted decorum rules, which means whenever we are in council chambers, we are to adhere to those rules. So even though we are all friendly and on a first name basis, when you are presenting, it is not Tina, it is the city clerk. When you are addressing council, you address them by their title, which is Councilman Getz or Mayor Pro Tem Neal or Mayor West. You address them as ACM Boone, City Manager Williams, not Demi, not Sheree. So thank you, and just remember that for future references when reporting. It happens a lot. It's okay. It's been a long day, but moving forward, those are rules that we have in place that we enforce heavily with citizens. So I do want to make sure that our department directors and division managers are aware of those rules as well, because you are held to that same standard.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney.
I just wanted to say thank you to council, to city management, and particularly to the directors who had to endure some difficult decisions made by us this year. They may not be over, but hopefully the hard part's done. Thank you for your graciousness, everybody, in helping us get this done. Thanks.
I just wanted to thank Cheryl and her team. You guys are amazing and have helped us through this process. And that Prime Gov is
CFO.
a beast. But thank y'all so much.
Mr. City Manager?
Yes, couple of few notes, Mayor. Got the question about what's next. We'll be working to refine this document over the next month, I guess. Well, at least until August 20th. So the budget will be presented to City Council on August 20th. You will actually consider adopting it September 17th. So up until September 17th, things is still a work in progress. So we'll be working for it. So that's kind of the time schedule, council member there. Just one thing about how we arrive at some of these decisions. It's really tough in getting them. But when we ask department heads to submit their request, supplements, we ask them to rank them. And they rank them according to their importance. And then we take that list of priorities and place into the budget. It's not that we are determining their priorities. They determine their own priorities. And we put things in there. And then, but I've told them, I joke with them, I say, y'all are smart. Y'all put the things you really don't want up top and the really important things down here so you can get it all. So they figured out the system a little bit. But anyway, that's how we go about it. We don't determine their priorities. You know, we know some things that are important, but we let them decide that too. But I'd like to thank staff for all their patience and cooperation in that process. They are really cooperative. I know there's some things sometimes they really want and they don't get good news and quite frankly, they're team players. They really play with the team in that respect and I thank all of you for doing that. You're fantastic. Knowing we have a finite amount of dollars. We don't have infinite dollars. People think cities have infinite dollars. We don't. So we do that. But anyway, thanks to Cheryl and her team for working hard and everything. And thank you, council, for your patience. I know this has been a tough 24 hours. And so thank you for your patience and being here. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, I just want to thank the city staff and certainly the council. It has been a busy day and busy last night. And certainly all the directors that made presentations today. I know that hearing several councilmen that have been here for a while say how the council budget process has changed, and I know it's informative for all of us, and it's a lot of information to get in one day. Just as a point of information, I'd hopefully be able to get copies of all slides in printed form that we received today so that some of us took pictures from the screen, but those don't always translate well. Also, in terms of our benefits, I know that we are coming up, but we could even look at, I would like to see what we are considering to be able to save cost and what has been studied in terms of, primary care, increasing that, reducing ER visits, because that would be a savings even if we couldn't implement it until January. And so to be able to study those items, our fire and police, I know they both have plans, and for us to have just clarity in the direction that they're looking at as well. And I know that that's something very important to them. And certainly our recreation, getting more clarity from that. I know we had some discussions today, and I know there's more time to iron that out, but hopefully maybe we can get some email updates in the direction on all of those items. And but I certainly want to thank everybody, and I think even though just like our personal budgets and anybody that comes from the business world, sometimes there's more money to work with, sometimes there's less, but you've got to deal with what you have. And I know that everybody's rising to the occasion. So thank you for all your hard work. And with that, the meeting is adjourned.